Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Hello and welcome here to Six Gun Grill Newlands for the third and final one-day international between South Africa and India. News from the middle: India have won the toss and sent the South Africans into bat. My name is Tepa Taela. I'm joined by Tim Dale Ace, and we are here for some exciting cricket, aren't we, Tim?
We are indeed. Good morning, Tippo. Good morning to all the listeners out there for this final frontier, if you like, of this rather absorbing series between South Africa and India. South Africa are 2-0 up, have won the series. But it's a beautiful day and all set for what should be an exciting day's cricket.
No doubt about that, Tim. Only one change for the South Africans, with Dwayne Pretorius coming in for South Africa's premier spin bowler to Brace Shamsi. And Tim, the changes for India, quite a few.
Yeah, India have made 4 changes. That's what happens when you have a losing side. They've got Jayant Yadav for Ashwin. They've got Prasid Krishna for Venkatesh Iyer, Deepak Chahar for Bhuvi Kumar, and S. Yadav for Shardul Thakur.
And one of those changes standing at the top of his run-up now, Chahar will be coming in from the Weinberg end. He has 2 slips, a man at point, cover, and mid-off. Third man on the offside as the South Africans take the knee for Black Lives Matter. The umpires also taking the knee, and Indians standing at attention at the moment. On the onside for Quinton de Kock, the left-handed Quinton de Kock, there is a mid-on. There is a forward square leg and a man at fine leg. And don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear your tweets. Love to read them out. We'll give you all the shout-outs you want. Also on YouTube, as long as they're PC, as long as they are family-friendly, you will get a young shout-out on the air.
Early milestone for Quinton de Kock. If he makes 49, he will pass Faf du Plessis in the run scoring list in ODI cricket for South Africa, which will put him in 9th position overall. So something for Quinton de Kock to aim for. India making various fielding changes, making sure that they are happy with their field, haven't missed anything. Umpires not ready to allow the bowler to start the over, the match.
It's going to be an exciting game here, even though it is quite, or what some would call a dead rubber game. South Africa taking a 2-0 unassailable lead in this test, in this one-day international series, with their 7-wicket win at par. Marie Erasmus has his arm out. Deepak Chahar is going to open the bowling here. Change for Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He's coming right arm over the wicket to Quinton de Kock. This one is very wide outside the off stump. So starting off with a wide one, and that gets South Africa off the mark. One without loss here.
Slow start to today's schedule, and wasn't a good start from India. Lots of fielding changes, making sure that everything was correct, and it was too wide there.
Going to try correct his lines here. Deepak Chauhan does exactly that. It's a fuller delivery outside off stump, driven by Quinton de Kock. A valiant effort in the field at mid-off by Captain Kel Rao.
Nice sign of the bat there from Quinton de Kock. He's looked a man in form since his return to the South African team.
The Slips just playing with the ball, just trying to get their eyes in. One wayward throw almost going to the boundary. They weren't taking a run, so it won't be overthrows. And finally, the ball getting to the bowler swiftly from Virat Kohli. Chauhan coming over the wicket for his second delivery. That's well outside the off stump, off a good length. Quinton de Kock just watched it as it goes into the hands of Rishabh Pant, and the Slips are at it again, throwing the ball to one another, just making sure that their reflexes are still sharp. And one thing that we'd be keen to see, or at least in conversations had with some of the people in the media center, is Virat Kohli's influence on the game. We didn't see much chatter between him and KL Rahul. And in terms of the transition of captaincy, you would have expected maybe a few more chats, especially when the game was getting into a lull, getting out of hand for the Indians.
He wasn't come back after his delivery.
A good length delivery outside the off stump, driven by Quinton de Kock to the onside. Mid-on picks it up, still no run there.
And he also wasn't contributing with the bat the last game. So something for Indian selectors to think about. They will want to get the best out of Virat Kohli. He's still a wonderful cricketer. Magnificent record. And you'd still want him to be around for the next 2, 3, 4 years. Still got a lot of cricket in him.
No doubt about that. Still got a lot of energy as Chauhan comes over the wicket. This one a lot fuller and straighter on the pads of Quinton de Kock. Played to the offside for a quick single to get Yanaman Malan on strike and get Quinton de Kock off the mark with the single. He's on 1, South Africa on 2. And that ends... No, that doesn't end the over. Fields are just changing for the left-hand, right-hand combination.
The other thing India need to be aware of is the over rate. This over has taken a lot longer than it should have, and it's the first one of the match. South Africa were fined 20% of their match fees in the last game.
Ooh, is that what happens? Yo, you thought that you were getting docked one-day international points. Turns out you're getting docked on your paycheck. Eish, keep those overs up, boys. Looks like the same field position here for Yanaman Malan. 3 on the onside, 6 on the offside. Comes over the wickets. Oh, penultimate delivery at an edge. That just falls short of Shikhar Dhawan at first slip. Fantastic new ball bowling here from Deepak Chauhan. Immediately showing some influence, almost taking out the South African that was almost on a century. You can see that away movement. Oh, yes. Just bouncing short of Shikhar Dhawan. Away movement, squaring up Yanaman Malan. A little bit of swing here. And we heard from one of the commentators that will be coming a little later. That's the pitch does a lot. 10:30 here at Newlands. And exactly that we saw with that last delivery. Last delivery of the over now. Outside the off stump. A little bit of in swing as Yanaman Malan just watches that into the hands of Rishabh Pant. He survives 2 without loss are South Africa after the first over. A brilliant over from Chauhan, only conceding the 2 runs.
One thing that's been consistent throughout Rishabh Pant's wicket-keeping throughout the Test and one-day series has been 2 deep. That's another indication of the slip fielders and the keeper being 2 deep. If they were a little bit closer, that would have been a genuine catch because it was a genuine edge. It wasn't the faint one. That Pant and the slip fielders, they take their lead from the keeper. Where he stands, they then take their starts. So Rishabh Pant should be coming a couple of steps forward.
You wonder why that is, why he stands so far back. I remember in my time as a wicketkeeper eons ago, back in high school, wasn't really a prolific keeper, but one thing I did was standing away from the stumps because I wasn't confident behind the wicket. Maybe not a lack of confidence as Jasprit Bumrah comes into the attack to the right-handed Quinton de Kock. A similar field, 3 on the offside, fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. The 2 slips, a man at backward point cover and mid-off, and also a man at third man. But maybe he's not too confident, expecting the ball would get to him a little bit quicker than expected. Also, we have a tweet from Linux Lair saying, "Morning, everyone. Insert family-friendly content here." And as you heard, as long as it's family-friendly, it'll get read. And Linux Lair obliging with that. Oh, a fantastic delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. Good length. Played on the back foot by Quinton de Kock. A little bit of movement as that found the outside edge, running all the way to third man for a single. 3 without loss now.
Bumrah's been excellent in this series, as well as the Test series. It's been outstanding for the Indians. Make sure they've been staying in games throughout.
Still the 2 slips, a man at point, a man at cover and mid-off. Third man on the offside and the 3 people on the leg side. Fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Coming right arm over to Yanaman Malan. An inside edge off a good length delivery. It hits the pads and rolls to the slip quarter. No run there. And there's tons of movement on offer here for the new ball bowlers.
Plenty movement. Bumrah gets movement even when there isn't much off the pitch.
Oof.
But there certainly is early movement. Units.
Looking like a tough time here for the opening batters. Feels like the opening period of a test match. As Jasprit Bumrah comes in again. This one outside of off stump, nipping in towards the right-handed Yanaman Malan off a full length. But he leaves that as it sails to Rishabh Pant, who catches this well on his left. Goodness gracious, the movement here. It's going to be tough going for the batting team.
This is Yanaman Malan's first ODI and his home ground. So he'll want to make an impression and to score big runs like he has in the series.
Bumrah over the wickets, a full length delivery on the pads, whipped to the man at mid-on for a single as he throws that into the keeper's hands. Yanaman Malan off the mark now. De Kock on strike on 2, and the total is only 4 off 1.5 overs. Only one ball in this over left. And Jasprit Bumrah will probably be looking for a wicket here. Coming over the wickets to Quinton de Kock. This one pitched full, over pitched in fact, and just whipped through the onside for 4 at a vacant square leg boundary. The man at mid wickets diving, but diving to no avail as South Africa get their first boundary. Quinton de Kock on 6 now, and South Africa on 8.
Lovely shot with Quinton de Kock. Drifting in on the pads just a little bit by Bumrah. Wasn't that much of a bad delivery, but Quinton de Kock is in amazing form and whipped it away down the next side with such ease. He really is in a good space at the moment, Quinton de Kock. Even at the press conference after the match, he seemed far more relaxed when they spoke to him at Paarl.
Deepak Chahar coming over the wickets to Yanaman Malan in the next over. Squaring him up, getting the outside edge, and Murray Erasmus lifts up the finger. Fantastic delivery here from Deepak Chahar, and was tough to face, being squared up for Yanaman Malan, and he has to go upstairs, only scoring the 1 run.
Magnificent delivery, pitched, held its line, and just moved ever so slightly away. Not too much, but just enough to catch the outside edge of Yanaman Malan. And that is as easy as wicketkeeper catches go for Rishabh Pant. Didn't really have to move waist high, and unfortunately for South Africa, Yanaman Malan has to go for 1 of 6 deliveries. You'll be very disappointed, but there was not much you could have done with that delivery. it's one of those fights where you just got to take a hat off to the bowler and say, well done, well bowled. Too good for me today.
That was an absolute jaffa. Janaman Malan was leaning forward too. He had to play at that delivery. If he didn't, anything could have happened. Finding the outside edge and an easy catch for Rishabh Pant. Jeremy Ryle says on YouTube, Newlands has to be one of the best grounds in world cricket. What a day for it. And I mean, when you have one of the wonders in the world just chilling there in the background, that's hard to disagree. Don't forget, comment on YouTube, tweet us at OneWorldSR. We love to hear from you. As Themba Bavuma comes to the crease, he has quite a job to do here with the ball moving left and right away from the right hand. It's going to be tough going, and he'll need to stay in for as long as possible.
Another South African batsman who is in form, is striking the ball well, and is full of confidence all round as a cricketer at the moment, averaging 53.7 in this format. So he'll be determined to stay as long as possible and make sure that this was no more than a blip for South Africa. The conditions here at Newlands will tell you that they must not expect high scoring game like we saw in Poland.
Full length delivery that Themba Bavuma drives to. It was just outside the off stump. Gets an outside edge, but it went along the ground all the way to third man for a single. Gets the South African captain off the mark. South African 9 for 1.
That's due to the fact that this is a day game, and as well as we've been speaking already with the early movement that both bowlers have got. They've both got far more early movement than they've got at PAL the previous two games.
And Deepak Chahar, just the right person to exploit that. But this time over pitching right on Quinton de Kock's pads. He whips this to the leg side all the way to the cow corner boundary for yet another 4, taking South Africa to 13 for 1 and Quinton de Kock to 10.
You drift in at Quinton de Kock's pads and you should expect to go for 4. Lovely time from Quinton de Kock. Wasn't a good ball, it was too full, too leg side, and it's better to still got to punish it, and that's exactly what Quinton de Kock did.
Deepak Chahar just needs to maintain his lines and lengths, just the right hand, left hand combination, just to make it difficult for him to keep those lines and lengths nice and tight. Coming in over the wicket to Quinton de Kock now, this one outside the off stump off a full length, driven to mid off for no run, still 13 for 1. And Deepak Chahar, did you know, Tim, has the best bowling figures in all T20Is, and it was against Bangladesh when he got 6 for 7 in 2019-20 season. That is absolutely crazy.
Those are some incredible stats. Those that watch the IPL will know Deepak Chahar well. He's a very good T20 player, especially.
No doubt.
Both with bat and ball. Clearly a talent which India have high hopes for in the white ball format in particular. It's a breaking play here as the umpire is walking towards the off the field. The extra umpire, third umpire is coming on the field.
Yes, the umpires for today are Bongani Jele and Murray Erasmus. It looks like there's a problem with the ball as they're going to the ball bag to replace it. I'm not sure exactly what the problem was. Maybe getting a lot too much swing here. Maybe trying to even the playing field for the South Africans with all the brilliant swing bowling we've been seeing on hand for Deepak Chahar.
And South African 12th man also ran on to have a quick chat to the South African batters. So just probably along the lines of keep going, you're doing a perfect job so far.
Pajal Messi fan has a tweet here saying that Janaman Malan's front foot doesn't move at all. And unfortunately, he's become an outside edge candidate. And you saw that in his dismissal, how he was leaning forward when you got that outside edge. Chaha in again. This one driven. It was in the air, but wide of Virat Kohli at cover. It bounced and is running towards the boundary before the man at mid-off does the fielding. Almost going over the boundary when retrieving that ball and giving away a boundary, stepping over. But did well to save the boundary in the end, Captain Rahul, as South Africa now add 2 to the total. They're just going to actually have a check at that. He stopped. He stumbled just before he went over the boundary, flipped over the ball or threw it in the air, picked it up again, and threw it into the bowler side. They're having a look at it once again just to make sure that when he stumbled, he didn't touch the boundary at all. It's very close. Very, very, very close. But it doesn't look, they're still rocking and rolling it, actually, just to make sure that he released it before his foot actually went over the boundary. And it seems like they are happy with that. Adding 2 to the total, 15 now for one. Quinton de Kock getting 2 off that stroke. Chaha in again outside the off stump, and it is sliced, driven in fact, square of the wicket all the way to the point boundary for 4. So Quinton de Kock continuing his form that we saw at Paarl, attacking the power play here with boundary after boundary.
The last 2 deliveries in that over both went for 4. The penultimate delivery did catch de Kock out a little bit. It was a bit airborne, was a bit wide of the stumps. Didn't move his feet well enough, but the last delivery was too wide and too full, which meant he could get over the delivery, and there was certainly no danger in that last 4. And he hit it far more squarer and away from fielders. So Quinton de Kock off where he started at Paarl in a great strike rate at the moment.
Literally driving that and just watching it go to the boundary, stand and deliver, as Jasprit Bumrah now coming into Themba Bavuma. This one over pitched on the pads of Bavuma, and he knows exactly what to do. Dispatches it with a beautiful glance all the way to the cow corner boundary for 4.
A lovely looking shot there from Themba Bavuma. Nice and compact. He whipped it through mid-wicket for 4. No danger with that shot. A real masterstroke from Themba Bavuma. Just a shot of a man who's in top form.
It's got 2 slips, a man at point, cover and mid-off, and third man on the offside. This one a back of a length delivery that Themba Bavuma just rides as he guides this all the way to third man for a single. So it's a boundary and a single to take South Africa to 24 for 1. And on the leg side, we probably have a man at mid-off, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Indians not trying too many things here with the field. And we have a tweet from Linux Lair saying, here's another interesting fact about Deepak Chahar. He is double first cousins with spinner Rahul Chahar. Their fathers are brothers and their mothers are sisters. Now that's crazy. Like to keep it in the family.
That's a very interesting stat, dude. Yeah.
Ooh, a field change to Quinton de Kock. The second slip has come out to a man at a very, very full cover, literally on the third strip from the pitch, so within the circle still, as this delivery was a good length delivery, blocked back to the bowler for no run.
That field placing is because of the penultimate ball in the last over, where Quinton de Kock was driving just a fraction early, and it was airborne, and it went to the left of Virat Kohli. So that's a good thinking from an Indian perspective.
Get him second guessing on the drives there with this delivery. Pitch a good line on top of off stump as Quinton de Kock drives this late and guides it to the man at third man for a single. 25 for 1. Quinton de Kock on 17 and Themba Bavuma on 6.
Solid start from South Africa. Just what they needed after losing yet another toss. South Africa have won more matches than India, but they've struggled with the tosses.
That's true, as Jasprit Bumrah coming over the wicket to Themba Bavuma. A brilliant delivery. It's full, it's on off stump, and Themba Bavuma blocks this for no run. Right back to the man, or to cover, in fact. No run there.
That's compact when Themba Bavuma is looking compact and tight. we know that he is seeing the ball well and he's confident in his ability at the crease.
This one, once again, a good length delivery on off stump, a back foot punch, but straight to the man at cover, Virat Kohli. No run there, as that ends the over. 25 for 1 are South Africa after 4 overs. De Kock on 17, Quinton de Kock, Temba Bavuma on 6, and the partnership also on 17.
6 and over 6 and over on a ground where we expect to see lower scores than par. It certainly is an excellent start from South Africa.
Yeah, just a few over-pitch deliveries here. We've seen some brilliant bowling from these bowlers. Have done well to extract some movement here, get the ball moving, but a few over-pitch deliveries, just costing them a few boundaries as Chaha continues from the Weinberg end. This one pitches outside off stump, goes into the left-hander, and is glanced off the pads, beating the man at mid-wicket. The man at mid-on does the cleaning up. They just take a single as they rotate the strike. We just saw shots of Tabraiz Shamsi on the bench sitting next to Carl Verena. The only change in the South African team, also the top wicket taker, I believe, could be wrong, for the series. I just got a little bit of a hug there from Carl Verena. So the camaraderie there is nice. Everyone is laughing. Everyone's having a good time. And why wouldn't you be smiling from the South African camp?
Yeah, beating ward number 1 is quite to be in a good mood.
Ooh, a very good delivery from Deepak Chahar, pitching outside off stump, and Temba Bavuma just leaves it on length as it sails over that 4th stump line straight to Rishabh Pant. No run there, 26 for 1.
Nice carry there. Nice consistent Pant taking it shoulder length. Much like what's happening during the test matches where there was consistent bounce at units.
Field change for Temba Bavuma. The man at cover comes into what will be a 3rd slip position as this one overpitched and driven just wide of the man at mid-off, but wasn't timed to perfection. So the man at mid-off was able to cut that off, and just the single for the South African skipper. Still 27 for 1 now after 4.3 overs.
It's going to be important from these two that if the boundaries do dry up, which you expect them to do at some stage, that they do keep a good rotation of strike between the two of them.
Shah over the wicket to Quinton de Kock. This one, a back of a length outside off stump, driven on the up through the covers. Mid-off and cover will be chasing, and South Africa will take 2 runs and take them comfortably as this thrown in from the deep. 2 runs, 29 now for 1.
Yeah. Quinton de Kock has received an awful lot of width from the Weinberg end, particularly, and he has obliged up to this point, happy to drive outside the off stump, getting over the deliveries.
It looks like the Indian bowlers do want Quinton de Kock to drive. As you mentioned earlier, Tim, the man at short cover is there for if it gets airborne, but Quinton de Kock did well to get on top of that. Still only the 1 slip. This one overpitched on the leg side, glanced off the pads as it runs to a backward square leg boundary. The man at 3rd fine leg will do the fielding as Quinton de Kock adds 2 more to his tally. 22 now for the left hand opening bat. South Africa sits on 31 for 1.
Can't be bowling there if you're trying to get a catch and slip at short cover. You need to keep outside that off stump, but at the moment he's not. He's doing both things. He's bowling wicket to wicket, and he's bowling wide of that off stump. From an Indian perspective, I don't think KL Rao would be happy with his bowler at the moment.
Yeah, just having a word with his bowler, KL Rao, probably saying the same thing you're saying, Tim. And there's that delivery you're looking for. A good length delivery outside off stump, driven to Virat Kohli at the covers. A little bit of a fumble, but the South African batsmen decide against taking the single to end the 5th over. South Africa now 31 for 1, scoring at a rate of 6.2. The partnership 23 with Quinton de Kock on 22, Bavuma on 7. And once again, South Africa 31 for 1.
Keeping up with that exceptional rate of South Africa. Still at 6 and over, been very consistent, rotated strike, getting that boundary every over. That's been the key so far. That every over, they've given a boundary ball, and they've pounced on it.
Jasprit Bumrah is going to be continuing here. KL Rahul just giving him a pat on the back there, saying, "You are the strike bowler for me." And I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. He comes in, he has a slip, a man at third slip as well on the offside. This one, a full length delivery. Temba Bavuma drops this down to the man at cover, looks for the single, decides against it. There's a man at cover, a point mid-off where KL Rahul was. Third man, fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on the onside. And you'd feel that Jasprit Bumrah would be keen to get himself in the wicket column. Definitely the pick of the bowlers. You'd feel the second one-day international. Back of a length delivery. Temba Bavuma throws his hands at this as it was outside off stump. Got a bit of an edge. It was airborne for a while. It bounced once before it got to the man at third man. And they take a quick single. A little bit of wit there for the South African skipper. He wanted to pounce on that, but wasn't able to get on top of that. And landed safely on the offside.
Yeah, a little bit of risk there, but what is good from a South African perspective is I'm not afraid to take risks. I want to get as many runs as they can this opening power play. The opening power play has been good outside of that first game.
The man at third slip coming to a short cover, and Jasprit Bumrah, a perfect delivery to the left-hander. Right on top of that, off stump, Quinton de Kock, a back foot punch on the up, but straight to the man at short cover. No run there, still 32 for 1. Quinton de Kock on 22, Temba Bavuma on 8 off 9.
Wonder if India will be making an early bowling change from the wiper again. I think that might be an idea for them. Chaha has been a little bit inconsistent. Had some good balls, but too many 4 balls from the Indian perspective.
Bumrah coming over the wicket. Good length, good line, a good length delivery on leg stumper, driven or punched to the onside. Mid-on does the fielding there. No run taken. So a little bit tighter here from what you feel is India's premier pace bowler, Jasprit Bumrah.
More discussions going on between the bowler, captain. Telling him, let's keep it there, let's keep it tight. Let's rain in South Africa, and then we can put pressure on them.
I was thinking just that. A few more dot balls, and the run rate goes down. A full toss outside off stump, driven by Quinton de Kock right back to Jasprit Bumrah, who's driven that with a lot of power. May have even injured Jasprit Bumrah in his follow-through. A little bit of an apology from Quinton de Kock, or maybe it was an apology from Jasprit Bumrah. No, it was definitely from Quinton de Kock to Jasprit. But he's been keeping it tight. Only the single of Temba Bavuma in this over. Last ball of this over. It is on the leg stump. Played to a vacant square leg region. South Africans take the first single quickly and take the second run comfortably to end the over. 3 off it, 34 for 1 after that.
Another good over for South Africa. A better over from India. There weren't any alarm bells, but did keep things just a fraction tighter than they have been for the last couple of overs.
Don't forget to tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to give you all the shout outs you want. We want to engage with you guys as you guys watch the cricket. Temba Bavuma is on strike now, and the man at third slip that was there has now moved to a very short point. It looks like he's doing a movement for, I'll explain just now as Chaha comes in. This one, an over-pitch delivery on the pads of Temba Bavuma, driven through the onside for no run.
Just bored of it. Didn't find the gap with that one. Too full, on his pads, and playing the shot again, realizing that it was room to make runs with that particular delivery.
Indeed. The man at mid-wicket's coming a lot closer to the strip here, so not quite on the circle. So if Temba Bavuma drives on the up or drives down the ground, you'll have two fielders to beat on the onside. This one pitching in line with middle stump, but nipping away from the right-hander. Temba Bavuma leaves on length. So that is another dot ball, 34 for 1. And as mentioned on the onside, it's just the mid wicket that's close to the strip and the fine leg. And on the offside, one slip, a man at short point, a man at backward point, third man cover, and mid-off. Extra cover, in fact. So not a conventional cover, a little bit deeper and on the circle. As Chaha comes over the wicket to a right-hander. This one pitching outside off stump. They take a very quick single. There's an appeal here at the non-striker's end, and it's sent up by Murray Erasmus. Temba Bavuma was on his bike very quickly, so in first glance, it does look like he would have made it safely, but good fielding either way from the man at mid-off.
Good cricket all around. Positive cricket from South Africa. Taking that quick single and good running in from the fielder. Striking the stumps. That's just what they need. India, they need a bit of luck. They need a bit of a wicket to break this partnership. I do agree with you. I think Temba was safe, but we'll have to wait and see. It's still being tested by the third
And it's
umpire.
given out. It's given out. Temba Bavuma has run himself out here at Newlands. We didn't see any of it. They just gave him out. But yes, he is given out and he has to go to the stands.
That's a surprise at this commentary box, but as Tipper was saying, he has to go for a well-played 8. You see on the screen now, drives it, and it's running very, very fast. And striking the stumps, and it does strike the stumps just before he breaks his crease.
I don't know how you can see from here, Tim. I couldn't see it. It looked like it could have been safe. I didn't see anything side on, but you know what? There's a third umpire for this type of stuff. I'm not the umpire. I am the commentator. But yes, Temba Bavuma runs himself out. He got 8 of 12. South Africa in a little bit of trouble. A spot of bother on 34 for 2. Great fielding once again from India as Aiden Markram comes to the crease.
And a man who found a bit of form in the second ODI. Huge boost for him. And he comes to the crease having played 37 matches with 884 runs. He'll want to keep that good form that he found in the last ODI to continue.
And that's the pressure that you're talking about, Tim, with the dot balls. Batsmen will start to make those types of mistakes, will try to take runs that aren't there to be taken. And great fielding once again. You could see the pressure building up here for the South Africans with decisions like that. And it's up to Aiden Markram and Quinton de Kock now to get things going. Ravi, the heavy roller, says, oh dear, run out. Great start from India. And a great start indeed, getting 2 wickets in this power play, and it's yet to be over. Chaha comes over the wickets to Quinton de Kock. That's a good length delivery, outside off stump, driven right back to the bowler for no run.
It's a 6-3 field for Quinton de Kock, but it's heavily impacted on the offside and with close infieldsmen, with that slip and that short cover. So the plan is still to get Quinton de Kock caught within that region. So India won't want Chaha to be bowling anything on Quinton de Kock's pads.
And Chaha does exactly that. It's a good length delivery outside off stump. Virat Kohli, no, not Virat Kohli. KL Rahul picks that up quickly. Looks like he's going to shy at the stumps, but decides against it. And an interesting field change here from Quinton de Kock. The man at third man comes into the circle, so he has a third man, a slip, and a backward point, all behind square. There's a man at cover, a man sweeping at the point boundary as well, and a man at mid-off. And on the onside, just a mid-on, a short, fine leg, and also a man at deep square leg. So if Quinton de Kock is scoring runs and scoring boundaries, he has to go over the onside as this one driven down the ground. The man at mid-off tries to cut it off, Kel Rahul, but misses it with his fielding. Continues as it goes down to the boundary. A valiant effort to keep that in, and saves 2 runs, as he would have wanted to save 1. He's checking his hand here, looking a little uncomfortable, getting up gingerly.
Yeah, he looks a little bit of bother. I'm sure it'll be all right at the end. He just looks he's taking a bit of a bang, retrieving that delivery. Ball.
We're just checking if it's a boundary, but he saved that very nicely as he just rolled into the advertising boards. Might be just that, or might have gone down a little awkwardly, but he's looking good. A pat on the back from Rishabh Pant as that ends the over. 36 for 2 as Jasprit Bumrah now is given the ball.
Even on the terms of the overs bowled by India, so they are doing all right in terms of that.
Two slips, a man at points, cover, and mid-off, and also a man at third man for the new batter, Aiden Markram. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as this delivery, a good length delivery on top of off stump, a solid forward defensive from Aiden Markram. No run there, still yet to get off the mark.
As I was saying earlier, Aiden Markram will want to push on now. Got a good start in at the second ODI. Got some good runs behind him. And want to make significant runs in this game just to give himself an extra boost. Because South Africa do need runs from him.
Wasn't under too much pressure at that point with this full-length delivery on the pads of Aiden Markram. He tries to drive this through the onside, gets an inside edge as it runs to fine leg for a single. He gets off the mark with that streaky shot. 37 for 2.
Bumrah looking for that LBW, which he managed to get in the test match. But Aiden Markram's equal to the task. Very importantly, playing with a maker's name, not playing across the ball.
Indeed. And what these early wickets do give South Africa is an opportunity to test that middle order. We haven't seen them throughout this one-day international. The batters only going as deep as David Miller on one occasion when he only scored 2 runs off 2 balls. It was basically when Themba Bavuma was just trying to go hull and leather at the end of the innings. Quinton de Kock has a slip, a man at short third man, a man at point, cover, and mid-off on the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, and third man. There's also a man at deep square leg, fine leg, not third man. This one coming into the left-hander, the angle, with around the wicket bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. It was played to the leg side, glanced for 1 run, 26 now for Quinton de Kock, 37 for South Africa for 2.
Amazing what a wicket can do. All of a sudden, South Africa's run rate drops. It's still pretty good, but it's dropped. It was over 6 and over, just over an over ago. Now around 5.
Aiden Markram has 2 slips instead of the 1 for Quinton de Kock. This one, good length delivery on leg stump, driven by Aiden Markram, but it goes square of the wicket on the onside and runs to the backward of square boundary to give him his first boundary of the game.
Just what Aiden Markram would need early, quick early runs.
Now, just an over-pitch delivery here from Jasprit Bumrah, as that was played square of the wicket, and close the face of the bat to get that gap on the onside here, because there's no one really protecting at square leg. A second slip now moves to a mid-wicket region, and the man that was not a conventional mid-wicket, a little bit closer to the strip, and the man that was at mid-wicket now moves square of the wicket at square leg. Another full-length delivery, solid forward defensive shot here from Aiden Markram, no run.
Bumrah zeroing in on Aiden Markram's pads throughout this entire over when he's bowled to him. He's got his plans, and as things stand, at least Aiden Markram's equal to the task, getting in behind the deliveries.
Not offering him any width, so not a lot of shots through the offside here. Wicket to wicket bowling once again. A good length delivery, a little bit back of a length, in fact. Played off the back foot now by Aiden Markham. It was basically in line with the middle stump. But that ends the over. 42 for 2. Quinton de Kock on 27 and Aiden Markham on 5.
It's good when he's playing these deliveries to Brumwell. After he's played the delivery, he rehearses it and makes sure that it's playing straight. It's been noticeable in the last innings at Borland that the majority of his shots were played straight down the ground, not looking to play too far away from his pad, which he was guilty of in the Test series.
We have a YouTube comment from Ashok Kohli saying, Prantia Kohli, maybe a shout out to a family member, as Chaha comes in over the wickets to Quinton de Kock, a back of a length delivery, cut to the man at point, backward point in fact, for no run. Quinton de Kock has a slip, a short third man, a backward point, a man at deep point cover, mid off, mid on, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So there's a massive gap here on the leg side in front of square. So Chaha will probably be bowling just outside that off stump. Get Quinton de Kock playing through the offside. He does like the offside, does Quinton de Kock. Chaha comes in again. This one, not a good delivery, but he did bowl to his field. Over pitched on the leg side as Quinton de Kock whips it off the pads. It bounces once before it gets the man at square leg. And he gets a single. 43 for 2.
Yeah, rather fortunate that it did have that man at the square leg boundary, because it was not a good delivery.
A seam-up delivery that was moving into the left-hander, but pitching on that leg stump. It's very full, and we know that Quinton de Kock does enjoy, well, most left-handers, let's be fair, do enjoy whipping it off the pads. And this one was airborne briefly, luckily for him. Aiden Markham has 2 slips here to the swing bowling Chaha as he comes over the wicket here. And this one, a good length delivery on off stump, a solid forward defensive into the turf. And the man at cover does the fielding. So he has 2 slips. 2 slips. A man at point, a man at cover, and a man at mid-off, and also a third man on the offside. And then 3 on the leg side, just mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
And Markham making sure that he is in position for Chaha.
Chaha coming in for his 4th delivery of the over. It is full. It's outside off stump. It was airborne briefly as Virat Kohli trying to get to that. But yeah, the man at cover wasn't able to get it. James King showing us that it was a bum ball. So it looked like it was a crowd catch if Virat Kohli did get there. Very energetic in the field. The Indians are still a little bit quiet at the moment. Going into a little bit of a lull, but they're doing well to keep the South Africans quiet as well. The run rate now all the way down to 5.0, and a period of consolidation on 43 for 2, losing 2 wickets in the power play. As the Chaha comes over the wicket to Aiden Markham. This one, good length delivery on the pads of Aiden Markham, whipped to mid-wicket for no run, and he still has 1 ball left in this over.
Talking about things being quiet, I was watching their practice, and their practice was down in a similar vein. Very quiet practice from India. There was not a lot of laughter going on or cheering up. It seemed as if they were not all that focused on the situation, but they are doing well in the game itself at the moment.
This one, a full-length delivery, and it's straight, and it's driven straight back past the bowler. A beautiful drive from Aiden Markham. It doesn't get better than that, showing his brand and playing it straight down the ground for a boundary. 47 for 2 after that scintillating drive.
Lovely shot, as I was saying, playing with the maker's name, straight down the ground, holding his pose, and timed it to perfection.
The footwork was also brilliant, so coming down the pitch and getting to the pitch of the ball, making it a half volley off a good length delivery, just driving it That's what we love to see with Aiden Markham. If you're a South African fan, when he looks good or when he's striking, he looks really, really good. Taking his score up to 9. South Africa to 47 for 2 after 9 overs. And Quinton de Kock on 28. We see Prashid Krishna coming in now. He only has 4 matches, 6 wickets, a best of 4 for 54 against against England rather.
So he is, as we told you before the game starts, he's in for Venkatesh Iyer, the all-rounder who didn't make much of an impression in the earlier game. Right.
Relatively fresh on the international scene. This is his 4th match. Here has a few first-class games, only 9, a bunch of List A and T20 games, 53 and 54. So trying something different here, testing their depth are India with this right arm medium fast bowler. He has a slip, a man at point, a man in front of point, 2 people at cover. As of this one, full and outside off stump for Quinton de Kock, driven straight to KL Rahul at mid-off. So as you heard, a mid-off there, and also a third man on the offside. On the onside, it is just the man at mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg, a very square fine leg, a long leg, if you will.
Yeah, South Africa just making sure that they are consolidating. This is still going to be the better power play than the first ODI.
A full-length delivery outside off stump and driven beautifully, but driven straight to the man at cover. Quinton de Kock really got hold of that delivery, but unfortunately not beating the man at cover there.
The sound of the bat you might have heard. The sound of the bat was beautiful sound.
Sweet sound, that Quinton de Kock looking good here, trying to take advantage of this power play, but struggling to pierce the gaps here on the offside. So relatively tight here. India keeping it tight. Good captaincy from KL Rahul. Coming over the wicket to a left-handed Quinton de Kock. A back of a length delivery on top of middle stump. Just dotted down. They thought about the single, thought better of it. And that still means that he hasn't conceded a run as Krishna in his first over here in South Africa.
Good thing is for South Africa is they know that they can make it up at the back end if they need to. That as long as they've got wickets in the bank, that they can still get that sizable total the back end of the innings should they need to.
Yeah, indeed, Tim. That's the name of the game here as we see the man at first slip moving to a third slip. Maybe just expecting that if Quinton de Kock does get an edge, he doesn't get an edge. He finds the middle of the bat with an overpitched delivery outside off stump, plays it down the ground, similar to what we saw from Aiden Markham in the previous over, and gets the same result. 4 there, 51 now for 2, and that shot brings up the 50 for South Africa.
50 of 59 balls and 7 balls. There are not many areas that you can bowl to Kock at the moment and feel safe. In this kind of form, bowl short, he smacks you. Bowl wide, he smacks you. Bowl straight, and he still smacks you.
Quinton de Kock, the Sultan of smacking here. A good length delivery on top of off stump. Just dotted down for no run. But yes, Quinton de Kock's been looking good for his 32. 32 now of 32 deliveries. So he's going at a run of ball and has been doing well to keep South Africa in this power play. An interesting battle here in the first 10 overs as South Africa on 5 at a rate of 5.2 now with their 51 for 2. Final delivery of Krishna's over is full. It's on the pads of Quinton de Kock. He whips it to the leg side, square of the wicket, vacant square leg region. So the man at fine leg has to do the fielding as Quinton de Kock gets 2 more runs to his score. 2 more runs to South Africa, and he is now on 34. South Africa on 53 for 2 at the end of the power play, and that brings about a commentary change. I will be subbed in for James King, and I believe Tim is going to be subbed in for Nate.
South Africa starting very well. They are in good position. They've lost two early-ish wickets, but they'll be reasonably happy, especially with the fact that they've got the informed Quinton de Kock at the crease, just to keep things together, keep things tight, and keep the Indian bowlers at bay.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Tim and Tepo, as Nathan Gugela is going to be joining me now for this second stint of commentary here on One World Sports Radio at 1WSR.com. So at One World SR, please tweet us. You're listening to 1WSR.com, the official digital broadcaster on radio for South Africa, for Cricket South Africa, for this, the third Betway ODI in the three-match series, already won by South Africa after those first two one-day internationals at Paarl. We have a bowling change, or no, we don't. Still Chaha from the Wynberg end here at a beautiful Newlands. It really is a picturesque day here in the Cape, as it's Chaha towards us now to Markram. He plays that very forcefully out into the offside, but now that they can have four men outside the ring on the outside the circle, there is a man on the deep cover boundary, and he feels there is a single to Markram. He moves on to 10, South Africa to 53 for 2 in the 11th over. 5.3 runs and over, 53 for 2 it was at the end of the 10th, at the end of the power play. Welcome, Nate.
Thank you, JK. It's always good to be here at Siskan Grohl Newlands. Beautiful day, glorious day. No clouds in sight. Here we have Shahar back into the bowling.
And Chaha, yes, this is short, wide, outside the off stump, signalled wide by umpire Maria Rasmus, who is standing at the Wynberg end. That'll be extra to the total, second wide for India, and total now 55 for 2 in the 11th over. Deepak Chahar, who got the wicket of Yanaman Malan early on, a very, very good delivery. Malan really could do very little about it, but on the walk he was into the ball and managed to edge it through to punt. This delivery to the left-handed Quinton de Kock straightens on the line of middle and off stump, just defended into the leg side, fielded by the man that is Dhawan at mid-wickets. There is for the left-hander a long leg, man deep backward square on the boundary, deep square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, deep cover point, and backward point, and a third man. So 5-4 offside, leg side field for the left-handed Quinton de Kock. Chaha towards us now, plays this back straight past the bowler. Will the man at mid-on? No, he won't get there. It's going to go to the boundary, straight as a dive from Quinton de Kock, down to the straight boundary for another 4 to South Africa's premier opening batter and wicketkeeper. Great shot, Nate.
No,
Wow.
a wonderful shot by Quinton de Kock. We've seen him play with those straight drives pretty well today. I think that's his fourth one that we've seen so far. In this innings for Quinton de Kock. Is looking very good at the moment, especially against Chahar. Obviously, he's bowling towards Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, he's on middle and off it was. This is slightly outside the off stump, and Kohli comes across at extra cover to field. The score remains 59 for 2, going from 55 to 59 of the previous delivery when Quinton de Kock played that beautiful straight drive. My word, there is not much better to see in world cricket than Quinton de Kock playing a beautiful drive like that. And here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, the mountain off to our right-hand side, we're commentating, bringing this match to you from the Kelvin Grove end. Deepak Chahar into us from the Wynberg end. This is another short delivery over the head of de Kock. He tries to play the shot, but he can't reach it. It's another wide. Another extra 60 for 2 South Africa, 3 wides now, 10.4 overs gone, batting at 5.6 runs to the over. The early loss of Malan and then the loss of Bavuma, run out for 8. Brilliant work by KL Rahul. Must be said, surprised we were in the commentary box that Bavuma was actually run out, because looked like he had easily made his ground, was making his ground. It was actually touch and go for him. Seemed to almost slow down. Didn't put the dive in, which is unusual for Temba. I mean, he normally puts the dive in, Nate.
No, for sure. I think we know our Timber's good with running, obviously on the other side of the end of the wicket. But unfortunately, I think he changed his line a bit. That thing,
Yeah.
And obviously that the Indians managed to strike with another wicket against the Timber.
Chaha in to de Kock, and it's on the pads of the South African left-hander and plays it down to the man at the long leg region, and that is one of the change players for that's Prashid Krishna, I think it is, down here at long leg. They take the single, 10.5 overs gone, 61 for the loss of 2. South Africa batting at 5.6 runs per over, and they are doing particularly well so far to recover from the loss of those 2 early wickets. First wicket down at 8, second wicket at 34. These 2 have put on 27 already for the third wicket, as Markram is the ball down the leg side from Chaha in his 6th over of his opening spell. That will also be called wide by umpire Maria Erasmus, who's had to exercise those arms 3 times today in this over, should I say, so far.
It's been a very expensive over so far for Krishna, for Chaha. But if Quinton de Kock makes 48, he will pass Faf to proceed as the 9th highest leading run scorer for SA with 5,508 runs.
That is really quite an incredible stat, actually. Quinton de Kock, what a fantastic player he's been for South Africa. And it seems like over the years, many years, as the delivery now to Markram is outside the off stump, plays it into the cover region. In fact, the man at backward point, who is Shreyas Iyer, and there is no run. At the end of the 11th, 62 for 2. De Kock 39, Markram 10, run rate 5.6. We have 39 overs left, 29 overs left in this power play, the second power play. 4 men allowed outside the ring. What a great batter for South Africa, Quinton de Kock has been. His stats so far in his career, he's played 126 matches. Incredible average there, isn't it, Nathan?
100% so. Obviously, we know how good he is as well. I think the South Africans take a lot of comfort that he's in the ODIs as a squad, because obviously we know that he's not with the test side anymore. Obviously, after his birth of his daughter, but it's good to have Quinton de Kock back, and Tim Bavuma in the press conferences obviously alluded to the fact that they welcomed him nicely in the team.
It's Prashid Krishna, from the Kelvin Grove end. This is short to de Kock. Gets a top edge as he tries to play that delivery, which was over his head, actually down into the leg side. Is lucky to get away with that one as it bounces where a conventional square leg would have been. Mid wicket not able to get around and take the catch, and the deep square leg not able to get in quickly enough to take it. They get a single to a streaky shot from de Kock, and could have given it away there, Nate.
Yeah, it's obviously there was a vacant area there. Lucky shot by Quinny, but obviously that ball falling short from the man standing at mid wicket.
So the field now to Markram. We have a slip, a third man backward point, man on the deep point boundary. We have extra cover and wideish mid wicket. A man at long leg. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. This is played through the man at backward point to the cover sweeper, and there is a single to Markram. He goes to 11 with that, 64 for 2 South Africa in the 12th over. Run rate 5.6 runs an over. Actually been a good start despite the 2 wickets.
It's been a good start indeed. Obviously, 4 of 2 wickets. You expect their run rate would go down a bit, but they managed to hold some composure there. These 2 are doing very well at the moment.
Rashid once again. This one short, but very short, but outside the off stump. Quinton de Kock can't quite get on top of it. The defensive shot or straight bat shot that he played after the actually played the shot, his practice shot, nothing like the shot he played. It was which was crossed back, bounced once to the backward point, and he's looking a little bit loose at the moment. Quinton de Kock, Prashik Krishna is coming bowling away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end, past umpire Bongani Jele to de Kock. This a beauty of a delivery. It is pitching on middle and leg, angling across the left-hander, and he beats him as de Kock tries to play this one into the leg side. Quinton de Kock just needs to calm down a bit here, Nate.
I think Quinton de Kock at the moment, he needs to just settle the nerves a bit. Obviously, hold composure. I mean, he's doing fairly well at the moment for the Proteas. But obviously, Krishna is bowling very well at the moment for India.
De Kock, 40 off 31 deliveries, I think it is. This is much fuller, and that is exactly where he would want it as he plays it down to the man in front of us here, that giant Yadav, who is at a mid-on position to the left-hander, and he goes through for the single, gets off strike, which is probably the best place for him at the moment. He moves to 41, 65 for 2 in the 12th over, one ball left in the 12th, and Aiden Markram will be on strike. To the right-hander, we have that Ringfield continues on the offside, as we described earlier on. 3 men on the leg, the field widely spread. They want him to play to the leg. They want to square him up. This one is outside. He does exactly that, tries to play it down to the leg side, gets an inside edge past the off stump, but it goes down to the fine leg boundary for yet another boundary to South Africa. Slightly streaky, slightly lucky. Markram moves to 15. South Africa at the end of the over, 69 for 2 after 12. Run rate 5.7. Lucky to get away with that, Nate.
The man at fine leg was a bit too square there. Beating the man at fine leg, the inside edge off Markram's bat, going down towards that fine leg region for 4, and that brings on change of bowling, perhaps.
Yeah, Deepak Chahar is coming off from the Weinberg end. He has bowled 6 overs so far, 1 for 35. A very good opening spell in which he got the wicket of Yanaman Milan out for 1 of 6 deliveries caught by wicketkeeper Pant. The only other wicket to fall, that of Temba Bavuma, the captain, brilliantly run out by his opposing captain, KL Rahul, after he took a very quick attempted a single to mid-off and was caught short. Changing direction, as Nathan Gogela said to you earlier on in the commentary stint, as he get towards the crease, not putting in the dive, which probably could have saved him. And it is going to be from the Weinberg end. We are going to, is it going to be a change of bowling? No, actually they were going to change the bowler, but it is actually Chahar to continue with this 7th over. Sorry, we're expecting a change. It hasn't happened. It is going to be Chahar to continue to Quinton de Kock. Will give you the field after this ball. He's towards us now from the Weinberg end, defensively down to that man, the bowler himself, and Aiden Markram calling Quinton de Kock through for a very quick single. Well done, Aiden Markram. A bit of footwork there from the Indian striker, from the Indian bowler, as he tried to kick the ball onto the stumps. Not able to get that onto the stumps, as Markram was running a direct line between him and the stumps. Importantly, Markram didn't change direction there, just went straight towards the in his running line. They take another one, that's 70 for 2, de Kock 42, Markram 15, partnership 36 in the 13th over. So South Africa are doing well after a shaky start. And a couple of comments coming through. We will read those probably at the end of this over. And Markram takes on the man at deep mid-wicket, but he's not going to beat him. That is very, very disappointing for Aiden Markram. Very disappointing for South Africa, but joy for India as Deepak Chahar, given an extra over, pitches it short outside the off stump. Markram takes the bait, goes for the shot, plays it straight down the throat of the man at deep mid-wicket. And that is a very disappointing end as the substitute fielder, Gaikwad, takes the catch in the deep. Markram falling into the trap and paying the price. And he is gone for 15 of 14 balls,
3 fours, and he was looking once again deceptively good, wasn't he, Aiden Markram? That is a huge blow for India, big blow for South Africa.
Yeah, he was looking very confident when he was batting, but obviously it's not working out for him at the moment. Good bowling by Chahar at the other end. Obviously, the ball was pitching short. But good fielding as well. Good field positioning by KR Rahul. Man, not moving much. Straight down the fielder's throat on a deep square leg boundary. That brings on Rassie van der Dussen.
Yes, Rassie van der Dussen, South Africa's premier at the moment. Premier middle order batter. Rassie van der Dussen coming off a 129 not out, a 37 not out on the 2 matches so far in the Betway ODI series. He will be wanting to add another asterisk next to his name today for South Africa, averaging 75.9 runs in his innings so far in one-day international cricket. He's played 32 matches, 26 innings. He is in the form of his life at this particular type of format for South Africa, and in the T20 format. Test matches, he came good with a couple of key innings in the last 2 test matches to assist getting South Africa over the line. South Africa in trouble, Nathan.
Yeah, he scored 166 in the last 2 ODIs. They call him Putmathause, and we know why. Obviously, with these ODI stint with that domestic league competition.
Yeah, that's right. In the 4-day game, he was scored over 1,000 runs in the franchise
first class
series, when it was still only the 6 franchise teams playing. He had an outstanding season, which led him then into selection for South Africa, and he has come into the team late in his career, but he's made a massive impact for South Africa. Highly experienced at first class level, and now also at this format and at the test level is really making his mark. Matured late and bided his time, got the performances in at that level, and he's now here at Newlands in the 3rd Betway ODI with his partner at the other end. That is Quinton de Kock, who will be facing as they crossed while the ball was in the air. 4 balls left in the Chahar over. It is his 7th. He's got 2 wickets, and he's in to de Kock now. And this is a short on the line of leg stump. Tickles it around the corner. The man from fine leg, that's Giant Yadav, comes in and does the fielding. Yadav was that Prashid Krishna. It is who comes in and does the fielding. They take the single, and it will bring Rassie van der Dussen on strike. We'll give you the field for van der Dussen shortly. So it is a slip, a man at 3rd man, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. The deep mid-wicket, or deep forward square, man at long leg, 6-3, and offside, leg side field. It is Chahar in to van der Dussen, and this is on the line of a 4th stump line outside the off stump, and he leaves it alone. There is no run. South Africa losing wickets at regular intervals here in their opening innings of this, the first innings of this match here, the 3rd Betway ODI. Scores here in the day games lower than those that we find in the night games that are played here. Certainly the figures that we see are that the first innings only averages, I think, 192, I think it is, for the first innings in the day games, as opposed to the night games, which are 236. And this delivery played down to the man at mid-on, and there is no run, as in quickly is the substitute fielder, Surya Kumar Yadav coming in from mid-on, and there is no run. Remains 71 for 3 in the 13th over. Run rate 5.5 runs and over. These 2 batters with not that much to come. So David Miller still to come, Andile Peshwayo, Dwayne Pretorius, the recognized batter stroke all-rounders, short into the body of Van der Dussen. He rises the bounce, plays it down, gets over the top of it, plays it down to long leg. That's Yusvendra Chahal, and there is a single, 72 for 3 after the 13th over, 5.5 runs and over for South Africa. The wicket in that over of Aiden Markram. That's very disappointing for South Africa and for Aiden Markram.
Yeah, 3 wickets down inside the first 20 overs. It's a bit disappointing for South Africa. It will be interesting to see how they get back onto things now, because they know they are lacking a bit of runs, and obviously they're not quite lost wickets quite early as well.
Yeah, they did lose some early wickets, notably that of Yaneman Malan in only the 3rd over, caught behind by punt off Chahar when he was moving the ball. There was some movement early on for both Bumrah and Chahar, and India made the most of that. Almost an identical dismissal to Malan's dismissal in the first ODI in Paul, getting the outside edge through to punt, as South Africa losing that early wicket. Then Bavuma run out by Rahul, score on 34, and more recently Markram, who was caught in the deep by Gaikwad, the substitute fielder, of the bowling of Chahar for that 15. He was looking so good, as it's Prashid Krishna away from us now. Prashid into the left-handed the right-handed Van der Dussen, and he plays that into the offside. There is no run. I'll give you the field shortly for Van der Dussen, who has been, as we say, in outstanding form. Incredible average of his over 70 in one-day international cricket.
No, it's quite impressive. That's a record, ODI record. That's one of the highest records as well, with a man who has over 1,000 runs in the ODI format.
It's another great delivery from Prashid. It is pitched short. It's one for the over, says umpire Jele, but that was a legal delivery going over the shoulder of Van der Dussen, who is batting to a man at slip. There is a 3rd man, backward point, deep cover. In fact, they've brought the deep cover in to extra cover. Man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. They've increased the strength of the leg side field for Van der Dussen, as it is Rashid into him once again. Very good delivery, shortish of a length into the body of Van der Dussen, and he defends it out into the offside. It's notable that the pitch here very different to one at Paul. A lot more bounce.
Definitely so. I mean, we saw with both teams, they've obviously went with, well, the South Africans went, they took out Shamsi and brought in Pretorius.
Yeah.
Ashwin is out. They brought in another seamer as well.
So they have most certainly brought in Prashid Krishna here away from us at the Kelvin Grove end into Van der Dussen defence, into the leg side. Fielding is done at that mid-wicket position by, I think it's Gaikwad, it's Surya, sorry. It is Surya who's there at mid-wicket, and they don't take a run. 72 for 3 in the 14th over. Quinton de Kock is on the cusp of becoming the 9th highest ever run scorer for South Africa. It's Rashid away from us again to Van der Dussen, plays this, rides the bounce, plays this short ball outside the off stump down to 3rd man, 2 bounces to that is Yusvendra Chahal down there at 3rd man. They take a single, he goes to 2. De Kock 43, 73 for 3 in the 14th over, and the run rate just coming down a little bit for South Africa. Period of consolidation. They cannot afford to lose another wicket in quick succession here.
Rassi did very well with that shot. I mean, he was pitching just a bit short for past few deliveries. Obviously, just ramping it up down to 3rd man. Did very nicely there.
It is going to be Prashid again away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end for the last ball of his 3rd over to De Kock, and De Kock just defends the ball down into the pitch off a middle and off line, the ball angling across the left-hander, that is the end of the 14th over. South Africa 73 for 3 after 14, batting at about 5.2 runs and over, just shy of that. And the partnership between these two is only 3 runs, and that is in just over 1 over. They've only been batting together 12 overs and 2 balls was when we lost the Aiden Markram. South Africa lost Aiden Markram for his score of 15 of 14 deliveries. 70 for 3 was the score at that stage. Quinton de Kock, so much rests on this young man's shoulders.
Oh, definitely so. We have a change in bowling. We've got Yuzvendra Chahal coming in.
And not surprisingly, in fact, we have it's actually Giant Yadav who is going to be coming on from the Weinberg end here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. You are with us here on One World Sports Radio, 1WSR.com. Also, we are the official digital broadcaster for Cricket South Africa for this India series, and also for the upcoming West Indies Women and South African Women's Series. Please join us for that as well. The 4 ODIs starting on Wednesday out of the Wanderers, all 4 of those matches at the Wanderers, and that should be an outstanding series as well. Please join us on One World Sports Radio for that. We are expecting to be live streaming on the cricket.co.za website as the first ball from Yadav in this series is on the line in middle and off stump to Van der Dussen, and he plays it out into the leg side. There is a single, 74 for 3 South Africa, and it will be the left-handed de Kock that will be on strike. And to the off-spinner Yadav, we have just changing the field around so that they can compensate, they can change around for the left-hander. And we have a man at 45 on the leg side. We also have a man at deep square leg, mid-wicket, and long on the leg side to the right, to the left-hander. It's outside the off-stump, played into the cover region. That goes out to Chahal, who is patrolling the offside boundary, which is what he did for a lot of the match in Paarl on Friday. And they take the single, 75 for 3 in the 15th. And it's a no ball. Oh my goodness, it is a no ball bowled by the off spinner of his second delivery. So that will only be 14.1 over. That's a big no ball, actually. It is called by the third umpire. TV umpire today is Alahuddin Palaka. Calls the no ball. It's a free hit for Van der Dussen. Is he going to be able to dispatch this? The field is allowed to change for the right-hander because they did take the single, and there's a man going out to cow corner. There are now 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side for this free hit delivery. What is Van der Dussen going to be able to do with this delivery? And he bowls now. Van der Dussen tries to play it into the leg side and to the boundary. It only goes down to the man at long on, and they take the single. So Yadav gets away with that one. Almost inexcusable, or is completely inexcusable for anybody to bowl a no ball in one-day cricket, but for a spinner, even more inexcusable, one would say, as he's in now too. Quinton de Kock squares him up with this delivery that just straightens on the left-hander as he tries to play it into the leg side. There is no run. So we have that man at 45, deep square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off, extra cover, deep cover, third man as shortish at 45, and a slip as it's played straight down into the pitch by de Kock, and there is no run. 77 for 3 in the 15th, and getting through his overs very quickly is Yadav, a direct replacement for Ravi Ashwin in this team. He does not have a pedigree in ODI cricket to speak of, but we know he's played quite a lot of first-class matches. Yadav, he's in once again. De Kock plays this out into the offside to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. They take the single, 78 for 3, with 1 ball left in the Giant Yadav over. 53 matches at 34.09 he's played in his first-class career at List A level. So he has a lot of experience at that level. So 53 wickets at 34.09. 32 years of age. In fact, it was his birthday yesterday as he bowls to Fanadisson out into the cover field. The fielding done on the backward point boundary, running around to point. They take another single, 79 for 3 at the end of 15. Partnership goes to 9. Run rate remains at 5.3 runs per over, and won't be long, I'm sure, before we will be having a drink brought out here onto the field. Probably one more over before they will be taking drinks. South Africa progressing after a start which they would, Janeman Malan certainly would want to forget. Only one that he scored, losing that wicket in only the third over. First wicket down at 8, second wicket at 34, third wicket at 70. South Africa wanting to consolidate but keep the run rate going here. It has been a good innings once again from Quinton de Kock, but it's not him facing, it's actually it's Fanadisson facing. Oh, what a beautiful drive. Oh, Nathan.
Yeah, that ball dissecting that man at mid-on and man at cover region. Going down, straight down for 4. Beautiful drive. Man, the ball was pitched just outside off and full as well. Beautiful cover drive by Rusty Fanadisson.
Yeah, Rusty Fanadisson playing a beautiful drive on the up through the offside, through to the vacant cover, extra cover boundary. The field for him on the offside, 5-4 offside leg side field is going to be Rashid again away from us here. This is played again into the gap at cover. Is it going to reach to the boundary? No, they'll come back for the 2. Not as much energy into that shot. It was shorter, which has been the preferred length for Rashid from this end. A tall man, Rashid Krishna, bowling away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end. They don't have a man on the boundary in that deep cover position on the offside. First ball was played between extra cover and mid-on. Second one was played in the gap at cover. 6 runs off the first 2 balls of the over. Fanadisson goes to 11. And South Africa are 85 for 3. It is going to be Rashid away from us once again at the Kelvin Grove end. Short, and Rusty Fanadisson plays it into the ground. My goodness, he gets an under edge to that shortish delivery, and that could only have been a whisker away for his off stump.
That was a close one indeed. I think he was trying to wrap it down to third man again, but unfortunately catching that inside edge close to that to the wickets as well. Rusty Fanadisson will count himself lucky there.
My goodness, an extra coat of varnish, and that would have been gone for all love and money, and South Africa would have been in desperate stakes. So the field is continuing to be the ring field on the offside, but now Captain Rahul does decide for the 4th ball of the over to put a man out on the deep cover boundary. So the field does change. Third man, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep on man at deep square leg, and a man at long leg. It's into Fanadisson again. He plays this one, what he wanted to do off the previous delivery, plays now, able to get over the top of the ball this time, down wide of Chahal, who is that third man, and they take a single, 86 for 3 in the 16th over. This partnership 16. De Kock has got 45. Fanadisson has got 12. The run rate at the moment 5.5 runs per over for South Africa. The difficulty for South Africa, those 3 wickets down, and the partnership between Fanadisson and de Kock is absolutely crucial. We'll read a couple of tweets as well at the end of the over. This delivery to de Kock is a short one once again, signaled 1 for the over by umpire Mongane Jele, who is standing at the Kelvin Grove end. De Kock has a full go at it, not in control at all.
I think Krishna's his short balls are working out for him.
They are.
I think those 4 ones went down for 4, and the other one went for 2 runs. And I think these short balls working out well for him. Rusty Fanadisson obviously battling with the short balls from Krishna, and same with Quinton de Kock as well. Obviously, try to sweep, book the ball down to that backward square region, but obviously was unsuccessful that one.
It is Rashid away from us to de Kock, defends the ball on the line of middle and off stump, back to the bowler. There is no run. End of 16. 86 for 3 are South Africa. batting at 5.4 runs to the over, and Krishna comes to the end of his third over. He has bowled 3 overs for 14. He's been particularly effective with the shorter deliveries. Some of your comments, just to say from Dave Gear, comment coming in about, he said, I was about to comment that Quinny seemed to have got over his propensity to sky balls on the leg side. Nearly. He says there's he did sky 1 or 2, which he managed to get away with. And another comment coming in saying that India have arrived on our shores full of arrogance, and they are leaving certainly with not the same level of arrogance as they started. And most definitely, India were expected to do very well in the series against South Africa, and South Africa have done exceedingly well to win both the Test series and the One-Day series, as Van der Dussen is forward to Yadav, who is bowling from the Weinberg end, and it edges it into his pad. And once again, cries from the Indian fielders as it comes close to the stumps. Will go through the field at the end of this ball from Yadav to Van der Dussen. Shortish and a bit shorter this time outside the off stump, plays it down to Jasper Bumrah, who is at 45. On the offside, they take a single, total to 87 for 3 in the 17th over. It's going to be Quinton de Kock on strike, with just 3 runs short of becoming the 9th highest batter in ODI cricket for South Africa. Will overtake Faf du Plessis in the process. Oh my goodness, he's lucky to get away with this, and goes short of the man at the third man at 45 on the edge of the circle. He reacted a little bit late, excuse me, and when it did bounce, the spin took it away from the fielder here, and he concedes the 2 runs instead of just a single. But my goodness, great bowling from Yadav here. It pitched on line of leg stump, moved away from the left-hander, playing across the line, trying to get the ball to go to the boundary on the deep mid-wicket area, and it got away with that. It did Quinton de Kock. This time he plays it back to the bowler, who fumbles it slightly, but is able to recover well. So for de Kock, we have a man at 45 on the leg side, fine leg in the circle, man at long leg or deep backward square, mid-wicket, long on, long off, extra cover, deep cover, third man fine at 45, and a slip 5-4 offside leg side field. This defensively back to the bowler, and Yadav has already looked more incisive, I think, than Ashwin looked in both of the 2 ODIs so far.
Yeah, Jayant Yadav playing in his second ODI game, only the one back in 2016. You know, he's got a best of 8 for 22.
Now he is bowling into the pads of Quinton de Kock, and that is just played down to the man at 45. And there is a single, 77 for 3 in the 15th over. So we'll have that's probably 1 for 8. I think it's got best of 1 for 8. Those numbers, I think, are not what I've given you there. Not actually, no, it's not correct. So you've got 1 for 8. He's taken 1 wicket for 8 runs so far in his career. And so just to assist with that, as there is going to be a change of bowler here from the Kelvin Grove end. So the Indian team have looked to their premier fast bowler, Jasper Bumrah, who's coming back into the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. As I said, they're bowling around the wickets to Quinton de Kock, looking to get the wicket of de Kock. De Kock now is on that 48, and the scoreboard does not seem to have moved on. Just going to have a look at that now. I think they're just correcting themselves. It's Bumrah to de Kock, plays this down to the man at that shortish backward point, and there is no run. 86 for 3. It is of 16.1 overs. De Kock is on score, just waiting for the scoreboard to catch up. Kock is on 48 of 54. He has now overtaken Faf du Plessis in the number of runs scored for South Africa, as it's going to be Bumrah once again away from us at the Kelvin Grove end. Tudorcom defends into the offside, ball moving slightly away from him outside the off stump. So for de Kock, we have a third man, backward point, deep point, man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man on the long leg boundary, and a man at deep square leg. And Quinton de Kock, 2 away from yet another half century in this format of the game. What a player he has been for South Africa. Bumrah into him, that is short outside the off stump, and trying the ramp shot here is Quinton de Kock, misses the ball yet again. This has been a theme of the innings so far for not just him, but other batters as well.
Yeah, the dot balls might prove costly later on, especially with having 2 wickets down.
And could so easily have lost his wicket there to Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah, such a clever bowler. He's away from us now to de Kock. This is much fuller and angles it down to third man. Will walk through for the single, and just trotting towards the end of that single as it goes down there to, it is Gaikwad, the replacement fielder, who's down there on the boundary at third man to left-hander, and immediately to the right-hander it will be Bumrah coming over the wicket from the Kelvin Grove end at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. You're listening to One World Sports Radio here at Newlands for the third Betway ODI. Bumrah away from us now to Van der Dussen, into him. Short again, this is played down to the man at long leg, and he's over the top of that well, Van der Dussen, and there is a single to him. He goes to 14, de Kock's on 49. The partnership between these two, 22, 92 for 3 in the 18th over. Run rate achieved 5.2 runs, or close enough to that at the moment. Short ball being used to good effect by India here, Nathan.
Yeah, just bowling towards Quinton de Kock.
And he passed umpire Jele. That is short and wide this time, though, as Quinton de Kock goes to yet another 50 in ODI cricket. And that will be, for the South African batter, his 28th 50 in ODI cricket. His numbers 50 runs off 59 balls, 5 fours, and yet, as I say, another great knock by him.
Another great knock indeed by Quinton de Kock. Obviously, we know that he's coming off great form with the ODIs, with the other 2 ODIs back in Paul. Another knock for Quinton de Kock. Let's hope that he takes it over the line for the South Africans.
Yes, indeed. South Africa looking to do much better than the average score for a day game here at Newlands, which is 192 in the first innings. Big difference between playing during the day here and playing in a day-night match, as Yadav continues, that giant Yadav continues from the Weinberg end, and is played into the offside by de Kock. He's got a slip, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, long on, mid-wicket, long leg, and a man at 45 on the leg side, defended into the offside, once again picked up by the captain, KL Rahul. There is no run, 93 for 3. Rahul effecting the run out of his opposing captain, Temba Bavuma, with the South African score on 34, only getting 8 today, the South African captain. Oh, Quinton de Kock goes for a massive 6 out on the leg side towards the railway stand. Yadav is interested for the review. They don't know whether they're going to go for it. They have some time left to go. Thinks it's a bit high. The pitch is a bouncy. They've once again in the Test match series found that the bounce took the ball over the stumps. That is probably why umpire Maria Rasmus was unmoved. A huge appeal, but they don't go with the review. Survives, does Quinton de Kock, and that's into him again. And he's again tentatively forward, and this time just dabs it out into the offside where the slip does the fielding. That's Virat Kohli, and that there is no run. It did look high on the replay, probably going over the stump. So good decision not to take the review. It remains 93 for 3 in the 19th over. Good fielding again by the captain, Rahul, diving to his right at extra cover, but that can't prevent the single. 94 for 3 in the 19th. Good bowling here from the Yadav, bowling from the Weinberg end. Only his second ODI. So really, 32 years of age though. He's had plenty of experience.
Plenty of experience in these ODI domestic competitions down in India. Doing a fairly good job here against the Proteas.
Doing an outstanding job for the Indian team. And once again, bowling over the wicket this time to Fanadisson. Almost like a medium pace of the speed on that. Hits him on the pad with that one high and drifting down the leg side. There is no real thought of a confident appeal, and they do not take a run, though. It is 94 for 3. The run rate for the first time dropping just under the 5 runs and over. South Africa have been throttled here by Yadav. 3 overs, 0 for 11. And Prashid Krishna, who's also been bowling well from the Weinberg end. And he bowled 4 overs, 0 for 21. Bumrah coming back into the attack, an over a go. 5 overs, 0 for 24. Chahar's got the wickets of Markram, who was caught in the deep, and the message coming through from one of the listeners on StreamYard saying, "What is Markram done? Just giving his wicket away," and really very disappointing for South African fans to see Aiden Markram, who looked in such good form, not being able to go on today to make more runs than his 37 not out in the match at Paarl on Friday. Defended the first ball, the over defended the offside. Bumrah was in for 2 to Cox. 94 for 3 in the 20th over. We'll be swapping over at the end of this particular over. And you're going to be having Tsepo Taylor joining you with Nasri Alexander, as it is Bumrah away from us now at the Kelvin Grove end, past umpire Jelly, around the wicket to Quinton de Kock, edges that one off the face of the bat, down to the man at third man, and they take the single. So 95 for 3 in the 20th over. South Africa, just with these two, quiet period of play, just trying to set the platform, Nathan.
Three relatively early wickets. As I mentioned, the run rate would go down. It's now under 5 runs per over. These two will be looking to guide it, maybe go towards the 40th over, but obviously be consistent now with the run rate. Maybe just over 5 runs per over.
Bumrah to the right-handed Fanadisson. That's another short delivery over the head of Fanadisson, and it is this time called wide, as it was well over the head of Fanadisson in his normal stance. Wangani Jele signalling that another run to the total for South Africa, 96 for 3 in the 20th over. And at the end of this over, as I said, double commentary will change. You're going to be having Tsepo Taylor with Nasri Alexander joining him. It's Bumrah to Fanadisson into the pads of the South African right-hander, and goes down to square leg where it is fielded, and they take the single. That is 97 for 3 in the middle of the 20th over. Partnership 27, de Kock 52, Fanadisson 15. The 52 for Quinton de Kock of 66 balls. That is a lot slower than his innings at Paarl on Friday, but the conditions here very different. The pitch has got a lot of bounce. There's something in it for the bowlers. That is why India decided to bowl as he's around the wicket. Oh, that is so cleverly played by Quinton de Kock. That is ramped up over the wicket-keeper from a ball that was short and into him outside the off stump, and it almost goes straight behind Rishabh Pant down to the boundary, just bouncing in front of the boundary. That is South Africa's 100. 101 of 124 balls, 11 fours, and Quinton de Kock goes to 56 with that boundary. With him, Rassi Fanadisson on 15. The partnership is 31. And so just over 5 and over South Africa are batting at. And the field is not as widespread now, although they do have 4 men outside the ring on both sides of the wicket, 2 men on both sides of the wicket. And Quinton tries to carve this one through the offside, gets an under edge. It goes down to the man coming around from long leg, that's Yuzvendra Chahal, but he cannot prevent them coming through for the 2. False stroke from Quinton de Kock. Gets away with it though, as he so often does, fortunately for South Africa. 103 for 3 in the 20th over. Fortune once again favouring the brave for South Africa and for Quinton de Kock. There's been a couple of false shots today, but he is still there. Bumrah trying to prize him out away from us at the Kelvin Grove end. This is played directly to the man at mid-wicket, and that is Shreyas Iyer, and that there is no run. South Africa now 103 for 3 after 20. And over to you, Nate, just to summarise quickly before we both say goodbye.
No, that is 103 for 3 after 20th over. These batsmen are looking pretty solid at the moment. The Indians are 2 overs behind the over rate at the moment. And I'm joined by Tepo.
Yes, Nate, it's been interesting playing here. India 2 overs behind after South Africa now have crossed the century mark. 103 for 3 after 20 overs. Quinton de Kock is still in the middle here. He's got himself a lovely little 58 off 69 delivery, so not quite striking at the same rate we saw at par, but he will continue. Rassie van der Dussen on strike here for Yadav, a back of a length delivery outside off stump, a quick single taken to the man at cover, a shy at the stumps, head in hands from the entire Indian team as they had the opportunity to run out set batsman Quinton de Kock. And Najri, what a time to come in. South Africa 104 for 3. It's hot out here.
Good afternoon, Tepo. What a time to get in the box. The two batsmen, Rassie van der Dussen and Quinton de Kock, were looking so comfortable at the crease. And just as we took our seats, a very iffy run, so to say, and he would have definitely been out if it was a better throw.
If he threw that better, the iffy run would have been run out. And Kala Mtusi says, did Bavuma get run out to another? Oh my gosh! Oh, full length half volley in the arc, out the park, just driven down the ground for 6 runs. Quinton de Kock. Hey, if you aim for the king, hey, you better not miss, Brad. Damn!
Tepo, I think that shot deserved all your energy over there.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that was the shot of the day so far. Quinton de Kock is looking in imperious form.
This one going down the leg side, or actually just wrapping Quinton de Kock on the pads, a full-length delivery, and Yadav, after taking a bit of tap off the last delivery, comes back with a delivery that is a little bit more difficult to play. But Quinton de Kock just stamping his authority on the game here. Very, very valuable wicket as comes around the wicket as Yadav, a beautiful reverse sweep from Quinton de Kock, pierces the gap behind square on the onside with no third man in place. Another boundary here for Quinton de Kock, trying to hit Yadav out of the attack.
It looks like Quinny is just stepping up another gear after a very tricky morning where the ball was definitely doing something, unlike in Paul. But Quinny's got through it, kind of like a test match innings, so to say, got through it, and now he's cashing in those middle overs.
Indeed, a full-length delivery now to Quinton de Kock, and he just drives this down to long on for a single. He had a slip, a man at short, third man, also mid on. Oh, sorry, it's for a right-hander now, Rassie van der Dussen, who has a leg slip. Okay, so Virat Kohli is not moving from his position. A leg slip, a man at short, third man, cover, mid off, a man at deep back, a deep point, mid wicket as well. And Yadav just pulling out of his run up and not bowling the ball. There's also a man at long on and a man at a deep backward square leg. So not quite a fine leg, but he's definitely on the boundary. This delivery rocketed in to the right-handed Rassie van der Dussen on his off stump, driven back to the bowler for no run. And that ends the 21st over. A mammoth over there. Literally 2 boundaries, a huge 6, and a brilliant reverse sweep 4 for Quinton de Kock. South Africa 115 for 3 after 21 overs. De Kock on 69 and Rassie van der Dussen on 16 of 21. That's 69 of 72 balls.
Tepo, the partnership is developing nicely. Batsmen came together with South Africa in a tricky position, but the partnership now 45. They've like I said, they've gotten through that new ball period, and now it's what they call the money overs. Through the middle, key rotating the strike, putting the bad ball away, like Quinton de Kock did in the last over. I think Quinton de Kock is going to be the man to actually, up the strike rate, go more, and Rassie van der Dussen kind of plays that anchor role
Yes.
through the middle of the innings.
Indeed.
And he's in good form.
Both of them in good form here. Both of them making runs throughout the series. Rassie van der Dussen in the first one, and we see Uzvendra Chahal coming into the attack now. And as you said, very vital in the middle overs for India to slow down the run rate. We've seen that South Africa have been guilty of being quiet in the middle overs in one-day internationals in the past, but now with the top order striking, with the batters actually doing quite well. They've done quite well to score runs of late. Don't forget to tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear from you. Keep you in the conversation. As we see Quinton de Kock here. He has a leg slip in place for Chahal. This one flighted on the pads of de Kock, drives this down the ground on the offside. The man at long off will do the fielding as the South African batters come through for 2. He's now on 71 off. He's on 71, and Rassie van der Dussen on 16, 71 off 74 balls.
I must say that was brilliant running from the two batters. A very hard day once again at Newlands, and keeping the fields under pressure, running the first one hard. Very important in the middle overs.
Indeed, Chahal coming over the wickets, right arm over the wickets to Quinton de Kock, flighted into the pads and driven on the onside now, where the man at mid-wicket does the fielding. Kial Raul, he has a long on, a deep square leg, a deep backward square leg. Also a man at short third man, points, cover, and long off. Flighted delivery once again on the pads, driven to the bowler. Good fielding off his own bowling from Chahal for no run there.
I think, like we said in Paul, the South Africa have played the spinners really well throughout the series. They've definitely improved since the last time India were here and they lost the series 5-1.
Indeed, a flight to delivery now on middle stump, driven to long off for a single. And Rassie van der Dussen now on strike. And I couldn't agree with you more. We saw in the first one-day international, Ravi Chandran Ashwin and Chahal only getting the one wicket between them. It was Ashwin's wicket. Chahal only, let me confirm with you, I believe he only struck once in the previous game as well. So that's the key for the South Africans in the batting department. The partnerships, number 1, and how well they've been playing the spinners, number 2, especially in the middle overs on the very slow pitches. Rassie van der Dussen on strike, Chahal over the wicket, flighted onto the pads, whipped off those very same pads all the way down to the man at deep mid-wicket. Another single here for South Africa, 119 for 3, rotating the strike nicely here.
Actually, you make a good point there, Tipo, about South Africa playing the spinners. And Janeman Malan, after the last game, in the post-match press conference, actually spoke about how they've outplayed the Indian batters in the spin department, basically.
Literally, flight to delivery outside off stump for Quinton de Kock. A solid block on the offside and long on does the fielding. So a good block into the gap. That brings up the 50 partnership for Quinton de Kock and Rassie van der Dussen. That 50 partnership coming off 60 balls, 3 fours, 1 massive 6. De Kock 31 and van der Dussen 17, 2 extras in this partnership.
That is a brilliant partnership, just what South Africa needed at the time. And once again, the theme of the series is when South Africa lost a wicket or lost 2 or 3 quick wickets, there's always 1 or 2 batters that have stepped up. And that's a huge fillip to the batting department and the batting unit as a whole. It's only David Miller that hasn't got a chance to bat.
Literally. and the thing is, he hasn't got a chance to bat, and that's a good sign you'd feel for the South African batters. As this delivery flighted to Rassie van der Dussen, inside out cover drive. It was in the air for a while as it was wide of the man at cover. The man at long off will do the fielding on the cover boundary, and Rassie van der Dussen will get 2 for a good looking shot. It was airborne though, so a potential chance for a catch, but well placed in the end.
Now, de Kock, like you said, the previous over, it seems like he's going to target Yadav from the end, and not just let him bowl anymore. His eyes in.
Giant Yadav now bowling to Rassie van der Dussen, a full-length delivery on the pads, just played to the man at long on for a single. It was a solid forward defensive that keeps the strike rotating, keeps the scoreboard ticking at 123 now for 3. the cock to play a back of a length delivery that just played back to the bowler for no run.
You know, Tipo, we've spoken about how South Africa has improved against spin bowling, and Rassie van der Dussen is the epitome of that, of how he has improved, especially against spinners.
Flight to delivery on the pads of Quinton de Kock, driven straight to long on for a single. Now, I couldn't agree more as this over ends the 23rd over, South Africa 129 for 3. And what I saw in particular, they're actually just checking for the no ball here. Murray Rasmus not moving just yet. And yes, no ball confirmed not to have happened. So that does end the over 129 for 3. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Rassie van der Dussen with the spin bowling. The way he came forward to it in the last game, we saw a lot of sweeps, a lot of reverse sweeps from the South African. And what you can tell from that, if you're playing spin on the front foot, shows that you are confident.
Yeah. No, 100%. Tipo. I remember Rassie van der Dussen when he just got into the team. He was playing in Shadab Khan and the Pakistan spinners, and he really struggled to score. What he's worked on and what's evident in this series that his scoring options has really opened up. You know, he's opened up more of the field for himself.
Indeed.
You know, like I said, giving him more options, reverse sweeps, going down the ground. You know, so he's really giving him more scoring options, and it's evident he has a ODI average of 75.
My man, this man is
getting
cooking.
big scores.
Literally an ODI average of 75 here. A lot of not outs there as well as Chahal continues to Quinton de Kock. This one flighted outside the off stump, a solid forward defensive. He has himself a leg slip, backward point. Also a man at cover and long off on the offside. On the leg side, Kel Rao is standing at mid wicket, long on, and a man at deep square leg and a deep backward square leg. This one whipped off the pads, deep backward square leg, doing the fielding there, casually runs single. No need to run two there.
So the field for the right-handed van der Dussen, we see a deep square leg going out on the boundary. On the railway side, we see a deep mid-wicket. And then also long on that's coming into the circle. We also have a long off and someone on the square boundary on the offside.
Indeed. South Africans here, good consolidation, 130 for 3 as this delivery, a good length delivery, pitching in line with middle stump, turning towards off stump. Rassie van der Dussen fends at this, and as it goes to a short third man, no run taken there.
It seems like India is still keen to break the partnership, though. There's still a slip in place, still on the attack, basically. Chahal has just started his spell, so give him an attacking field.
This one on the pads, whipped off the pads by Rassie van der Dussen. They thought about a quick single there, but decided against it as Rishabh Pant moved swiftly to do the fielding at a short square leg region. And it's vital that the Indians will want to keep their tails up, will want to stay aggressive during these middle over periods. They've done well to slow down the run rate to an extent. A stumping opportunity as this turns away from the right hand, a good length delivery, beating the outside edge of Rassie van der Dussen, and Rishabh Pant moved swiftly once again to absolutely dislodge one of the stumps. I can't tell which one it is. It's the off stump. Did very, very well there. What bowling there from Chahal as well.
That's the perfect leg spinner. Shane Warne would love that delivery. Pitched on middle, just turned enough to beat the outside edge, the forward defensive from Rassie van der Dussen. Achieving that, Chahal has settled in nicely into his ball. 1.5 over so far for 6 runs.
Indeed. Rassie van der Dussen relatively deep in his crease as he came forward. This one, a flighted delivery on the pads, whipped through the onside all the way to the cow corner boundary. It's running all the way along the ground. So a great reply here from an over-pitched delivery for Rassie van der Dussen.
Oh, brilliant, Teppo. And just as we touched on how he has opened up the scoring areas, the old Rassie van der Dussen would have maybe knocked that for a single, but the new, better Rassie van der Dussen, especially in limited overs cricket, whipped it away for 4. After getting a almost unplayable ball, the previous delivery, he's put that at the back of his mind and used his feet well, whipped it through the gap for 4. And that's the new and improved 75 average in ODI cricket, Rassie van der Dussen.
Indeed, it's a mental game and a technical game here that Rassie van der Dussen has improved. And the Indian bowlers will be trying to find a way to get him out. A few good deliveries here and there, but what you feel about the Indian bowlers is that they just let it go with the freebie delivery from time to time. And it's vital for the South Africans that they take advantage of those shots, or at least take advantage of those deliveries when they do come, to make sure that they get every scoring opportunity they can. Yadav coming into the tap around the wicket to the left-handed Quinton de Kock, right arm around. This one a back of length delivery played behind square, where man at short third man had done the fielding. I will give you the field changes here as Rassie van der Dussen, the right-hander, is now on strike. He has himself a leg slip, a man at short third man, deep backward point, cover, mid-off, a mid-wicket that is relatively close to the strip, a long on, a man at deep mid-wicket, and a man at deep backward square leg. A good delivery here from Yadav, good length, line outside the off stump, stayed relatively low, and Rassie van der Dussen came forward and blocked this to the man at cover for no run.
Except when you speak about that bad ball in every over, it's also the South African batsman who's putting pressure on the bowlers. And that's when the bad ball comes.
Indeed, couldn't agree more. This one driven to the man at mid-off for scampered through single for Rassie van der Dussen. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. The rotation of strikers, the score goes to 36 now, or 136 for 3. That is literally the key for the South Africans. With the right-hand, left-hand combination, you make it difficult for the bowlers to maintain those lines and lengths, as this delivery whipped off the pads by Quinton de Kock, a good length delivery, and the man at deep square leg will do the fielding. A casual single as they move to 137 for 3.
Just Tipo, I think as this partnership has developed, they've kind of transferred that pressure back onto the fielding side with good running, and also putting the bad ball away. With that good running comes the keeping the bowler guessing all the time, and the bad ball will come. So it's actually brilliant batting by these two South African batsmen.
Couldn't agree more. Pressure here on India as this back of a length delivery whipped off the pads of Rassie van der Dussen. The man at mid-wicket will do the fielding. And that's the thing here. You're not seeing many dot balls. Even the good balls are being put away for singles. And that way, the scoreboard keeps ticking, the strike keeps rotating, and the bowling side under pressure. That's much like how pressure works. When the bowling side literally brings in the dot balls, the batters will look for different ways to score runs. And that's where Timber Bavuma's run out came, a run that should not have come. Coming around the wickets to Quinton de Kock, inside out cover drive, just beating the man inside his left at cover as the man at long off does the fielding. 139 for 3 after 25 overs now.
The Chipo, like we said, this partnership has gone quickly. It seems like just when we came on here, it was a 50 partnership, and the partnership is now 69. Sure. It just shows how these two batters have accelerated in the last few overs. But they haven't even looked like they've gone for big shots or anything like that. It's just that they transferred the pressure back onto the bowlers, and the bad balls have come and they have put it away. And once you open your eyes, the partnership is literally gone to 70.
You blink and all of a sudden the partnership's pretty high. And right now, halfway mark, South Africa 139 for 3. What we normally hear is that Bon Jovi song that, we're halfway there. We even saw some tweets in the previous game. Normally you double the score here from the halfway, or actually from 30 overs in fact. This one, Chahal continuing. Flight to delivery outside the off stump, blocked by Quinton de Kock, back to the bowler for no run.
I think that was the old method, Tsepo, double the score after 30 overs. Mm-hmm. But T20 cricket, since the advent of T20 cricket, that has gone out the window because you just don't know how many batters can get anymore in the last 10 especially.
True that. So this one, a good length, a good delivery from Chahal. Another dot ball as this one, a good length on off stump, driven back to him. He has a mid-wicket, a man at square leg, a man at fine leg, deep mid-wicket, and long on for the left-hander on the onside. A flight to delivery on the pads, and it was in the air for quite some time, but it went square of the wicket to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Sorry, I thought it was a little bit more in front of square, a little bit more straight, going for that gap at cow corner. But it actually went straight to the fielder for a single. 140 now for 3.
I see for the right-handed Van der Dussen to the leg spinner, they've gone back with a slip. And there's also 4 other fields in the ring. So they're definitely trying to firstly break the partnership and then put the new batters under pressure.
And this one driven down the ground to long off for a single. And also what we noticed as South Africa moved to 141 for 3 for Rassie van der Dussen on the onside, there were 2 men sweeping in the deep at deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket, and the man at a short fine leg and mid wicket. And mid on. So there was a big gap here that you would have expected Rassie van der Dussen to sort of try to go for, playing across the line. This one, Quinton de Kock now on strike, flighted outside the off stump back to the bowler. And those are the types of things that you'd see trying to play across the line, maybe getting a leading edge and go get a catch for the bowler. Chahal over the wickets, right arm over to Quinton de Kock. And he delicately blocks this for no run to end the 26th over, 141 for 3. De Kock on 82 now, and Rassie van der Dussen on 29. It's 82 of 92 and 29 of 33.
It was a very good over from Charles. He only conceded 2 runs in that over. But just on that field for Rassie van der Dussen, with the leg spin and table, that's the old school method of time to give the batter to play against the turn. And because it slips in, I mean, that's just the old school Indian, how they play on their types of pitches. You know, I'm trying to get the batter to score, get his eyes big, basically, for that big gap.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
And force the ball. And once your slip is in place and your short extra cover, that's where the wicket comes. Normally. You know.
Indeed. And we had a tweet here from Wood saying that the spinners haven't really been producing results here for the Indians. And we spoke about how the South African bats have been doing very well to mitigate the spin, haven't lost too many wickets there. And as that tweet comes, we see a bowling change. Prashid Krishna coming into attack from the Weinberg end. We also have a Facebook comment from Yuan Liversage saying, please commentary. The commentary is good, but stick to it. No more singing. And I apologize for that. So I just felt that the Bon Jovi song was appropriate, but fair enough. The fans have spoken and the singing will stop. We hear you, Yuan. And if you want to be heard, please do tweet us at OneWorldSR. Comments on Facebook, comments on YouTube. And here comes Krishna with a short length delivery. Rassie van der Dussen gets on top of it and smacks it to the onside for a single as the man sweeping at deep mid wicket does the cleaning up.
It doesn't seem like Johan is going to vote for you in SA Idols anytime soon.
I'm going for the wooden mic, my friend. Wooden mic all the way. I'm not trying to be a dull out here. I know my lane and I'm going to stay in it. Commentary and bad singing, but obviously the bad singing has to stop. The fans have spoken and we love hearing from the fans. Once again, do comment in, do tweet. We'd love to hear from you.
Just Jadav Yadav, his spell, he had 6 overs for 37. After a good start, it seems like South Africans got used to his place and how it's his first game of the series. First time they had a look at him on the tour, especially. And they really took to him in his latter overs.
Indeed. This one, a good length delivery for the left hand on top of off stump. And Quinton de Kock just whips it off his hips to a vacant square leg region for a casual single. 143 now for 3.
Prashid Krishna's first spell, 4 overs for 21. I think KL Rahul is looking, turning back to him to get that breakthrough. It seems like the seamers are going to have more joy on this type of wicket, but all that moisture of this morning has dissipated from if there was any, the heat has taken it out of the pitch.
A good length delivery on top of off stump for the right-handed Rassie van der Dussen. Open face of the bat and plates the man at backward point. As you heard, backward point, third man, a man at point. And there's also a man sweeping on the offside in the deep. It's Chahal. A man at cover, man at mid-off, mid-on. That's a little bit, he's actually on the circle. And on the onside, just the other two are the deep mid-wickets and the long leg at 45 on the onside. So a very big gap here on the leg side and lots of coverage on the off. This one just outside off stump, played very late, a back foot punch that just went past the man at backward point. It was airborne briefly as the Indians had cries of catch it, but it went all the way down to the man fielding on the boundary, Jasprit Bumrah, for a single. 144 for 3.
Just looking at South Africa's lineup, Chico, if we touch on the one change, when Pretorius comes in for Tabrisham, it definitely lengthens the batting, and we might see an earlier than usual acceleration towards the end of the innings because he's the extra batter in the lineup.
Never thought of it that way, and South Africans will probably be keen to use the rest of their order. We saw that David Miller came in pretty late. This delivery coming over the wickets to Quinton de Kock. Good length delivery. Quinton de Kock on the back foot, just blocking this for no run. And probably see an acceleration in maybe the 35th over, maybe even the 40th over, instead of the 45th, just throwing hull and leather, just throwing the ball to the boundary as much as they can. And as well, with less movement on offer, we saw a lot of movement with the new ball. Less movement on offer, it's a lot easier. Quinton de Kock dots this down, backward of square to the man at backward point. Virat Kohli does the fielding, no run there, as after 27 over, South Africa 144 for 3.
Yes, Chepo. I mean, Quinton de Kock is going to keep playing his game for sure. He doesn't change in any format. Basically, he just if he sees us there to eat, he will go. But someone like Rassie van der Dussen, I think with this lineup that they have, after consolidating first with de Kock in this partnership that now stands at 74, I think maybe 30 to 35 overs they can think of just accelerating the score. We saw this morning the average total for Newlands in day games in the first innings is not that high. But on a day like today, and then playing the spin as well, I think that average score, they're going to burst that average score to a maximum.
Indeed, the consolidation in the middle overs to not lose too many wickets are definitely working in the South Africans' favour as Chahal comes over the wickets to the right-handed Rassie van der Dussen. It's back of a length and cuts to the man at backward point for a single. And we have a tweet here from Diana Patterson saying the singing was lovely. Oh, a nice little punctuation to the commentary. So, okay, the fans they carry on speaking. They do love the singing. Some like it, some don't. But I promise I will only sing when appropriate. I won't just batter your ears unnecessarily. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Diana. Chahal coming over the wicket to left-hander Quinton de Kock, a reverse sweep that pierces the gap between backward points and points, and it runs to the boundary. That was classy placement from the left-hand bat.
That was brilliant placement, Tepo. We have two men in that point position for the left-hander, and Quinton de Kock. If you took a rule, I think it's straight in the middle of those two players. They were standing and looking at each other. Nobody moved. That's how good the placement was.
Also, a lot of power. Got there very quickly. So if there was movement, it would have been in vain as Chahal continues here. Good length delivery now on off stump. It looks like a similar delivery that Quinton de Kock just whips to the leg side for a single. And as you said, you were talking about it with Rassie van der Dussen, but the repertoire of shots here from the South African batsmen are looking very good. A ball that's on the offside, normally you'd see a shot ahead of square with a cover drive or a cut from Quinton de Kock. A beautiful reverse sweep, but this time it sweeps. It's in the air for a long time, and it goes behind square into the gap there as well. One bounce 4 as it was airborne for quite some time. That's 2 boundaries in this over. That brings up the 150 for South Africa. And that's 150 coming in 172 balls, 16 fours and 1 6 to take South Africa to 153 for 3.
Another brilliant shot by Quinton de Kock. He's really maneuvering the field.
Exactly.
He's making the captain think again. Another field change as the deep square leg comes square, more square from the wicket. Just with that ball went. So he's definitely maneuvering the field and making Kel Rahul think about that field placing.
And that shows a batter in control here. And literally the gap that opened on the leg side, Quinton de Kock plays it there now. It was a good length delivery on the leg stump, and he just whipped it in between the man at maybe a backward square leg, but still within the circle. Got himself a single, 154 for 3. Rassie van der Dussen on strike has himself a short, fine leg, a man at mid-on, a deep backward square leg, and also a deep mid-wicket. On the offside, a cover, a point, a short third man, and then on the boundary, a man sweeping square of the wicket on the offside, and also a long off. This one, a good length delivery, pitching in line with off stump, turning away from the right hand and left by Rassie van der Dussen. He feels there are enough runs in this over, literally 10 off that over, as South Africa now 154 for 3. India 1 over behind the over rate.
Yeah, I think the spinners will pull it back, Tepo, especially that over rate. But just on Quinton de Kock, he's played brilliantly from the second ODI, and now he's in the 90s. Again, I think the new family member might have something to do with his fantastic touch that is in with the bat.
Bro, whenever people mention that Quinton de Kock is a dad, it puts such a big smile on my face, bro. Truly, 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 I'm very happy for Quinton de Kock. Good luck with his new daughter, and he's in a rich vein of form at the moment. Coming over the wickets is Krishna, as this one a short length delivery towards the chest of Quinton de Kock. He plays this behind square to the man at fine leg for a single. 155 for 3 now. Quinton de Kock on 93 off 100 balls. And Rassie van der Dussen now at the strikers end on 32 off 38.
Just the way Quinton de Kock has gone about this innings, Triple. He took full responsibility as the senior guy in the top order. Got through that new ball, saw wickets fall around him.
Yes.
Also, and he sits on 93 at the moment.
Good length delivery here from Krishna on the off stump of Rassie van der Dussen. Just darted down towards the man at backward point for a single.
Yeah, also just looking at the field for Krishna bowling to Rassie van der Dussen, we have a ring field on the offside, 4 men in the ring, and we also have mid-on as well, so 5 men in total in the ring. Big vacant spaces on the leg side, so that's an easy single, so his line will definitely be outside off stump.
Especially square and behind square of the wickets. There is coverage there. This one, as you said, outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen drives this through cover and point, but there's a man sweeping there in the deep, so he just gets a single. 156 for 3. And we have a comment here from Johan Liversage just saying that the no singing was a joke, but rather stick to your day job, and we take that. We appreciate that. As the last delivery, James, please calm down. The last delivery was a no ball, so there's a free hit here. Ole, as we hear the trumpets in the background.
I think if you are 93, Tepo, and you get a free, that's almost like the perfect scenario. If you're in the nervous 90s, you can have a free swing.
Literally.
And de Kock is definitely going to look to take this downtown, let's say.
He'll take this anywhere. As long as it's over the boundary, Quinton de Kock will be happy. A free run, a free hit. And it's for the man that has been holding his bat, Quinton de Kock on 93. Krishna comes over the wicket to the left hand. That's a back of a length delivery and a sent way back over the bowler's head. 6 runs with a cross bat slap. Oh, beautiful.
And that sees Quinton de Kock go to 99. So like I said, Tepo, that a free hit can, that nervous 90s can disappear easily with a free hit, and now he's just 1 away from what would be a brilliant century.
Yes, and the Indians really need to arrest these extras. A free hit is not what you want in these middle overs. They were starting to build the pressure from time to time, but South Africa in control here. Quinton de Kock on 99. Ooh, just beating the outside edge with the back of a length delivery. Okay, Krishna. Okay, my man. That was quite the delivery.
It seems like Quinton de Kock was just looking for that old white ball shot, so to say, that dab to third man, just to get to the 3-figure mark. Not quite there for the shot, and it beat him.
Definitely did beat him there. Trying to go for an easy single as he now the man that was at mid wicket coming into that region here at short third man. Actually, even shorter. It actually looks like a backward point just behind square. So there's a point at backward point, man at cover, man at mid off, sweeping on the offside. Just in front of square, and also a man at long on. So offside, very much coverage here. And this delivery just outside off stump, played off the back foot on the up by Quinton de Kock. And Virat Kohli does the fielding at points. And on the leg side, Chahal at mid on. There's a man at square leg, so big gap in between the two of them. And then also a man at fine leg.
They definitely closed that gap for that dab to third man. I think KL Rahul, as a batsman himself, knows if a batsman's on 99, but that's the go-to shot.
Easy runs.
They're just trying to keep Quinton on strike and keep the pressure on. As we know, 99 is a big number.
This one on the offside, a beautiful missed time drive on the up. It was a full length delivery, a little bit of a half volley, and the man at cover picks it up. So no run there, no century for Quinton de Kock in this over. 163 for 3 now after 29 overs. Double digits or double trouble for Quinton de Kock, 99. Van der Dussen, 33. And as you heard, South Africa, 163.
I think the first thing for South Africa and for the two batteries is once Quinton de Kock gets his century, I genuinely think that he's going to go hard after he gets his milestone. You know?
Agreed.
Because that would be the 30 over mark. And like we said, Tsepo, that's generally as we used to say in 50 over cricket when you double the score. And with South Africa on 163 for 3, we can expect something over the 300 mark, definitely.
Indeed, with the wickets in hand, especially, you'd feel that South Africa will probably accelerate the run rate. This one, a full-length delivery, driven off the pads by Rassie van der Dussen through the onside, all the way to the cow corner boundary. So immediately, Chahal comes into the attack. First ball of the over, driven down the ground for a boundary. So pressure put on the Indian bowler here. 167 for 3. Oh, what a shot. Wow.
That was a brilliant shot from Rassie van der Dussen. And that was against the turn, Tsepo. He actually made it into a half volley, you know, and just whipped it in the gap between mid-on and deep mid-wicket.
Chahal coming over the wicket once again. The flight's delivery on the pads, just tickled around the pads. Rassie van der Dussen, the man at short, fine leg, does the fielding. A single there takes South Africa to 168 for 3. And Quinton de Kock now on strike. The fielders all coming in from the boundary on the offside. He has a third man, a short third man, a short point, or a man at conventional point, cover, long off. He also has a mid-wicket, a man at square leg, a conventional square leg, also deep square leg, a fine leg, and a man at a long on for the spinner. This one outside the off stump, played around the pads, Quinton de Kock, and he will get himself to a century. It may be leg buys, actually, as the crowd are up. Yes, it's leg buys. So the scoreboard, a little bit premature there. It did come off the pads, and the crowd will have to say they're clapping a little bit premature.
That was an anticlimax.
Literally.
Some of the sweet holders were on their feet, you know, clapping for the century, but it will come.
This one, back of a length delivery, played off the back foot by Rassie van der Dussen, as we will see a commentary change after this over. Myself and Najri will vacate the seats as James and Tim will come into the commentary box. This one, a drag down delivery driven through the offside by Rassie van der Dussen to bring Quinton de Kock on strike. That brings up the 100 partnership, so they can actually get their clapping as we say goodbye to Najri, get everybody clapping there. And we'll say hello to Tim. That partnership, 100 runs off 108 balls. That coming in 73 minutes, so relatively quickly. 8 fours and 2 sixes, and Quinton de Kock now on strike. Hopefully, for me, could get his century just before I leave. That would be nice. Quinton, do your boy a favor.
Certainly been an outstanding innings from Quinton de Kock, and changed things for South Africa.
This one, a flight to delivery on the pads of Quinton de Kock. It was airborne down the leg side for no run there. So, no, it won't happen in my commentary stint. South Africa 170 for 3.
And Quinton de Kock is ever closer to what would be his 17th ODI 100 and 6th versus India. I'm sure he'll want to get to that milestone as quickly as possible as we take a drinks break. And South Africa are in cruise control. We said earlier that we might see a slightly lower score on this pitch, being that there was a bit of movement earlier on. South Africa are deciding that that may well be not the case, as they are 173 at the 50 over mark, and you often double up at the 30 over mark. So South Africa will want to get 300 plus at the moment, and just as long as they do have wickets in hand.
Indeed, Tim, very good to be here with you, and we are broadcasting here live from Six Gun Grill Newlands as the players are taking a drink on what is yet another warm day here in the Western Cape. Not as hot as it was in Paarl on Friday, where we were at Eurolux at Boland Park for that second and winning one-day international for South Africa. who have already taken the series. But we're here in the shadow of Table Mountain, broadcasting to you from the Kelvin Grove end at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, the third Betway ODI. And just the story of the day's play so far, India winning the toss and deciding to bowl first on a pitch which did have something for the faster bowlers right up front. A few changes to both teams, with 4 changes in the Indian side. Surya Kumar Yadav, Jayant Yadav, Deepak Chahar and Prashid Krishna coming in for Venkatesh Iyer, Shalvu Thakur, Bhuveshwar Kumar and Ravi Ashwin respectively. And for South Africa, Dwayne Pretorius in for Tabraiz Shamsi. Just a break for Shamsi in this particular match. And South Africa asked to bat, got off to a bad start initially with the loss of Yanuman Malan, caught behind off the bowling of Chahar, who was quite impressive in his opening spell, getting some movement, as in almost identical fashion to his first ODI dismissal. Yanuman Malan caught behind by punt for 1, score 8. Temba Bavuma was the second to go, score on 34. He had scored 8 when he took a quick run to the man at mid-on, who was the captain, KL Rahul, who hit the stumps directly with the throw and caught Temba Bavuma just short of his ground. We were all surprised that it looked like he was home, but just almost slowing down, changing direction as he got to the bowler's end, didn't put the dive in, and as a result, just a run out. Score then 34 for 2, and then Aidan Markram with a fall into the 3-card trick from Deepak Chahar, short outside the off stump, played it up into the air, false stroke out to the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The substitute fielder Gaikwad coming in for the catch, and Aidan Markram 15 of 14. He was looking really good after his 37 not out in the match at Paarl. Had to go for 15. South Africa at that stage 70 for a loss of 3 after 12.2 overs. There have now been 30 overs, so in the last 17.4 overs, the pair of Van der Dussen and de Kock have managed to put 100 runs exactly on the board. South Africa 173 after 30 overs. It is going to be Rassie Van der Dussen who's going to be facing Shreyas Iyer, who will be bowling from the Wynberg end. Quinton de Kock is on 99. He stands on the threshold of what will be his 17th one-day international 100. The South African premier batter. We will describe that hopefully to you as it is Iyer in to Van der Dussen, and this goes through the hands of Rahul at mid-wicket. They take the single, and that will bring de Kock on to strike, and we are hoping that we are going to be able to describe this 100 for him. For South Africa, South Africa's white ball champion. His innings at Paarl giving him the Man of the Match award, and that was well deserved. He certainly changed the course of the match in that second knock. Highest ever chase at Boland Park by the South African team on Friday, anchored by this great innings from Quinton de Kock. He provided the impetus early on. This one is played straight back to Iyer. There is no run. For de Kock, we have 2 men short inside the circle on the offside. Man the deep cover area, and he's into him again. Plays it through the cover region, strokes it beautifully out to what looks like a deep extra cover region. He's going to go through for 2. He's going to get his 100, and that is 101 for Quinton de Kock. Take a bow, young man. He puts his bat up to the dressing room, to the crowd here that is in at Newlands. The suites here are full for this particular match. And that is 101 of 108 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes in the 31st over. He takes South Africa on to 173 for 3. That is his 17th one-day international 100. In this innings, he's gone past Faf du Plessis' run tally for South Africa. He is now the 9th highest batter for South African one-day internationals. He is the man of the moment, and he strides forward to the next delivery, plays it out, 2 extra cover. Great innings, Tim. We'll chat a bit more about it at the end of this over. Plays this ball out into the man on the deep cover boundary, trots through for the single, and takes the score to 174 for 3 in the 31st over. One more ball for Van der Dussen to face. He's on 40. De Kock is on 102. This partnership 104. The run rate at the moment 5.6 runs to the over. There'll be one ball left in the Shreyas Iyer over. And, no Venkatesh Iyer today for India. He has been replaced by the batter Surya Yadav, and we've also seen some bowling from Krishna, the man in, as this is Van der Dussen forward to Iyer off the last ball of the over. There is no run added to the score, 174 for 3 of 31. Tim, another great innings from De Kock.
He said he looked rejuvenated the moment he came back into the South African side after retiring from Test cricket. He looked like a man determined to make a statement on his return, and boy, has he done that in spades in this series. Not only is that his 17th career Test 100, it is also his 6th against India, which is double what he has achieved against any other opponent. So he really does like playing against India. A magnificent innings and a magnificent series up to this point for Quinton de Kock.
So there is a change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end. This is the end at which our commentary box is situated here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It's the end at which Bongani Jele, the umpire from South Africa, is standing, and is the end at which we are going to see Yadav bowling, as Giant Yadav away from us now, bowling his off spinners. That's flattish trajectory into Rassie Van der Dussen. Van der Dussen has got the man at a short third man backward point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, deep backward square, and a man shortish at 45 on the leg side. It's Yadav in again, Giant in two. Rassie Van der Dussen hangs his bat out outside the off stump to a ball that probably didn't come into him as he might have expected, and there is no run. He misses it. Is no run. In fact, it went away from him. So that is very interesting. A bit of variation there from Giant. He's in now. This is down the leg side, and it's missed by Van der Dussen. It's missed by a punt, and it is a wide as well, and that is something India cannot afford. Another 5 to the total for South Africa. They move on to 180 now, so with the single and the 5 of that particular delivery. It's 31.2 overs bowled, the run rate 5.7, edging towards that 6 runs per over mark. It is Yadav again. This is beautifully played down the ground, straighter than the man is situated at long off. He goes down to the boundary for 4. What a glorious shot once again by Quinton de Kock. That is just the man's in imperious form.
And that boundary takes Quinton de Kock past the late Hansie Cronje into 8th position on the one-day list for run scorers for South Africa.
Incredible stuff from QDK as he's forward once again to delivery outside the off stump, but only managed to play this one to the captain, Rahul. That's Virat Kohli in there. I think it is at the extra cover position. Kohli feels there is no run. Yadav again to the Kock. He again beats him outside the off stump. This ball is going away from the left-hander, which is understandable from the off spinner who's bowling the ball. Naturally will be going away from the left-hander. De Kock just hanging his bat out, missing it, and there is no run. Once again into De Kock. Tries to flick it away into the leg side. ODI is able to flick it onto his pad, bobbles out to the offside. Virat Kohli comes in, walks in and picks it up. It's the end of the over. Is it the end of the over? Yeah, it is the end of the over. 32 gone, 183 for 3. South Africa 106 to de Kock, 40 to van der Dussen. It's 5.7 runs to the over at which South Africa are batting. And there are a couple of comments coming in. We'll take a few of those now. But Tim,
just on I've noticed the Champagne's keeping in this series. As good as he was with the bat in the last game, and he managed to get his highest score in one-day cricket, his keeping has let him down. He missed the stumping of Quinton de Kock in the last game. He's missing a lot of deliveries that are going through him. Balls are bouncing just in front of slip fielders throughout the series, and slip fielders take their starts from where the keeper stands. So as good as he's been with the bat, Rishabh Pant in the series, his keeping has generally let him down, and it's actually costing India far more than he's producing with the bat.
So, indeed, single there to Rassie van der Dussen as he just played that ball from outside the off stump on the sweep down to the man at long leg. And this is short and wide from Iyer, and van der Dussen wants two. De Kock does definitely not, and he sends his partner back as he played that one over the man at an extra cover down to the extra cover boundary, but there was a man sweeping behind from long off. There is only the single, 185 for 3. It's going to be Iyer who's going to be bowling to van der Dussen. There is a man, long leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, extra cover, deep cover, and a man shortish at 45. But he's not going to need any of those fielders as this is played into the second tier of the members' stand at the Weinberg end. A full toss. Rassie van der Dussen says, "Thank you very much, Mr. Iyer," and it goes for the maximum.
Magnificent shot from Rassie van der Dussen. When Rassie van der Dussen does go into his gears, he is quite something to watch from a neutral perspective. He is an amazing batsman. Quite often he starts slowly, although he hasn't in this particular game, but he does have that effect. When he gets going, he is quite something to watch. That was a beautiful on drive from Rassie van der Dussen. Yes, a full toss, but you've still got to dispatch the bad delivery.
47 not out. It's a bit of a break, so we're going to read some of your tweets coming through. Thank you very much for them coming through on @OneWorldSR. And thank you to Otto Simon saying that if you double the score after 30 overs, Protea Fire will set India 340 to chase. Yes, indeed, that does look, if these two are together, that may be a possibility. But anything can happen. That will be a really big total in a day game here at Newlands, as it's Iyer again to van der Dussen outside the off-stump play to the man and the deep cover boundary, and they take a single as the ball is played very forcefully again by van der Dussen. He goes to 48 on the back of a 37 not out in the previous game and a 129 not out in the first game of the ODI series. It's wide outside the off stump and to the left-handed de Kock. He has a full go at it. He does get the outside edge as he's trying to play it over cover for 6, but it goes over the man at backward point, and they are able to take 2 in the process of on his way back down the square. He loses his bat halfway through the second run, just drops on the ground. He is going for his shots, is Quinton de Kock, 109 not out. Van der Dussen, 48, partnership 124, 194 for 3. Just dabs this down beautifully in front of him and goes through for the single, does de Kock. Good game management and understanding as he goes through for 1. It is the end of the 33rd over, 195 for 3. South Africa, de Kock onto 110. Van der Dussen on 48. The partnership is 125. Tim, looking good for South Africa.
Looking very good for South Africa. Once again, as they have been for large parts of this series, in cruise control, taking advantage of wayward bowling from India and they are putting the pressure on and keeping it on India and not let them have any respite whatsoever.
No respite whatsoever as continuation of this no respite as Quinton de Kock plays this shortish delivery from Jayant Yadav down to the backward square leg boundary where there's some excellent fielding done in the deep to prevent a certain man there in the deep diving off to his left-hand side. Can't see exactly who that is down there, but well fielded by the Indian fielder in the deep. And we'll have the changeover of field now as it's Van der Dussen on strike after that single 196 to 3 run rate, closest to that 6 runs at over 5.9. Reverse sweep attempted by Van der Dussen, and he does not manage to get hold of it. He wanted to just paddle that fine down to the area behind the wicketkeeper. It looks as if Rishabh Pant might have just dropped a catch there. We're just looking at that again to see if Van der Dussen did get something on it. Yes, it looks like glove onto the thigh of Pant. He tried to then dab the ball in and hold it between his elbows and his gloves. He didn't manage to do that, spilling that one again. This is on the pads, a faster one from Yadav, and there is no run.
Pant is having an absolute horror show behind the stumps. He's going to have to score big again in India's innings if he's going to have to make up chances he's given.
Jayant again to Van der Dussen. This time he does get it right to play that reverse sweep. It's down to the man deep on the backward point boundary who manages to come around and field well yet again. Not as fine perhaps as he would have wanted to get that shot, but he still gets through for the single. He's on 49. De Kock is on 111. All South African supporters have got their feet off the ground, as Elmo Zai has said to us on StreamYard. What a masterclass from the great QDK. So it's on YouTube. Indeed, it has been a masterclass in batting from the left-hander. This one he dabs into the offside. He can't get it past the man at backward point, and there is no run. 197 for 3. We're in the 34th over. South African run rate hovering around 5.9, 5.8 and over. Quinton de Kock going for an outrageous backward reverse sweep or reverse pull from outside his leg stump. I'm not quite sure what that was from him. He premeditated the shot. The ball was way too far down the leg side. Did not manage to get anything much on it. He gets away with it, and he does not take a run. 197 for 3 after 34 overs.
He basically got into a right-hander's position and tried to play the reverse hit and got himself in an almighty tangle. And fortunately for him, the consistent bounce of Newlands was good for his part. It hit him high above on the knee roll. If he was keeping low, he might have found himself in a bit of bother in terms of LW. But he's in the purple patch now. He's willing to take the risks.
Yeah.
He's got South Africa in a wonderful position and realizes they still have 7 wickets in hand, so certain risks are worth taking.
And there is a change of bowling from the Weinberg end here at 6-gun Grill Newlands. It is going to be Deepak Chahar coming on for his second spell, his first spell, 7 overs, 2 for 38. He's back in again from the Weinberg end to bowl to Rassie Van der Dussen on 49. He's away past umpire Maria Erasmus and just stops in his run through. That's a signal dead ball. Looks as if we're trying to man-cat the non-striker who is Quinton de Kock. De Kock actually just seemed to be resting on his bat there rather than actually backing up. Not quite sure. But that was a planned move from Chahar. He's in once again to Van der Dussen. Just paddles this one from outside the off stump down to the man sweeping on the deep square leg boundary. And they take the single. Van der Dussen goes to yet another one-day international 50. That is going to be his 10th one-day international 50. He scored it off 53 balls, 4 fours, 1 mighty 6. very good run rate from him. And these two have taken their partnership now to 128. South Africa just too shy of the 200 mark, 3 wickets down. It is Van der Dussen 50, de Kock on 111, who is on strike. And there's been some outrageously interesting shots played from Quinton de Kock more recently. Let's see what he can do to get off that Nelson. This one is a wide delivery let go by Deepak Chahar, trying to bowl a slower ball bouncer, and both umpire Jele at square leg and umpire Erasmus signaling that is a wide. South Africa moved to 199 for the loss of 3, bounced a couple of times before it got through to Rishabh Pant. Everybody's trying something here. Tim?
India have to try something. They can't let the games away. Otherwise, they're going to have a massive total to chase.
Quinton de Kock plays this beautifully down on the leg side. He goes to the off and plays it down to the leg side, finer than the man who is there at a long leg. Brings up South Africa's 200, takes his score to 115. South Africa 203 off 215 balls, 19 fours, 3 mighty sixes, the one of which went into the second tier of the members' stand. Rassie van der Dussen here, hitting it into the Weinberg end for 6. And it is 203 for 3, 115 to de Kock, 50 to Van der Dussen, 133 the partnership. It's Chahar again to Quinton de Kock. This is short into the body of de Kock. He dispatches it wide of the man at deep backward square for yet another boundary. And that takes the score to 207 for 3. That was contemptuous, and it's a no ball from Deepak Chahar. So not only has he conceded 4 runs off that delivery, he also has given Quinton de Kock a free hit.
Quinton de Kock is enjoying himself now. He knows he can hit the ball anywhere he wants at the moment. He's seeing the ball so well. It's very hot here in Newlands, and he's seeing it like a beach ball.
He is indeed seeing it like a beach ball, one of which there are many, I'm sure, on Camps Bay at today. It is such a beautiful day, but it is Chahar in for the ball, the extra ball, and he'll have to bowl that one again as he tries to keep it out of the reaches of Quinton de Kock. And in doing so, he bowls yet another wide and some more looked a bit like the Lamson Lambada there from umpire Marais Erasmus as he was signalling the free hit again, trying his Calypso style we saw in Paul the other day. He's normally unmoved, just a slight wave of the arm. I think nothing too flamboyant from him. It will be Deepak Chahar trying once again to de Kock. This is there for de Kock. It's outside on the line of the legs. He's going to play it to the man at the deep square leg area, coming around to deep mid wicket. That is Chahal. No, it isn't Chahal. Sorry, we'll pick up the fielder now. He does good work in the deep, but not before they're back for 2. Takes the score to 211 for 3. De Kock on 121. Van der Dussen on 50. The partnership between these two is 141. Run rate just over 6 runs and over now for South Africa. India looking like they're a beaten team.
They're looking very tired. They're looking very withdrawn. They're looking as if they can't wait to get back on that plane home. But still plenty of cricket to be played. I want to get some pride back.
Once again into de Kock. This time he rides the bounce. Again, a shortish ball on the line of middle and leg, and just turns it around the corner to Jasprit Bumrah, who is in front of us here at a long leg, and they take the single. Still 2 balls to be bowled in this over from Chahar, and he has gone for 15, I think it is already, with 2 balls left to be bowled. It has been a nightmare over for the Indian seamer. Brought into the team to replace Bhuvi Kumar, who had an equally nightmare over. His first one at par went for 16. Good delivery this time from Chahar to Van der Dussen. South African batter just gets up on his toes, defends into the offside. Virat Kohli comes in from extra cover and fields. Not even the great man can lift this Indian team, it seems, at the moment.
I think, Chaha, you could see the talent is there. You saw that he bowled reasonably well early on this morning. But what he didn't do is he didn't bowl to his captain's plans. He was bowling both sides of the wicket. But he was getting movement. So there's talent there. He's just got to be more consistent.
As the last ball of the over is outside the off-stump, short of a length, it's played to the man at the backward point position. That is Surya Kumar Yadav, and Rassie van der Dussen does not take a run. South Africa don't take a run, 212 for 3 after 35 overs. The run rate now is a 6.1 runs to the over. South Africa eyeing off the last 15 overs, potentially another 130 runs, 300, 200, 130, 130 runs maybe, 330, 340 on the cards. Tim, if these two stay together?
Yeah, the longer they stay together, the more that total becomes a reality. Earlier on, when I was projecting what they were going to get at the 30 over mark, I thought 340 might be a bit much, even though you do double up. I just thought that there'd be wickets by the stage. One of these two would not be there. They'd be pushing to try and get that 8, 9, 10, 11 and over. But longer these two are still there, the more 340, 350 becomes a reality. Just on Rassie van der Dussen, this is his 4th game for the Proteas at Newlands. He scored 166 runs, and he is yet to be out.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible stat there from Tim Dale-Lace. It really is a privilege to be bringing you this broadcast here from 6 Gun Grill Newlands, the 3rd Betway ODI, the last in the series, the last game that the Indian tourists will play here in South Africa on this tour. And Jasper Bumrah is away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end into Quinton de Kock. That is a good delivery on the line of a middle and leg stump, angling into the left-hander from over the wicket. And that one has hurt Quinton de Kock, just got him, squared him up a little bit and went into the midriff. And he's just taking a bit of time to get his composure back. Indian captain KL Rahul has called on his premier fast bowler, Jasper Bumrah, coming back for his 3rd spell. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 33. He's away from us now, over the wicket to de Kock, outside the off stump. De Kock plays it beautifully into the cover region, and he will call his partner through for 2, and they get through for 2 comfortably as the man from the deep cover boundary, that is Giant Yadav, comes around and fields. Score goes to 214 for 3 in the 36 over 144 is the partnership. De Kock 124, Van der Dussen 50, and at 6.1 runs per over. There are 14.4 overs to go in this innings. The Indians have used 6 bowlers so far. One of those 6, Jasper Bumrah, away from us now to de Kock, defends a ball that is on the line of middle and middle and 4th stump line, outside off, and he just defends that ball back to the bowler. There is no run, 214 for 3 in the 36th over, partnership 144. De Kock leading from the front yet again, as he did in Paarl on Friday when he took South Africa, anchored that innings together with a great innings from Janneman Malan. It took South Africa. This is in the slot for him, but unfortunately for South Africa and for Quinton de Kock, not quite getting hold of it there. And he's holed out to the man on the deep square leg boundary. That is the end of an outstanding Quinton de Kock innings. It has been a pleasure to behold, but he has played the ball, hasn't quite got on top of that one or underneath it enough, hasn't quite got enough of it. And Shikhar Dhawan out on the square leg boundary takes the catch. Quinton de Kock gone 124. He scored off 130 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes. He's been there for the duration of the innings, just not quite middling that one and falling into that trap on the leg side. Good catch coming in by Shikhar Dhawan. Not a difficult catch. But Quinton de Kock is gone, and David Miller will be striding to the crease. Great innings once again from the South African opener.
Yeah, and that was also his highest score at Newlands
Wow.
in one-day cricket for the Proteas. It was certainly an absolute privilege to witness Quinton de Kock in full motion this afternoon. It really was a magnificent innings with a full array of shots, and you'll be disappointed that he was dismissed, but he's done the work for the Proteas. He's done the majority of what was asked of him. It's now up to the rest of the South African batters to get South Africa to a total of 300 plus. That should be very reachable as things stand.
So David Miller coming to the crease in the 36th over. He will be facing Jasprit Bumrah, who is bowling here from the Kelvin Grove end of this ground. 6-gun grill Newlands, and he joins Rusty van der Dussen at the crease. And Rusty van der Dussen, a well played at 50, but they didn't cross while that ball was in the air, so Wilby Miller will be facing Bumrah for his first delivery. He's away from us now towards Miller, into the pads of Miller. He plays it down to the man at a long leg, and it is a single to Miller to get off the mark with his first delivery, and South Africa moved to 215 for 4. Quinton de Kock just not quite getting hold of this off the bottom of the bat, slight top edge, and it goes up into the air, and quite an easy catch in the end for Shikhar Dhawan as he takes that. And some beautiful visuals we're seeing. Unfortunately, you can't see them, but to describe it to you, picture Shikhar Dhawan taking the catch with the Table Mountain range in the background. There are really not many other more beautiful places to watch cricket in the entire world. As it's Jasprit Bumrah to van der Dussen. He plays this one forward, a square, the shortest delivery. The man in the deep, Jayant Yadav, does the fielding. There's a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump as he takes the ball on about the 4th bounce, but they do get through for the single. Van der Dussen to 51. Miller is 1. 36 overs gone, exactly 6 runs and over, 216 for 4 now of South Africa after that successful over from Jasprit Bumrah, and it was indeed needed for India. They were under the cosh there with Quinton de Kock almost batting at will. It almost made it look too easy.
It did look too easy at times for Quinton de Kock. There were a few iffy moments early in his innings, but overall it was a masterclass of how to bat in one-day cricket. Just on Rusty, that single took Rusty to his highest score at Newlands. So not only has he not been out of Newlands yet, but he now has his highest score at this ground in one-day cricket.
So Rusty van der Dussen will want to continue with this innings. There is a change of bowling. It's going to be Yuzvendra Chahal. And just to read some comments and tweets through for you on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Mushtaq Ahmed saying QDK has proved his point. I think he shouldn't have retired from Test cricket. Jared Epstein saying, thank you very much, Jared. Love listening to you guys. Great commentary. Thank you very much. And obviously, Tepo's comedy is top notch. We really love Tepo's comedy as well, as you may have gathered. And Chris Teebs saying that is definitely Quinny's favorite way to get out. And so, indeed, he does get out in that fashion a number of times. As Rassie van der Dussen plays this beautifully through the leg side to the man sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And they will take yet another single, as that's 217 for 4 in the 37th over. Not getting my tongue around some of these words today. It's 52 to Van der Dussen, 1 to Miller. The loss of Quinton de Kock in the previous over for South Africa. It is interestingly poised now for South Africa. Perfect time for Miller to come in, says Otto Simon. And please keep those tweets coming in as this is played very nicely off his pads by Miller to KL Rahul, who's in a mid-wicket. For left-hander, we have a leg slip man at long leg, deep backward square, mid wicket, long on, mid off, extra cover, deep cover, and a man at 45. And third man, this is off the pad of Miller, and unmoved again is umpire Maria Erasmus. Are they going to go upstairs for this? Again, it looked like it came maybe high off the pad. Difficult to tell. We're behind the bowler, behind the batter, should I say here. And India have gone for the review. Yuzvendra Chahal is trying to get his 99th wicket in ODI cricket. And is he going to be successful? We are not sure. Fielding review here of the second delivery of the 37th over. And we shall see if indeed they are going to be successful.
I'll just give you an update on, as I've been talking about, Russell van Dussen's numbers at Newlands.
That's way high.
Yeah, that looks, on the review, it looks a bit too high. Miller's numbers are not as impressive at Newlands. He's played 4 matches, 68 runs, at an average of 22. So he doesn't like Newlands as much as Rossi does.
And I think this is probably going to be given not out. It looks he's well down the wicket. Ball hits him above the roll. Is no edge. It does look as if it's going perhaps even down the leg side. Some significant movement from the spinner Chahal into the left-hander. Does hit him in line. Pitches outside the off stump, but I think that he's going to be missing the wickets. In fact, it's umpire's call, as there a little bit slight bit of dip on the ball, is going to, according to Hawkeye, just clip the top of the bail on the leg stump. So David Miller survives as that delivery is called to be not out. The umpire's call and the decision of the on-field umpire, Maria Erasmus, holds on as does India to their particular review, and a little bit of a let-off perhaps there for Miller.
I think it's one of those ones where you would understand if you're given it.
Yes.
It's a 50-50 call. That's why they're going to lose the review, and I think that's fair. It's very difficult either way to say definitively what would have happened.
Indeed it is. This one is pushed into the offside by Van Dussin to KL Rahul at extra cover. There is no run. So I certainly think I can understand why it was given not out, as it's Chahal indicating sweeps. It's in the air. Is it going to be between the two fielders? Is he taking the catch? It looks as if he has taken the catch. What a brilliant catch taken by the man in the deep. That is running around top edge on that sweep from Rassie van der Dussen. South Africa have lost their second wicket in quick succession. What an incredible piece of fielding that is in the deep. We're trying to see now who that is. It's Shreyas Iyer who's taken the catch. Rassie van der Dussen is walking off. He's looking at the big screen to see exactly what happened there, but running around from deep mid-wicket. What a catch. Take a bow, Shreyas Iyer. Rassie van der Dussen has finally been dismissed at Newlands. He goes for 52 of 59 deliveries. 4 fours and 1 6, a double breakthrough for India within the space of a couple of overs. Chahal gets his 99th wicket after just having missed out earlier in the over, and it is Rassie van der Dussen who has to go. He top edged that one slightly, just didn't quite get the power, wanted to keep it along the ground, but some great catching in the deep as South Africa now stuttering a little bit in the pursuit of that 300 plus score. 36.5 overs gone as they lose their 5th wicket. That is Rassie van der Dussen. Good innings though from the middle order batter, Tim.
Yeah, solid innings. Rassie van der Dussen is a solid cricketer, and it was a really, as I say, good innings from him. He'll be disappointed he didn't kick on, but it did take an outstanding catch to remove him. We've seen some iffy catching from both sides in the series, as well as some top quality catching that is of top quality standard. Had to cover a lot of ground there to try. I got both hands to a diving full length forward, and it really was a special one. And in terms of catches, it deserved a wicket. South Africa just hit it well, but not quite well enough.
And it was in the air, got a lot of airtime, was up in the air for quite some time and managed to get around and underneath the ball did Aya. What an outstanding catch it really was. And so it does give the chance for the middle order and lower order to make a contribution now for South Africa. It is Chahal in it to Miller yet again, and this time the left-hander plays it out to that man, Shreyas Iyer, who's moved into the mid-wicket position. He takes a single, and South Africa move on to 219 for 5 after 37 overs. A successful over for Chahal. He takes the wicket of Rassie van der Dussen for a well-played 52 earlier in sort of a couple of overs before the loss of Quinton de Kock for 124. The pair putting on 144 runs for the fourth wicket for South Africa, taking them from 70 for 3 to 214 for 4, now 219 for 5. So didn't quite get over it, did he? He wanted to play it down on the ground, just didn't quite roll the wrist before he hit the ball, and it really was a great catch.
Yeah, outstanding catch. I think it was one of those ones where, yeah, Rusty will be disappointed, but you know what? Catches like that, they deserve the wickets.
They do.
That kind of commitment, series done and dusted. They want to go home, but that kind of commitment and effort from the fielder deserves huge credit.
So Rassie van der Dussen, since his last dismissal against India, has faced 288 deliveries. As he finally dismissed him after 288 balls. I've never been dismissed at Newlands before against India. As this ball is played into the offside by David Miller, he's joined by his left-handed compatriot Andile Pehlwayo. The field for Miller is a man at 45 on the offside. As it is Jayant Yadav. In fact, Bumrah has been replaced by Yadav here. The off-spinner bowling, unsurprisingly, to the two left-handers. And this one on the line of middle and off stump. And there is no run played to mid-wicket. So a man at 45 on the offside, shortish, inside the circle. They do have a slip to Miller. He pushes this out into the offside, fielded by Iyer, who is at extra cover. There is a single. It's going to be Andile Pehlwayo to face for the first time. South Africa moved to 220 for 5 with 12.3 overs to go. Run rate just falling below 6 to the over, 5.9. So we've got a man at 45 we're third man at 45 degrees on the edge of the circle. Got a point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, mid on, deep backward square, and a man with a long leg boundary. As Pehlwayo comes forward to his first delivery, misses the ball outside the off-stump, ball spinning away from the conventional finger spinner for India, and just sort of hung his bat out outside the off-stump, lucky not to get the edge through to punt. That is why the slip is there. This Jayant Yadav again, this time it is played into the offside by Pehlwayo down to the man at long off. That's Jasprit Bumrah, and they take the single, and Andile Pehlwayo is off the mark. With that shot, 221 for 5 in the 38th over, and South Africa have progressed incredibly well in their innings so far. 221 for 5, as I say, 5.8 runs to the over, eyeing 300 plus. You would feel South Africa giving the opportunity through those quick wickets, or getting the opportunity through those quick wickets now. As this for the lower order to bat. Tim's going to talk a bit more about that as it's the end of the over with the single through to Chahal down on the deep cover boundary. 222 for 5 after 38. The feet are up for South African supporters. Tim.
The top order have all got runs in this series. I think we can agree that we were a little bit surprised that there weren't more changes to the South African side. But this sort of situation is a good thing for South Africa. It allows them to see what their depth is like, what the individuals who have not batted in the series or batted very, very little, like Miller, who got 2 of 2 balls. It allows the lower order to have time at the crease, to get comfortable, to get runs behind them, because over the next 12 months or so, there's going to be situations when runs are going to be required from the lower order.
And the lower order or lower middle order, David Miller, who anchors that lower middle order for South Africa, has just played that first delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal down to the man at long leg. That is, I think that is Surya Kumar Yadav down there on the boundary. And yes, they take the single, and Peshwaya will face Chahal for the first time. South Africa 223 for 5 in the 39th over, approaching over 40, approaching the final power play and approaching a commentary change here in the One World Sports Radio commentary box. To join you for the last 10 overs, it is going to be Tsepo Taela with Nathan Gogela, and we look forward to them bringing you the last 10 overs and the action in that period of play, as it's Chahal to Peshwaya, plays it down to mid-off, and it is a no run. So for Peshwaya, we have a slip, third man at 45 inside the circle. We have a deep cover, have a mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, long leg or deep backward square on the boundary. And the man actually from the 45 on the leg side has just come around to extra cover. So it's a 5-4 offside leg side field for the wrist spinner for India, as he's into the left-handed Peshwaya, plays it into the gap on the offside, and cover, backward point will come around. That's Bumrah and Fields. They take the single, 2-2-4 for 5, South Africa. And just want to keep these two together for the next 6 or 7 overs at least, get to middle of the 40 overs, keep the scoreboard ticking along, Tim, 4, 5, 6 and over.
Yeah, that's the idea. We want to have a partnership. I know these guys have ability with the bat, both of them, but what particularly require to make runs. He did make runs earlier in the summer when we had the Netherlands here, in that tour which unfortunately was called off after midway through the first ODI, but he did make runs in that game, so he has got recent runs behind him.
And Miller just playing the previous delivery out into the leg side for a single, 2-2-5 for 5 in the 39th to Peshwaya. The field stays the same. There's a leg slip with a man at long leg, deep back, deep square leg, almost between square leg and mid-wicket, a long on, 5 on the leg side as Peshwaya plays this to the man at mid-wicket. There is no run, 225 for 5. Trying to apply a bit of pressure here, Yuzvendra Chahal. He is in his 7th over, 1 for 33. Giant Yadav has already bowled 9 overs for 51. We'll take you through the bowling figures we can shortly. It's just pushed out into the leg side. Ball was just a little bit too short to be threatening from Chahal. They take the single down to the man who came in from long leg, and there is the 1 run to the score, 226 for 5 after 39. And there will be a double change in the commentary box very shortly. In fact, at the end of this over, as I say, Tsepo and Nate will be taking you through to the close of play in South Africa's innings, not the close of play of the entire match. And is Giant Yadav, the right arm off spinner, who will be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. That's our commentary box end, the end that is. We have umpire Bongani Jele, who is standing at this end for South Africa. South African umpire, his first game in this particular series as standing umpire. Oh my goodness, that one just takes off outside the off stump and spins away from Andile Peshwaya. They're looking for an appeal. The bowler is convinced that he's got his man, but nobody else is in the Indian team, so they're definitely not going to take the review.
I think it's one of those ones where it definitely deserves a wicket, but it didn't hit anything compromising from a batter's point of view.
Yeah.
It pitched and bounced and turned viciously.
Was a beauty. That's Yadav in again. This is a similar delivery and the bowler gets across very, very well on his own bowling, dives in front of the non-striker Miller and manages to stop the single. Petluaya being held back here, not able to really get much going on the ball. Good bowling from Giant Yadav from the Kelvin Grove end. 2 balls gone in the 40th over. He's into Petluaya, plays it down to the man in front of us here at long off, and they take the single this time. 227 for 5. South Africa looking at in or around 230 after 40 overs. You'd sense that 70 runs off the last 10 overs would be an absolute minimum for them, Tim, as you're going to be making way shortly for Nathan. This is off the leading edge of Miller's bat as he tries to play it into the leg side of the off spinner, and they is a single once again. 228 for 5. 2 balls left in the 40th over. As I've said goodbye to Tim, it's hello to Nathan joining us for his second stint on commentary today. Really great to have you with us again, Nate.
Thanks, JK.
It's Yadav in 2. Petluaya defends back to the ball. It's been a very good over so far. Only the 2 off it. One senses Andile Petluaya just getting his eye in at the moment. Hasn't batted yet in the series. Some really good work with the ball in the 2 ODIs in Paarl, as it's Yadav for the last ball of the over. He just defends this one back down the pitch to the bowler. There is no run, and I say goodbye for the moment. It's 228 for 5 after 40 overs.
There you have it from JK. Now changing commentary, and I'm joined by TT. TT, how are you?
I'm feeling lacquer. I won't lie, it's a little bit hotter as well. It's a heat wave here in the Cape has made things relatively difficult. Tough fielding out there, energy sapping heat, but the Indians have kept themselves in this game. Very vital wickets here in the middle overs, getting out the set batsmen, Quinton de Kock and Rassie van der Dussen.
Well, we've got Chahal.
Yes, it is. It is Chahal coming into the attack now.
From the Wamb again. On to Miller, to the left-hander Miller. It is a 41st over, 228 for 5 after 40 overs.
I thought you were going to say it's 41 degrees out here. It's so hot. As Charles comes in, it's a good length delivery outside off stump. Whipped off the pads by David Miller. Quick single there. Big appeal at the striker's end as Petluaya dives to get himself in. Bongani Jele goes upstairs immediately. A risky single there for the South Africans, and they need to send that one upstairs.
Yeah, good fielding there by the man standing at mid-wicket. The Indians look very convinced with this one. Bongani Jele, the umpire standing square leg. Taking it upstairs. Let's see what happens here.
I know that's the pressure that the Indian bowlers have been putting on the South African batters here. You can see a similar way that Themba Bavuma went out, a forced single, trying to get that scoring rate up, trying to rotate the strike as often as possible just to get those cheeky singles. And Andile Petluaya in trouble here at the striker's end.
Let's see what the decision is. Still umpire TMO decision.
I would hope that they would show us what would happen, but it looks likely that Andile is just going to walk straight out. He's not even waiting for it, and he's given out. Another silly, senseless run out here for the South Africans, costing them a wicket, and this time it's Andile Petluaya who needs to go.
Yeah, first one was Themba. Themba only scoring
8 runs, yes.
8 runs. Now it's Petluaya only scoring 4 runs.
Andile, unlucky Petluaya, getting 4 runs off 11 balls, and you can see there that strike rate of 36, begging to score at a higher rate. And his form with the bat still continuing. He did do well against the Netherlands, but before that he had been in trouble. And that brings Dwayne Pretorius to the crease, another all-rounder here for South Africa.
Yeah, that's what brings Dwayne Pretorius as his first stint in this ODI series against India. Let's see what he has in store for the South Africans here today. I don't think the South Africans will be much pressure at the moment because, I mean, you know, the the one day games on this pitch is just under 200 runs in the first innings.
Oh no, so they did get over the average here in the first innings, but not much on offer here for the bowling team. Normally there's a little bit more. They did well with the new ball, especially Chaha with the swing deliveries. You can see they were very, very difficult to face. South Africans took control, but there's still a little bit in it here for the bowlers. If they just stay disciplined and build the pressure with dot balls, they will get the wickets, and that's exactly what happened here. Still also a little bit of bounce here in the pitch. We saw some balls rearing up off a length here and really getting a whole lot of turn. So the Indians doing well here. The new batter, Pretorius, right-hander, has a slip in place. This one flighted outside the off stump and driven, but not with that much conviction. Back to the bowler, no run there. He has a slip. A man at backward points, deep point, cover, long off, mid on. A man at mid wickets and also sweeping on the leg side. A man at deep mid wickets and a long leg.
Well, Dwayne comes in for Tabraz Shamsi.
Ooh, a big appeal here as sharp movement here from Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, pitching outside off stump, beating Dwayne Pretorius' bat and stumping there. Another dot ball, just piling on the pressure here for South Africa.
Yeah, I think the Indians will take that with all money. Just putting a lot of pressure towards the South African batsmen at the moment.
Pressure indeed. A flight delivery on the pads of Dwayne Pretorius. He slices at this as it goes to the legs, to the offside, backward of square. It's fielded immediately. So another dot ball, 3 dot balls here and a wicket in this over. Tight bowling from Chahal from the Weinberg end. This one pitching outside off stump. A little bit of turn, finding the inside edge of Pretorius' driving bat. The man at mid wickets doing the fielding. Yet again, another dot ball heading to a maiden wicket now.
Well, the spinners obviously not a purchase on this pitch. I think Keshav Paraj and even Aidan Markham as well obviously be salivating at the moment.
Flights delivery on the pads and Dwayne Pretorius gets down to this one, sweeping it behind square where fine leg does the fielding. Breaks what would have been a maiden over with that single. South Africa 229 for 6 after 41 overs. Miller is still in there. He's on 7 and Pretorius is on 1.
Lovely controlled sweep there by Pretorius. That, as we mentioned, was only 1 run in that over with the wicket as well. A lot of pressure towards the South Africans at the moment.
Yes, the game ebbing and flowing nicely here. And we're just looking at the run out of Petlo Kwayo. By the time he got his bat in, it was still lifted and it wasn't in time. Shreyas Iyer is coming into the bowling attack. Only had the 1 ball in the second one-day international, so he's going to be coming here after bowling 2 overs.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer, that's obviously his 25th match from the ODI for the Indian side.
He has himself
no wicket.
No wickets, but he has been keeping a tight right arm over the wickets to Dwayne Pretorius. Drives this down the ground to long on for a single. Good start here for the South African all-rounder on 2. Rotating the strike off the first ball in the over. David Miller, the left-hander, on strike now. He has a point, a cover, a man at short third man. Man sweeping a deep cover and long off on the onside mid-wickets. Deep square leg and also a long on. And this one spanked through the offside, right through the cover region on the back foot. Gets himself a boundary to release the pressure here on the South African side. 234 for 6 now after that beautiful boundary.
Yeah, that pierced that deep cover region, that vacant deep cover region. The ball pitching just outside off. Good shot by David Miller.
Indeed, Shreyas Iyer coming around the wickets, a left-hander, pitching outside off stump, driven square of the wickets where Point does the fielding. No run there.
Another no run for the Indians. Pause.
Very good. Dots are gold here. This one, a good length delivery, pitching in line with middle stump. So Shreyas Iyer doing a little bit better just to rein in after that boundary, that that drag down delivery outside off stump. Coming in again. This one, a flighted delivery, very full. And David Miller just blocks. Doesn't want to do anything silly here. Good tight bowling here from Shreyas Iyer, doing the job for his captain. Last ball of the over coming up. He gets to his mark quickly around the wickets to David Miller. Flighted on leg stump and just blocked for no run. So just 5 off that over. South Africa 234 for 6 after 42 overs. Miller on 11, Pretorius on 2, partnership on 6 now. Ravi, the heavy roller, saying top 5 did the job rather. Now the remainder to come to the party, saying that it's an opportunity here for the lower order batters of South Africa to get something on the board. We heard James and Tim talking about how they will have to do it at some point. So this is a good opportunity for them to sort of test how long this batting lineup really is.
Yeah, they've got a decent long batting lineup. We've got 3 all-rounders, or 4 if you consider Keshav Maharaj as an all-rounder.
This one, a back of a length delivery from Chahal. Dragged down a little bit, and Dwayne Pretorius just slices this to the offside. There's a man sweeping there, so it's just a single. 235 for 6.
Yeah, another deep outside off pitch, deep outside off. Man standing at deep cover region, fielding that one for a single. David Miller on strike.
David Miller on strike indeed, and he'll want to take this opportunity that he's got in the middle. A good length delivery, driven back or driven in front of square to the man at mid-wicket, no run. There's a man at mid-wicket, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and a man at fine leg in the ring. Third man also in the ring, and also a cover and a long off. And this one sent to the stands at the car corner boundary, literally into the upper echelons of the stands. David Miller bringing on Miller time. Now look at your watches, folks, because it's Miller time.
Another scintillating stroke by Miller. We know how strong Miller is on the leg side. Another 6 by Miller.
Shoo! This one getting to the pitch of the ball. Great footwork to get that in the arc and out the park. As you can see on the board, or as I can see on the board, Miller time is here. Perfect shot, the board says once again. And once again, opportunity for David Miller to really start to hit his straps here. He's got enough time to set himself. He has enough time in the middle. And now he can strike and just see South Africa to that 300 that they'll be hoping to get. Chahal coming in again. Flight delivery outside off stump. Dots this down. Takes a quick single. Or at least Pretorius got to the striker's end very quickly. David Miller was second guessing himself. You think he still wanted a little bit of a strike?
Yeah, I think Pretorius obviously called that one because obviously he was backward of square. But good running indeed by the Proteas. We know how strong Miller is running as well. It's quite quick.
He is quick between the wickets. Pretorius has a slip here. Virat Kohli for the right-hander. This one dragged down and just dragged to the onside. Dwayne Pretorius just punch or powering this all the way to the car corner boundary down the ground. So he's also keen to get some runs on the board here. 2 boundaries in this over, already 11 off it.
Yeah, we saw that Dwayne Pretorius had so much time. He played the ball off the back foot down to deep wicket region 4-4.
I really just hoiked this down the ground and also placed it very nicely. The man that was in that deep mid-wicket region couldn't get to it in time. Just pure power. A big appeal here from the Indians as this pitch is outside off and seems to have wrapped Dwayne Pretorius on the pads. There's a conversation here with the skipper, with Virat Kohli, with Chahal. Everyone's in the middle, but it doesn't look like it's going to go upstairs.
Yeah, Carroll wasn't convinced there. It was only the bowler. You know, the bowlers are always very convinced of the wicket. Obviously, that one going towards the Proteas way. And as you can see, with the Proteas are bringing a lot of Protea fire at the moment.
Hey, bruh, to match the heat that we're feeling here, it's getting hot in here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. South Africa 246 for 6 after 43 overs. Indians have also come to the party, taking some valuable wickets in the middle overs. So we are going to be treated to some exciting cricket here at the back end of the innings as we see Prashid Krishna come into the attack here. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR and also comment on YouTube. We have Linux Layer, a regular tweeter here. We love hearing from you, Linux. She says, I can't believe you resisted the temptation to scream too short, and he absolutely millered that one away for 6. You'll never be real dads. It's still early days. It's still 26 years old. I still have time for my dad jokes. David Miller is on strike, a full length delivery, whipped off the pads by the left-hand bat, all the way to fine leg for a single. 247 now for 6.
That's Prasidh Krishna's fourth match. He has the best bowling innings figure of 454.
Indeed, still very new to the international scene. Has quite a few T20s and List A games under his belt, and you'd feel that he's been brought into the attack because of his height. He's a relatively tall bowler, can extract a lot of bounce here on what's been quite a bouncy pitch. As this one outside off stump, a very good delivery, a good length delivery that Dwayne Pretorius throws his hands out, misses it, all ends up into the hands of Rishabh Pant. He has the right-hand batter, a third man, a man at deep point, man at conventional point, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. It's probably a man at long on, yes, just behind the side screen, deep, square leg, and also a man at fine leg.
Yeah, we saw Prasidh Krishna troubling Russell Van Dusen early on with the short balls.
And there is that short ball, very short and given as a wide by Murray Erasmus in the square leg umpire region. So another extra here. 13 wides we've seen today.
That's quite 13 wides. Could prove costly later on. I mean, those extras isn't something that the Indians will be looking forward to at the moment, because they still need to come bat in the second innings.
Indeed, they will. And the likes of Marco Jansen isn't in the attack, so I'm not going to expect too much bounce. Lungi Ngidi can extract a lot of bounce from the wickets. As this one, a good length delivery. Dwayne Pretorius got on top of it as it pitched all in line with middle stump. It was just blocked for no run there. And James just saying that David Miller with that 6 literally almost hit it into the brewery behind the stands. If it was just a few meters further, it could have actually gone there. It was quite a big 6, that one.
JK with these jokes. Krishna is bowling on the Calvin Grove end.
Yeah, coming over the wickets, the right-handed Dwayne Pretorius, a full Yorker length delivery just outside off stump. He just guides this down to the third man boundary. A very classy shot, a deft touch from Dwayne Pretorius, and that's another boundary for the all-rounder. 252 now for 6 for South Africa, so the 250 is up.
That's the 24 runs partnership with these two gentlemen. As you mentioned, 250 up for the South Africans of the year. They'll be looking to, I mean, Timber even early on even said they'll be looking to maybe perhaps get it 300 here. Maybe could we perhaps see the Proteas reaching 300?
Look, you'd hope that they'd reach 300, especially at the 30 over mark being 163. I think it was for 3 at the time. This one outside off stump, it's a half volley driven immensely, but not through the cover, straight to Virat Kohli standing at cover. He passes it to his captain, KL Rahul, and I must say the conversations between the two of them have been a little bit better in this game. I've been consulting Virat Kohli for reviews, has KL Rahul, and conversations being had in the media box about the transition of captaincy here. Good to see that it's not a cold shoulder from the former Indian captain. A very good delivery from Krishna. Good length on top of off stump and just guided all the way to third man. A late cut from Dwayne Pretorius to take South Africa to 253 for 6 after 44 overs. And you're talking about that 300 score, and who you'd want in the middle, David Miller, is there. So it is potentially possible.
Yeah, Dwayne Pretorius and David Miller, they're looking pretty solid here at the moment. Dwayne Pretorius on 12 runs for 14 balls, and David Miller with 19 runs for 21. They're looking promising. As I mentioned, do you think they might reach that 300 mark?
Look, I don't consider myself a betting man. I don't like to make predictions. I just like to sit and watch the cricket, mates. See what happens, see how it ebbs and flows. Because for me, hey, twists in the tails make it even more enjoyable as we see a bowling change here from the Wynberg end. Jasprit Bumrah coming into the attack, and that is going to be very exciting here for India. As the premier pace bowler here has gotten a wicket already in his 7 overs, just 37 runs conceded. So has been the pick of the bowlers, has been doing well to get wickets. And if it's good for the top order, it's good for the tail.
Yeah, we know Jasprit Bumrah, especially in the IPL, obviously comes in late in the overs as well. We know he's a good to death bowler for the Indian side and for the Mumbai Indians.
Indeed, he is coming over the wicket to Dwayne Pretorius. It's short and it's played behind square in the air. for quite some time. It bounced once before it got to the man at long leg. Dwayne Pretorius gets a single here, gets David Miller on strike.
Yeah, lovely control shot there by Dwayne Pretorius. Lovely hook shot by Dwayne Pretorius. Down to the long on region. The square fine leg region.
Indeed. More importantly, getting the batter, the on strike here, David Miller against Jasprit Bumrah. He has a long on, a man at mid wicket, also a man at deep square leg and fine leg on the leg side. A back of a length delivery. On the offside, David Miller just guides this down to the man at third man for a quick single.
Yeah, another short delivery by Jasprit Bumrah coming in from the Wamba game. Guided down to third man.
255 for 6 after 44.2 overs. And
apparently, the Wamba game was named after Wamba Boys High School, school that I went to, and Carlos went to as well. I just had to mention it there, you know.
Yes, Nate, what you're forgetting to mention is that it's literally in the Wynberg suburbs. It could be named after the suburb.
It's definitely named after the school.
A good length delivery from Jasprit Bumrah outside off stump. Just guided to the man at backward point for a single. And Wynberg, is it Wynberg Boys High School? Is it? Yes, it's one of the well-known high schools here in the Western Cape, I believe. Jock Cullis, Carl Verena as well. As well from that school.
Carl Verena now is obviously in the ODI squad for the Proteas.
Back of a length delivery ramped by Dwayne Pretorius on the offside. Chahal wasn't interested in getting there for the catch. It did bounce safely, and he gets a single now. 256 now for 6. And just like the boys' schools here, to find every opportunity they can just to give a young shout out to their school. Well done, Nate. I'll give it to you.
Thanks, mate. But it looks like the batsmen have so much time in their hands, especially when they're going up against the seam bowlers here at the moment.
I don't want to do too much here against Jasprit Bumrah, especially with the bounce that we're seeing on the pitch here. Oh, a fantastic delivery from Jasprit Bumrah, squaring up David Miller, literally going through the gate on top of middle stump. There's an appeal for an edge, and the DRS timer is going down. Rishabh Pant sitting there like he's being painted like one of your French girls, sitting down there very seductively, some would say. They have gone upstairs, have India, expecting an inside edge here from David Miller, but no matter what, you have to say that was a beautiful ball from Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, a beautiful ball indeed. I mean, I spoke to you earlier when I mentioned the previous ball that so much time. But obviously that beat David Miller and all money. David Miller obviously couldn't see that clearly. A nice shortish delivery there by Jasprit Bumrah. We know how good it is in the death bowling for the Indian side.
We're just looking at Ultra Edge here. It has flatlined when it passed the bat. There is a sound, but it seems to have come off the elbow of David Miller, and then another sound as it looks like it hit his hip as well. Review lost there, and you must feel over number 45. That was quite a YOLO review, you know. You only live once. Give it a shot. You have nothing to lose and a wicket to gain.
Yeah, but they still have another review
indeed
as well. So, I mean, 5 overs, in hand for the Proteas and the Indians. We're still looking at it. We're still reviewing it. We haven't got an official decision from the umpire yet.
Yeah, the Indians are already all in their places, keen to get fielding again, as we see a comment here from Chris Teeve saying, Wynberg may have an end, but the old boys telling us that they went there will never end. Thank you for that one, Chris. Also, just checking the LBW appeal, but that was well over the stumps. I'm not really sure why we checked that, but we did anyway. Rather safe than sorry. So Marie Rasmus shows that review was unsuccessful. Only one left for India. 256 for 6 after 44.5 overs. A great over here from Jasprit Bumrah, doing exactly what he needs for the captain. A good length delivery outside off stump, driven down the ground to mid-off for a single. David Miller retains the striker. South Africa 257 now for 6 after 45 overs.
That brings the partnership between these two gentlemen here on the pitch at 29 runs off 29 balls, 6 runs and over, run a ball.
Indeed. Indeed, they will be wanting to go to run a ball. Just shy of a run a ball here at a rate of 5.7 and over.
Yeah, Krishna is back on again. He's getting a lot of purchase off the pitch. He's quite tall, so he's quite lanky. He gets that extra bounce. As I mentioned it previously, he troubled Rassi van Dussen early on. And let's see what he does here with the Dwayne Pretorius, especially with the right-hander. But obviously now we see him coming over the Carlton Grove end to David Miller.
David Miller has himself third man, a point, a backward point, in fact, a cover, a man at deep point in front of square, long off, mid wicket, a long on, and also a short fine leg. Coming over the wicket is Krishna, a full length delivery on the pads of Miller. He dots this down. Oh, there's also a man at a deep square leg that I forgot to mention that does the fielding there. Just a single, 258 for 6. Krishna will be happy with that, getting the recognized batter off strike.
A lovely leg launched by David Miller there, getting off strike. And now we have Dwayne Pretorius. I want to see how this matchup goes. And I'm assuming, or let me say, I'm guesstimating it might come in short for Dwayne Pretorius just outside off. But let's see what happens here.
You know what? You could see that there is a man in the deep on the square leg boundary. So if it is short and he does go for it, oh, great call. Great call. It was a short delivery that Dwayne Pretorius ducks under. It's a dot ball, not given as a wide. But yes, there's a man at deep square leg. For if he does actually offer a shot, it doesn't control it, it could go straight to hand.
As I mentioned, it was going to be short, but it was pitching just on the leg stump, short and leg stump. I'm surprised that the umpire did actually give it as a wide, because I mean, it went well over his head.
Yeah, but he did also duck, so we'll see. We'll see. Coming over the wickets now to the right-hander. A full-length delivery played off the pads by Dwayne Pretorius to mid-wicket for a single. 258 for 6.
Well, the South Africans are rotating strike nicely here, going just under a run a ball.
And what's interesting about Dwayne Pretorius, just looking at his batting, his strike rate in one-day internationals isn't too much to write home about, 93.1, but in T20 internationals, it is 161.9. So he can really accelerate the run rate here, and he did score that at an average of 24. Full length delivery whipped off the pads by David Miller. It's going to the fine leg boundary. A little bit of a half volley and whipped off the pads very nicely by the left-handed batter.
Oh, wonderful shot by David Miller there. Beating that man standing at deep square leg.
Just coming around the wickets, did Krishna a little bit too straight and on the pads, and David Miller did well to get the gap on the leg side. There was a man at a short fine leg and a man at deep backward square leg, and did well to pierce that gap for boundary. Coming in again, it's a full toss, a wide full toss that David Miller drives square of the wicket. He'll be disappointed that he didn't get hold of that. A shake of the head from the Maritzburg boy, as that goes down to the man at deep backward point for 1 run.
Yeah, Krishna was a slow delivery there, just outside off, pulling around the wicket to David Miller. David Miller nicely guided the ball towards a deep point area.
Dwayne Pretorius says long off has come into a mid-off region. He has a cover, a point, a man at third man, and just sets himself up to play across the line. But this delivery was short and unfortunately went down the leg side for Dwayne Pretorius. But because he set himself up, not given as a wide. After the 46th over, 264 for 6 now, South Africa.
Yeah, these two are going at 36 runs for 35 balls. Going at that mark, at 6 runs per over mark. You'll sense that maybe they will try to go for that 300 mark. I mean, they've still got another 4 overs for 36 runs, maybe 9 runs per over from here.
They'll definitely be hoping to accelerate that run rate now, just sitting at 5.7. India 2 overs behind the required rate. So if they don't speed things up now, they're probably going to get a match fee fine 20% of their match fees. It doesn't look like they're going to go with spinners here. So Jasprit Bumrah will continue from the Weinberg end.
Yeah, we know in the previous game, the Timo Bavuma and the Proteas were fined 20% of their match fee because of that slow over rate in that second Betway ODI against the Indian Sun down at Eurolux Holland Park.
Oh, indeed. David Miller just forgetting his gloves or deciding he wanted to change his pair of gloves in that stoppage.
I think maybe the message from Mark Boucher just to maybe ramp it up a bit with these two. They're looking nice and solid there in the middle.
He does have 4 overs left to do it, and Miller time has already begun. We saw a banging 6 that went over the cow corner region, but Jasprit Bumrah coming into attack, a short length delivery that David Miller controls all the way to deep square leg for a single. So rotating the strike here, not quite dealing in boundaries, not quite throwing everything at this.
Yeah, foolish delivery there by Jasprit Bumrah, coming over the wicket in the one again.
And we see the field changes here for Dwayne Pretorius. There's a man at third man, backward point, deep point, cover, mid off, mid wicket. Man at the deep square leg boundary in front of square, and also a man at fine leg. As Jasprit Bumrah comes over the wickets to Dwayne Pretorius. It's full and it's played over the bowler's head. No, not quite over the bowler's head. It was airborne for quite some time. The man in mid wicket did the fielding. He didn't middle that. Did Dwayne Pretorius. And a quick shy at the stumps there from the man at mid wickets at the non-striker's end, almost getting David Miller out, but he was safe in the end.
That was going to be the third run out, but David Miller was quick there to react.
That was close. He would have been safe. We're just seeing as Jasprit Bumrah seems to be adjusting the field a little bit more. Yes, the man at fine leg coming into the circle, the man at mid wicket going all the way to the boundary, and the man at the boundary in front of square going now to a deep square leg. Coming over the wicket, it's full and it's punished through the covers. It was on the up and hits for 4 by Dwayne Pretorius. A beautiful shot there.
Yeah, that shot was hit on up by Dwayne Pretorius between that deep cover, not deep cover, extra cover, and that mid-on region for 4. Lovely shot there by Dwayne Pretorius.
But definitely showing that he has the strokes in the bank and also the placement to boot. It was airborne, but it was very well placed between those two fielders, as you said, and it went straight to the boundary. There was no catching that. South Africa now 269 for 6. Bumrah coming in again after that half volley. This one shorter, and Dwayne Pretorius unable to get bats on ball.
That's one for the over, for the short pitch delivery for Jasprit Bumrah. Again, they're coming over the wicket, the one again to Pretorius. A bit of a yawn there.
And I just need to make sure that I got a little bit of food in. Didn't get a big breakfast. My girlfriend will be saying, "I told you so." I thought I was a strong man. But here we are. The show must go on. As the man at third man comes into the circle. A full-length delivery. Actually, it's a Yorker on off stump. Well dug out by Pretorius as the man at cover does the fielding. They get a single there. 270 for 6. And don't forget, do tweet us in at OneWorldSR. We love hearing from you, as we have a comment here on YouTube from Random Fanboy saying, "Large chance for Magala today." A little bit premature, but you do make a valid point. We do want to see Magala improve his one-day international performance. He does sort of start on the expensive side, but he did well to bring it back, did Sasanda Magala. David Miller's third or fine leg coming into the circle as the man at mid-wicket goes to the boundary. And there's also a man on the boundary at the square leg boundary. David Miller on 28 as Jasprit Bumrah comes from around the wicket to a right-hander. It's a good length delivery, dotted down backward of square to the man at backward point for a single. And that ends the 47th over. 271 now for 6, 29 runs away from that 300 South Africa will feel. And India will want to make sure that no more runs are scored.
Yeah, as TT mentioned, it was 371 for 6. That's at 29 runs of 29 balls. for Miller, and Dwayne Pretorius has 20 runs of 29 balls. The partnership here at the moment is 43 runs of 41 balls, just shy over that 6 runs mark. Looking a bit closer to that 300 mark that Timba Bavuma was wanting to have for the Proteas side here at the moment. And again, we have
Krishna, yes, coming into the
Krishna
attack.
coming from the Carlton Grove end to David Miller.
So not coming into the attack, rather continuing his spell here, as you said, from the Carlton Grove end. And just looking at the partnerships here, this one 43 as Krishna comes around the wickets to David Miller. It's a full toss, whipped off the pads by David Miller. He's practicing a scoop shot that he would have felt would have been better to get a few more runs. He just gets a single here. South Africa 272 for 6. And talking about the partnerships, this partnership of 43, the second highest partnership here, as South Africa had a bit of a stutter to this innings. The big partnership between Quinton de Kock and Rassie van der Dussen at 144 being the highest one. So still doing well to get partnerships. And we'll be hoping that this one at the back end of the innings also just gives South Africa a little bit extra to defend. Over the wickets, the right-handed Pretorius Krishna. It's a Yorker length that just dies, and it's in the air for a long time. The man at cow corner gets under it, and that affects the catch. A very easy catch. Didn't quite middle that. Off the toe of the bat, Pretorius, and he has to go. Partnership broken, as I was talking about it. Jeepers creepers, commentators curse.
Commentators curse indeed. It was a full delivery, very slow. Obviously, Pretorius playing it just actually middle it, because obviously the ball is way too slow. The man coming from a deep mid wicket region, catching the ball towards that deep square, fourth deep square region.
I know, did very well there, did Krishna. The change of pace undoing Dwayne Pretorius as he goes back to the stands after scoring 20 runs of 25 balls. He hit some lusty blows for his 3-4s as Keshav Maharaj comes to the crease now.
Keshav Maharaj comes in the crease. We know Keshav Maharaj can bat in that white ball format, but let's see what he does here, because they know at the moment they're in the front seat. They've scored just over that average mark for a one-day game in the first innings for the South Africans. But let's see what they do here. David Miller was going to be on strike.
Indeed, they did.
Yeah, they did rotate.
They did rotate the strike as that was in the air for quite some time. Keshav Maharaj in his 18 matches, 96 runs, an average of 16 and a best of 19 in one-day internationals. And Sabir Khan, welcome back, Sabir. Good to hear from you. Says one big over of 17 would be greater for the South Africans. That would be indeed. But for the Indians, you'd feel that they just want to continue this momentum, doing very well to take wickets at regular intervals to prevent South Africa from getting to that 300. And yes, they have gone the highest or above average here for the first innings at Newlands in a day game. But as Krishna comes around the wicket to David Miller, a short pitch delivery that David Miller gets on top of and guides to the man at backward square leg for a single. You do feel that this pitch didn't really have that much for the bowlers. There was a little bit of swing, a little bit of movement for the pace bowlers at the beginning of the innings. But other than some extra bounce, it looked very, very flat.
Flat indeed. Even for the spinners, I think there was a bit of purchase. We saw Chahal getting a bit of purchase coming over the wicket towards the left-hand batsman, getting a bit of purchase. And as I mentioned previously, I think the spinners for the South Africans, Keshav Maharaj and even Eden Markram, will take a lot from that.
Krishna coming over the wicket. So right-hand Maharaj, he gets an edge to a vacant slip region, and that goes all the way to the boundary for 4. South Africa will take the boundaries how they come, as Keshav Maharaj just fended at this, and it beat punt for the boundary. 277 for 7.
Now that ball pitched in the fourth stump region, a bit short there, but Keshav Maharaj managed to get a thick outside edge, beating Rishabh Pant there, not even close to Rishabh Pant, and I think the South Africa to take that for all money.
And there's that bounce we're talking about. It's jumped off a good length. Keshav Maharaj looked like with his 45-degree angle bats, he wanted to just guide it down to third man. A thick outside edge went past Rishabh Pant. And this one, wow, a full pitch delivery driven by Maharaj on the up. It was from the middle of the bat. It looks pretty good, but it went straight to the fielder at deep point for no run, for a single, 278 for 7.
Yeah, very confident shot indeed by Keshav Maharaj. Only for a single. That brings on David Miller now. Krishna coming around the wicket in the Carlton Grove end. We have a backward point for 5. Extra cover, long on, deep point, mid wicket, and a man standing at long off.
We also have a bowler coming in from the Carlton Grove end around the wickets to David Miller. It's a slower ball that is full and on off stump. David Miller runs the first one hard, but Keshav Maharaj wasn't keen on the second one. Just 279 now to end the 279 for 7 to end the 48th over. Miller on 32 runs and Keshav Maharaj on 5.
It's slower delivery there by Krishna, bringing a bit of variety. There's bowling quite a lot of short balls and with a lot of vimmer behind that ball. It's always nice to see a bit of variety from the bowlers, especially in the ODIs, because we know in the T20s it happens quite a lot.
Indeed, variety will be the name of the game here. The slower balls, the slow ball bounces, slow ball Yorkers, just some variation will be the key for the bowling teams. That is where most of the wickets have come from. Batters mistiming it, not quite getting the middle of the bat. So the South African bowlers, especially the likes of Andile Pehlukwayo, will be licking their lips. Bumrah coming around the wicket to David Miller. Back of a length delivery, angled into the left-hander and just guided to short third man for a single, 280 for 7.
Just the fielding position now for Keshav Maharaj. You've got a man that's standing at short third man. What looks like backward point. Deep extra cover, man standing at mid on, man standing mid off. The Indians seem to be moving around quite a lot. Got 3 men riding the pound on the leg side. 2 men, deep fine leg comes in inside the circle. Now standing at short fine leg, just for Kishi.
This one, good length delivery outside off stump, and Keshav just throws the kitchen sink at this one, but the kitchen sink missing the ball, all ends up. Still 280 now for 7 as David Miller just coming down the pitch just to chat to his one-day international vice captain, maybe just saying, hey, just give me the strike, my man. I'm the big hitter here.
Yeah, so in the break, after the innings break, we'll full quota podcast with the SA women's coach Hilton Moring.
It's going to be a good listen. The full quota podcast has been going for some time, and Keshav Maharaj gets hold of this one, but didn't quite middle it as it was in the air going towards the long on. The fielder at long on, it bounced short, and the South Africans get one more run on the board. Great bowling here from Jasper Bumrah with that full length ball on off stump.
Yeah, I think Kishore found himself a bit lucky there. That the ball not reaching that long on region. There was a man just under the ball, but obviously not quick enough to receive the ball on the full.
As mentioned, Keshav Maharaj didn't time that ball as well as he would have liked. But if he timed it better, it would have been dangerous. This one onto the pads of David Miller as he tried a little bit of fancy footwork there. But Jasprit Bumrah was up to the task. A Yorker literally on the toes of David Miller. That was taken. A quick single was taken off that. South Africa moved to 282 for 7 now.
Proper sign of a death bowler by Jasprit Bumrah. We all know that Jasprit Bumrah is known for his death bowling, especially for the Mumbai Indians and here for the Indian side in the ODIs and T20 side as well.
Keshav Maharaj has 2 balls to face here. Jasprit Bumrah, he has a man at a catching third man as he just sends this over the bowler's head. It's in the air for a long time as a man comes under it from the long on boundary, and the catch has been taken. Keshav Maharaj has to go as he does rotate the strike, but he loses another wicket here for South Africa. 282 for 8, 282 for 8.
Well, Keshi wasn't lucky this time. The previous ball that he faced fell just short of that long on man standing at long on. But this time, the man at long on collecting that ball on the floor, and that bring the end to Keshav Maharaj's innings. Keshi only scoring
6 or 5.
6 or 5.
Yes, in just the one boundary, the edge that ran all the way to the boundary. But that brings in Sasana Magala to the crease. Sasana Magala, who random fanboy said that it's his last chance today. Last chance, maybe he'd be keen to score runs as well. He can wield the bat to some extent. Can Sasana Magala, considered as a bowling all-rounder, or rather a bowler that can wield the blade in his domestic. He does average 16 and a strike rate of 123 in T20, so he can accelerate the run rates. And one day in List A games, just 83 though. So a few lusty blows here. Doesn't have to face too many deliveries. Doesn't even have to face this one, as the batters crossed. David Miller now on strike for Jasprit Bumrah.
Well, Bumrah coming around the wicket and the one again.
Around the wickets, David Miller, full delivery on the pads. A Yorker that's just whipped off the pads for a single. So David Miller retains the strike here in the final over. South Africa moved to 283 for 8 with 1 over left.
1 over left. 17 runs that we're talking about. Is this it? Do we set 300 more?
Literally, it'll take 17 runs here.
17 runs.
And Sabir Khan will be happy. The South Africans will be happy. David Miller will be the right man for the job here. And you would have felt that David Miller hasn't really struck as well as we would have expected if you're a South African fan. Striking out literally a runner ball, 35 off 35. And Miller time not quite in full effect.
Yeah, Miller only scoring 35 runs off 35 balls, just going shy at runner ball. We need that Sri Lanka, that World Cup, that innings that he had against Sri Lanka. I think we'll need that in this over.
Krishna coming around the wickets, the left-handed Miller. It's a full ball outside the off stump. David Miller throws his hands at it, gets a big top edge that just clears the fielders behind square on the offside. So he'll take them anyway he comes as he gets a boundary off the first ball.
That ball pitched wide outside off full as well. David Miller, thick outside edge, beating the man standing at a backward point, and that short third man region.
Only 15 off Bumrah's last 3 overs. So the pick of the bowlers here, the premier pace bowler doing the job for his captain. That's up to Krishna now. At the end of this over now, a back of a length delivery that David Miller could not get hold of. It seems to have rushed him as he tried to just send this through to the square leg boundary. He's disappointed that he didn't get hold of that. It seemed to have just rushed him.
Well, that ball, I think he hit his shoulder there. I think he closed that blade of the bat too early there.
Got through, or he got through the shot too quickly as it actually wrapped him on the arm. He was already through his shot and did not get hold of that ball. David Miller now. A full length Yorker outside off stump. It's in the air for a long time. Virat Kohli is standing under it and he effects a brilliant catch at the long off boundary. Very well done from the former Indian captain. As KL Rahul comes down to just give him a little bit of glove love. Really enjoying that. A fantastic delivery here from Krishna. Double fives here. High 10. The plan worked for the Indians.
Yeah, the plan definitely worked. Virat Kohli doesn't really miss too many. Virat Kohli taking that one, standing at long on. David Miller scoring 39 there. I think it was 39 balls for David Miller. A nice stint there for David Miller, keeping just 6 runs per over. I think they did. That brings on Ngidi as well now, as the last batsman. I think Magala would like to take most of the strike here.
Indeed, he probably would. As Lungi Ngidi comes to the crease, and it was the cutter from Krishna, and as mentioned, a pace off the ball. Variation, making it difficult to get hold of. That was very, very far away from David Miller. and he sort of threw his hands at it. It was in the air for a long time, looking to clear that long off boundary, but didn't get enough of it, didn't get enough pace on the ball to send it to the boundary and pace off the ball, doing the trick here for the Indians. And South Africa now literally 1 wicket away from their innings being wrapped up. 287 now for 9, as Sisanda Magala is now on strike.
Well, it's Krishna's second wicket in this innings, going at 59 runs. He's got 3 balls remaining. Then that will end the close of the first innings here for the Proteas. The Proteas are 287 for 9 with the 3 balls remaining. And Krishna coming over the wicket to Magala coming on the Calville Grove in. We've got a man standing at mid-on, extra cover, backward point, and a man standing at riding the boundary area on the offside.
Full length delivery outside off stump. That's Sisanda Magala tries to slash at, gets an inside edge as it goes into the turf. Rishabh Pant does the fielding behind the stumps. And just look at the last 3 overs, a wicket in each of them. And you have to commend the Indian bowling after a big partnership between Rassie van der Dussen and Quinton de Kock. Have been in control otherwise, have been sharp in the field, have been bowling with variation that has made it very difficult for the ball to get away, and have kept the South Africans under pressure. A slower ball Yorker that is just dollied up into the air, into the hands of KL Rahul at cover. And it looks like South Africa will not get to the allotted 50 overs as they are dismissed for 287 after 49.4.
Yeah, I mean, the South Africans will obviously be happy, obviously losing quick early wickets for the South Africans with the run-outs from Tema Bavuma and then Quinton de Kock. Marshalling the troops very nicely, scoring a century there from that Quinton de Kock. Quinton de Kock scoring 124, then another by Rassie van der Dussen, another half century by Rassie van der Dussen. David Miller coming nicely with 39 runs off 38 balls, and that brings on the South Africans with 287 runs all out, and then the Indians were looking to chase 288.
And just the bowling figures that have also done well. Prashid Krishna did well in his 9.5 overs to take 3 wickets for 59. He's going literally at a run a ball. And Deepak Chahar, Jasprit Bumrah also contributing with 2 wickets each, conceding 53 runs and 52 runs respectively. And those were the pick of the Indian bowlers. The other wicket was taken by Chahal. He just got the 1 wicket, and there was the 2 runouts as well for the South Africans. And as mentioned, 287 after 49.5 overs, and that will end the first innings here. Don't go away. There will be some content for you to listen to. The Full Quota podcast with Hilton Moreng will be playing at the break. So we will see you later.
So this is
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Circles with the World Cup just about the corner. Very good interview with everyone. This one is okay. Slightly higher up, slightly more intense, but pretty good.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. Very much a fan of this man working with the women's team. But without further ado, I think let's bring on Coach Hilton Moreng to come through onto the show onto the Full Coach podcast to discuss the women's team and to talk about the plans going to the World Cup. Coach Hilton, thank you very much for joining us and sparing some time to chat with us today.
Good morning, I'm Pontem, and thanks for having me, and looking forward to.
Coach, thank you very much. Coach, it's been a very great year for your team, and I think you've been there for 8 years. Have you ever had a year like this where you are unbeaten from a series perspective throughout? You've been there since 2012. Is this one of those years where you're like, Lord, thank you very much, but maybe carry it over into 2022 a little bit?
It will be ideal to carry it over. I think, it's been our best year and a half that we had thus far. I think the basis of that is the build-up that we had. I mean, we have very good core players now. I think it's a team that has been coming along for a very long time. Most of these players now have been together for the last 8 to 12 years, playing together. They're now what we call or what we regard in the country as senior players, more mature, they're good core players. And the fact that they've been playing around these leagues also added to their experience, so you can see how they go about their business. Even youngsters coming in, it makes it very easy for us to make sure that they can blend in and learn quicker because they got experience on the park. Because the best way to learn as a youngster is on the park than actually sitting on the side. So that's far for us been the best year, and as like you said, we're working hard to make sure it keeps continuing, and hopefully goes well into the World Cup.
I think we're unique because now, as you can see, we are in a studio atmosphere. We're not in a remote atmosphere anymore. But then how do we kind of continue to use StreamYard is pretty much every show we have has a remote guest in. So we bring our remote guests through StreamYards. We have virtual events still with all of our season ticket holders and our VIP clients. All of that is going to be produced through StreamYard. And we have podcasts, which have guests from any location will come through via StreamYard. So for us, I mean, I have a feeling this is why we're on a stream like this with you guys for StreamYard Business, but we are extremely happy with everything we've been able to do with StreamYard.
What if you could make a full-time living online, getting paid for your advice? You might not know this, but there is a surge of people launching brand new websites that are making between $5,000 and $10,000 a month, getting paid for their expertise and their knowledge. People like Jude DePaula, who sells a course about designing a beautiful home, or Kara Stein, who teaches people how to write a best-selling book, and Hunter Masters, who teaches guys how to dance with their wife or girlfriend. My name is Scott Moran. I'm the creator of SamCard, one of the top e-commerce platforms in the world. And all of these three people use our software to launch and sell their own products and services, which means I get to see behind the scenes of what's working for these and thousands of other businesses. So if you want to know how to get paid for your advice, your knowledge, or your expertise, then do not miss our next free training, where we reveal the simple 10-step system that all of these people use to launch their own digital product. Inside of this training, I'm going to reveal the most profitable niche to sell to, what type of product you should create, how to create that product in under 72 hours, what to name it, what to price it, how to find tons of people who will buy it online, and the simple one-page template that you can use to sell it. This training is 100% free and only lasts about 30 minutes, so it is well worth your time. And if you're thinking, why would you just give this process away? The answer is very, very simple. My hope is that you use the 10 secrets I'll show you to build your own six-figure online business, and then use SamCard to power it. To get access to this training, just click the button down below this video, jump into our next available session, and I'll see you there.
That's true, and we hope so too.
No, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You're doing a great job at the moment. Just to sort of, I guess, fast forward and a little bit, just until this last series against the Caribbean. What what were your goals as a unit going forward with this unit, particularly with the World Cup just around the corner? So what were the goals and plans that you had for this particular series?
For us, the most important thing is we got a competitive series, and the most challenging one was away from home in tough conditions. And the last time we were there, it was not a very good one. I think we struggled a bit, and then we drew all series against them. And although we've been in the lead, and they came back and they drew. So for us, the initial goal, we were just happy first to have the full squad again since the World Cup, because we've been hindered by injuries, challenges. As you could see, we had different captains in different tours, and it was the first time now since the World Cup we had our captain back, and then having the full squad again was helping because we're not so far away 5 months away from the World Cup. So the initial goal for us is just to make sure now as a squad we can touch base with everyone that's back from injury rehab, and make everyone is fit now. Now we can see how we go on these conditions. And at the back of it, we knew that we haven't won a series. You know, West Indies is a team that plays well on those very challenging conditions, extreme heat, very slow wickets. So it needed us to adapt. So hence, we felt that with the experience that we have in the squad, it was the best time now to make sure that we can turn that around and put one up against them. So for us, the goal was to make sure we win and make sure each and everyone in the squad in an ideal situation, we get everyone, we give them a go and see how they go. Because, you know, in the World Cup, you're only as strong as what your squad is. I mean, the first 11 is the least of your worries. In when you go into a World Cup, is the players that are sitting on the bench that you know they can come in any day and make an impact. And the only way you could know is by them getting opportunities in the build-up, not only playing on 12, 13 players and focusing on them. And you have a challenge in the World Cup, then you're struggling. So it was good for us. I mean, we had the idea, the first 3 games, the way it went in the ODI, we were able to rotate the squad, and it allowed us to see who can do what and what the other players can do in the squad. So overall, it was very good for us, and I think we achieved our goal that we set ourselves. Firstly, we touched base with everyone, revisited where we want to go as a team regarding the World Cup, knowing that it's 5 months away, and then making sure that we win a series in the West Indies.
That's you're one of the coaches in the country who are leading a team that's actually winning and has a winning culture. How do you foster that culture? Speaking even with the players that you're speaking about who are on the bench from 12 to 15, how do you get them to be ready all the time? Because if you look at Tasman Birds, Annika Bosch, Laura Goodall, Dumisi Kukune, and the list goes on with the players who were on the bench, Nalo Jafta, whenever they came on, they were ready. And it's hard as a sportsman to be on and off. How did you manage to foster that culture of always be ready?
Is the most difficult thing, because where the level we operate it's a level where you have to win. Everybody expects you to win, especially when you go in the park, and something like that is neglected often is development of players, because youngsters have to come in somewhere. They will make mistakes. Sometimes it's going to be mistakes that's costly that nobody's going to like, but there's always a bigger picture. I think post the 2017 World Cup, and we came close in the semi-final. Through the selections, I mean, we sat down and looked at how we're going to go to the next 50 World Cup, and then we identified a squad of 24 players that we kept working on. I think the good thing for us thus far, when we had camps, it allowed us to work with the youngsters, because most of the senior players, they would be away on T20 leagues, going abroad. So it gives us the attention to detail to the youngsters. Those that we know they were fringe players then, and how they can establish themselves in the squad. So you keep working with them, you set with them, and you set performance plans for them, and you monitor it through the relationship that we have with the coaches at the provinces that look after the players on a daily basis to make sure that whatever they work on, it's not contradicting to what we want to achieve for these players. So communication is constant around the country between us as coaches and the coaches in the provinces, to make sure that information is flowing and players know exactly where they stand in the system. And through that, we had often camps, and when players come in, and 9 out of 10 times where there's an opportunity. I think this year, when everybody went to the IPL and some play at the 100 now, we had an opportunity to bring in more youngsters to see how they can go and how the progress is going. So the inclusion of the Nisha in the system now helped us, because now you can communicate as somebody that can be hands-on there, who understands what is it that we're working towards, who's been in the system. So communication and the work through us department makes it very easier for us now, because you can actually speak to somebody who can actually look after these players. So through camps and where there's an opportunity, we always try to add in 1 or 2 youngsters to make sure there's continuity, and they understand that when the opportunity comes, how far are you from the team? If it happens that you get there, what is expected? How do you go about it? So, like I said, your first 12, 13 players, as players that is established, they understand, they've been there, they've done it for a while. And it's like we play player 14 to 20, 24 is the ones that we actually have been hampering on, going around the country, visiting the provinces, making sure that there's continuous work being done. That is the only opportunity now. So, but that's why when you see them, when they get opportunities, like they've been there, because they've been practicing with these girls, they've been working around the clock, they've just been sitting and waiting for the opportunity, which is always a difficult part, like I said, because I mean, all players want to play. Unfortunately, you can only play 11 at a time. So those not playing, you need to make sure they stay sharp, and for them to stay sharp is to keep them motivated and they understand the bigger picture where we're going.
60 cents back per liter in e-bucks on fuel at engine.
Yeah, I hear lots of words like pipeline and communication. Very, very important with the two there, with having a bigger pool of players. Having a bigger pool of players is clearly making a difference to the team as a whole. So do you think you are better equipped now to go to this World Cup than you were to that last one? Do you think overall you are better equipped as a unit, having experiences that you had, having lost the semi-final, bigger pool of players? Do you think overall that you are better equipped now to take on the next World Cup?
I think the difference now for us, being better equipped or more prepared, is we have more experience. Like I said, most of these players have been through 3, 4 semi-finals now together in both formats. They understand how it feels to lose in a semi-final, and they're getting to that age now where everybody wants to play now and win this World Cup. You know, and they want to give this World Cup the best that they can, because they understand that where they are as they're not as young as they used to be. So preparation and the focus is very different in the camp now when it used to then, and it allows us, like once again I said, to be able to spend more time with your youngsters, because your seniors understand what they need to do. I mean, you see how they go about it from a bowling unit, how they bat, and that rubs off to our fielding. So that's why as a unit now, we're starting to become a very formidable unit. Players are playing extremely good cricket, understanding the game much better. So are we better prepared? I think mentally, yes, we are. And where we're going as a team, yes, extremely. I think ideally we would still like to have it would have been ideal to have another tour before the end of the year to make sure that we can see where everyone is at before we go to this Christmas break, knowing that in January we can kick off now with the West Indies tour into the World Cup. It will be ideally, but we can only manage what we can. And I know operation team understands that they're working around the clock to see, because I think at the same time, around November, December is a qualifier. So most of the teams are involved there. So getting content is not always as easy as we would like to, but we can only control what we can. So through camps, we'll make sure.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. We've got some of the qualifiers happening in Zimbabwe, and we've got Pakistan, West Indies, all down here, Bangladesh, all down here playing. And so it's a little bit tough for them to kind of organize. But Coach, looking at that World Cup, and obviously you've mentioned the semi-finals that you've come through. I think if we look at women's cricket in the world, you've got the two big teams, Australia and England, and it's always either one of those two that you're going to meet in a semi-final. And then obviously there's that group, New Zealand, India, South Africa, and West Indies, that are pretty much at a similar level, but I'd say South Africa slightly higher, maybe in a level of their own right now after this incredible year you've had. How do you break through that ceiling in a semi-final? How do you beat those teams in the semi-final? Have you identified their weaknesses, or do you think because we have a golden generation where I think we've got 3 top 10 ODI bowlers. We've got 2 top 10 ODI batters. That now it's a little bit easier, but maybe it's just maybe tweaking tactics here and there. But that's always been a thing in my head: is how do we beat them? How do we break through that ceiling?
I think World Cup's preparation is key. I think for us, it's just to make sure that we have an injury-free squad going into the World Cup. And the good thing is, as like you mentioned, the 2 teams, countries you spoke about, the 2 teams, Australia, England, is the teams that always had the resources. I mean, they've been leading the pack, and the rest of the world has been actually following that and trying to catch up with them. I think with all that we have achieved with the resources that we have in the country compared to what they have, the team, one can only be proud of what this team has achieved, because the resources we have is nothing compared to what they have. And through that, the girls have shown that the talent is here in the country. It just needs to be nurtured. And through nurturing and looking after it, making sure that each and everyone work extremely hard around with their skills, and not forgetting that the opportunities they get around the world. We went from 1 or 2 players playing in these leagues. Now we're sitting at 10, 11 players at a time. So it shows the growth of the team. So going into World Cup, I think at the end of the day, what is good about the 50 over World Cup is 8 teams and you play in a round robin, and the top 4 goes through. So the World Cup is it's how you play, how you prepare on the day. You're not going to rely on anyone to do you a favor. I mean, you have 7 games to play to get yourself in a semi-final. You need to focus on the 7 games and how you go about it. Luckily now for us, we've played a lot of cricket. We played a lot against these countries. Is when it gets to the opportunity when we're in the semi-final again. I think once we get ourselves there, we've been there now. I think everyone in the camp understands now it's an opportunity for us to see if we can push to the next level and get ourselves in the final, because once you're in the knockout stages, anything can happen. But what we had to do is to make sure that we have enough players now that can come in on the day when it's required and do a job. So we have now a squad of 18 players, that 18 to 20 now, that we feel that we take that to the World Cup now, anyone on the day, irrespective of what happens, that we are prepared as a team. We're not going to be found wanting. All our bases are covered. Preparation has been very good. I think we're now going to focus on a couple of camps going into the end of the year, and then pulling into that home tour against West Indies before the World Cup. So coming into the semi-final at the end of the day, you need one player. I mean, we have a lot of match winners in the squad. We're just now working towards to make sure that they understand now at the end of the day how to go about it, which we can see. Most of them are now starting to get the platform, and they're starting to show in the world what they can do. So on the day is the one that's more focused and concentrate a lot on their basics, and we'll see what can happen on the semi-final, and hopefully we can get ourselves in the final next year.
Yeah, certainly agree. I'm sure you've watched a little bit of New Zealand women against the England women. New Zealand had them in trouble at times. They didn't quite have enough play, but they certainly gave England a bit of a fight from time to time. But you talk there about the leagues there. How important is it to have our ladies go and play in the Big Bash, in the 100, to get that experience of high intensity cricket, week in, week out, and on a consistent basis? How has that helped them, and then their experiences rub on to the younger players?
No, it's a great opportunity and initiative for young cricketers coming through in the country. I mean, if you have your system and you have those kind of competitions going around, it can only benefit you as a country, because youngsters come and they play against these big names around the world. They're in their teams, they're in the change rooms, and you learn quickly, you see things differently, you learn about different cultures, styles of play. So I think that's what we as a country are working towards, to get ours going, getting off the ground, so we can have those kind of leagues also in the country. Because otherwise, if it's not going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to fall behind, because we have the talent in the country. That I can assure you. There's enough cricketers coming through. They just need that pipeline where they are looked after, and they can have opportunities where they can share experiences with those kind of big names that we talk about that go around in the world. So if you have that league for a country, it can only mean well for you as a country. Look at what the IPL has done for Indian cricket. I mean, those youngsters that came through now, when Virat Kohli them started where they are now, I mean, that's the only way you can learn. Because when you're sitting in a change room with so much experience as a youngster, then there's no better place to be. I mean, youngsters will wake up and want to be in the change room to learn. Because at the end of the day, although we believe that players need to be on the path to be able to make mistakes and learn, but sitting in an experienced change room, it gives you a lot of insight of how people think and how they go about it and how they prepare to make them sure that they are ready to be able to compete consistently at that level. So yes, it's one that we're looking to have in a country. Everyone is working around the clock that hopefully one day it can take off. We have the WSL that has started now. So through that, we'll make sure that we can build and become a formidable T20 league where we can start having all these overseas players coming over.
That's very true. I was at that WSL last year in Cape Town, and that was some really good cricket there. Question about that. From a selection perspective, I know you're part of the selection committee. What are you looking for in young players to say that, no, that one is the next Protea or someone I can work with? From a tournament like that, it's only a couple of days. Like what makes them stand out? Because that was like one of the questions that I had. Obviously, you can see some people stand out performances, and some of them are already in the purchase fray. But there were others you were like, maybe. But what's the consensus around the panel when looking at talent in a pool like that?
You see, if somebody's talented, Paul, you will see it. I mean, nobody has to tell you. I think for us is we go out there and we watch how the game is played. There's players that show a lot of potential. I think at the end of it, initially, because our system is not as established as we would like to be, like where you go to the men. I mean, the talent will shine, guys will come with performances. Yes, performance is the first that you look at. But at the end of the day, there's players that has got a lot of skill. Because they show a lot of potential. And you see that if they channel their energies channeled in the right direction and they're given the right attention, they can become very, very good cricketers, if not some of the best cricketers the world has seen. So you look at all aspects. I mean, the performance that is there, the skill that is, the potential, and then from there you can look at which players are where, and also look at where we have gaps in the system, and look at a certain skill set that is being displayed by different players without players even knowing that we're looking at it. And you take it from there, and then you can start looking at how you can get some of the players under 19 emerging into academies and hopefully become Proteas one day. So you look at it holistically.
Makes a lot of sense. I guess just to go back onto the actual Protea squad, talk about the influence of Jonathan Newkirk and Marizanne Kamp. They seem to have a real influence and play as a sort of leader role within their side. Not just the fact that Marizanne is captain, but just on and off the field. They seem to have a real influence on the team as a whole.
No, I mean, I don't have to say much regarding the two, because if you watch the 100 now that's passed, it explains to you the quality of the two players. I mean, most of the time, Marizanne and Ishmael were injured. I mean, Dane had to play out of herself to make sure that they give the team a chance, and the influence that she had on the rest of the squad, and to make sure that the players, and to get the best out of each and every player. It shows what quality leader she is. She reads the game very well. She understands the game, and both of them are now at the stage. Like I said, there's a couple of them. If you add in that list, you could throw in a Shepnam Ishmael, Chetty, Mignon du Preez. Those players have been playing cricket for a long time now. They understand each other. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A support group also at the Protea level is so good, because it's players that don't need to be reminded what to do. They know exactly what needs to happen. It makes their captaincy much easier. I mean, they can come in and focus on their cricket and work and make sure that their performances are up to there, because each and everyone around them understands what they need to do. So the two of them, yes, it's like I said, we're blessed with a very, very good crop of talented cricketers that the country has seen now. And I think for them, if all goes well, I think to get themselves in a World Cup final, it will be great to see, because they got the talent, they have everything that actually us from a coaching point of view would love to have in the team. I think it's complemented very well. Look at our bowling attack. It's one of the best in the world now. Our batting is starting is now clicked in the last year and a half, showing the maturity and experience. I mean, not forgetting that Laura Wolfert is only, 21, 22 now. Still a youngster. But she looks like she's been on the scene for years, but she's still a youngster. She's still a one who's learning her art as a batter. But we have that kind of talent. It shows that in a country where we are blessed with talent, it's just for us to make sure we keep looking after them. So those 2 years, they bring a lot of experience. They understand their game very well. They're very good with youngsters. Then they willing to share the experience that they've gained over the years to make sure that the youngsters don't go and go in the direction that they were, and they had to learn the hard way to come back onto the road. So you are blessed for that. I mean, it's a changing room that you can only be proud of as a coach.
That's very true. Coach, I'm going to take you back to, I think, that India tour earlier on this year, because I think that was the first time in the ODI setup where, as a fan of the past 3 years of this team, I kind of felt that the ODI side clicked. And I understand you spoke about the experience that everyone's gained, but from a tactical perspective, it felt to me like the strategy slightly changed a little bit. Everybody kind of now was moving on with the times, and it felt like it felt to me like India were playing one of the top 2 best teams in the world, the way you guys went about it. What changed in these 18 months from a tactical perspective that makes this team, especially in that top 6, one of the most formidable top 6s in world cricket?
Mindset. I think for us, it was all about the mindset. Everything changed when everybody sat down. And I think you look at how close we came over the years. I mean, the last T20 World Cup showed us. I think we were 4 runs away from a final in the World Cup. So, and it was circumstances beyond our control on the day. So, but it's the way everyone gave a fight, and we kept pushing so close. I don't even think Australia thought we could get so close. But the confidence that was in the changing room that day, it's something that just rubbed off, and it just continued. And then from that World Cup, nobody has looked back. And then everyone, remember now, even whoever gets an opportunity to play next knows that the next one player number 12 is ready to take my place. And they're not even going to play. They're just going to make sure that they do better. So whoever's in the starting 11, they need to make sure that they put the performances. Hence, you see, even when Anneke Bos got a chance, Jasmine Bress got a chance, the performances just kept going. So they're giving the selection panel a good headache to have. And for us, it's a very good place to be as a cricketing nation, because at the end of the day, that's what you want as a country, to make sure that irrespective of who plays, I mean, look at Ayabonga Kaka's stats these days, how she has grown as a bowler. Nkululeko Mlaba at age 20, the way she's showing that she's playing like a seasoned campaigner, but she's only a youngster who's just started now a career in the last year. Shangazi also got a chance now. You see Nadine de Klerk also an opportunity at the World Cup semi-final, how she played. I mean, at the end of the day, we forget that these are only still youngsters. I mean, we had Sunay Lee's captaining the team to a certain 1 or 2 games. We had Laura Wolfert. So we had Laura Wolfert captaining 1 or 2 games, and the way they handled the responsibility and still made sure that we get the desired result on very, very tough conditions. So this team is moving in the right direction, and I think, like we say, it's in a better place now, and it's a team that can start competing now for top honors.
I think we can all agree the team is going in the right direction. That is certainly true. It's certainly been a very enjoyable 12 months as a fan. To go in a slightly different direction. With the world that we live in now, with COVID, how has that been like as a team to deal with? And do we know what the situation is going to be in New Zealand?
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the others making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Welcome back here to Newlands, where Lungingiri is coming into the attack from the Weinberg end. He has conceded a boundary, a short, wide delivery that was just dispatched through the offside, piercing the gap between cover and point by Kel Rahul. India now on 4 without loss. Rahul got that boundary. And just looking at a replay of that shot, indeed it was short, indeed it was wide, and it indeed was punished. My name is Tip Watela, joined here by Nadri Alexander as Lungingiri comes in for the fourth ball. It's short, it's down the leg side. All Kel Rahul has to do is guide it to a vacant third fine leg region for another boundary in this over. Already 8 off the over here. Not a good start for the South Africans.
Yes, good afternoon, Tepo. Good day to all our listeners. Lungingiri definitely not starting well in his first 4 balls, but bowling 2 sides of the wicket, one short and wide, as you said, cut away to the railway side, and then one down the leg side, trying to overcompensate. Down the leg side, Kel Rahul gets a fine edge and it went for a 4. Interesting to see South Africa just going through the field, 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on the boundary.
Also a third man on the offside. This one, back of length delivery once again outside the off stump. Played late by Kel Rahul, straight to the man at backward point for no run there. Kel Rahul looking really good here. Hasn't really been challenged by any bowling as he's sitting on 8, as India also on 8 without loss. South Africans yet to hit their straps. It was Sasana Magala who was looking a little bit wayward in the second ODI, and now Lungingiri struggling to hit his straps here. This last delivery was a good one, and we'll be hoping for another one here with the South Africans. This one, a full-length delivery outside off-stump, blocked square of the wicket where Aiden Markham does the fielding. Oh, David Miller does the fielding back at a square to end the first over. 8 off, it's rather pricey as India have 280 to win and just 294 balls now.
South Africa defending a target of 288. I think South Africa would be really disappointed that they didn't at least reach the 300 mark. Bit of a collapse there in the middle. They lost. They were 214 for 3 in the 36th over. At that point, you would have thought they would have kicked on, and aim for 310, 320. In the end, they lost 7 wickets for 73 runs. And to be bowled out for 287 on the back of a magnificent 100 from Quinton de Kock.
Now, when you put it like that, 7 for 73, you definitely feel that the middle order didn't contribute as much as you would have liked. So, looking a little top-heavy are the South Africans. When the top order doesn't strike, then the rest of the team doesn't. David Miller did contribute with 39 off 38, so it's not like he did nothing, and so did Dwayne Pretorius, who, in fact, is coming into the attack as we speak. He's going to come from the Calvin Grove end. Him and Temba Bavuma just adjusting the field here. He has himself a mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket for the... No, it's left-handed Shikhar Dhawan who's on strike. So a mid-on, a mid-off, a cover, a point, a backward point, a deep point, a man at short, fine leg, a slip, and also, a full toss. Oh, and it's dropped by David Miller at cover. Can you believe it? Oh my word. Probably bounced short, so I have to have a look at that again. But an opportunity nonetheless. Shikhar Dhawan, heart in mouth moments. A bit of a shocking delivery from Dwayne Pretorius as well. But it was just that bounce short. Yeah, bounce short by David Miller. A little bit harsh. Another full toss. What is going on with Dwayne Pretorius? It's outside the off stump and it's sliced through the offside for a single. Wayward bowling, first 2 balls, full tosses here from Dwayne Pretorius. It could have been a wicket though, so maybe it was part of the plan, eh?
Yeah, so I don't think it was part of the plan. Dwayne Pretorius hasn't played in a while. He has been sitting on the sidelines through the Test series and also through the first 2 one-days. So you can see just in the first 2 balls, 2 mightily full tosses. But it hasn't only gone for 2 runs, so he hasn't been punished. But yeah, 2 massive full tosses with some tomato sauce on them. Shikhar Dhawan's eyes would have lit up.
They look so juicy. They really did look juicy with some tomato sauce. Maybe some old gold for the people that are picky. This one is full and on leg stump. A big appeal from the South Africans, as he will probably get leg by, as will the Indian captain. They won't go up for this. Themba Bavuma already asking for the ball. But yes, Dwayne Pretorius, as you said, looking a little bit rusty. And one thing that a lot of South African fans will feel is that there isn't enough rotation here. You know, we only got the 1 change of Dwayne Pretorius for Tabré Shamsi, which is good. But what about Kyle Verreynne? What about George Linder, who's literally been warming the bench since the Test matches? Dwayne Pretorius coming around the wicket for Shikhar Dhawan. Another full toss, but a lower one, driven through the on the offside to mid-off. No run there. He'll feel lucky that Shikhar Dhawan hasn't been able to pierce the gaps, because he's making it very easy coming from around the wicket here.
There's definitely Chepo. I mean, Dwayne Pretorius really, that's 3 full tosses in 4 balls. It's only gone for 2 runs. If he can get out of this over, it would be good.
Okay, finally pitching the delivery here to Shikhar Dhawan. It's on the offside, and an attempt to drive it through the offside, getting an inside edge. Sisanda Magala doing the fielding here at mid-on. No run there. Still 10 without loss are India, and South Africa trying to hit their straps. We're seeing a lot of wobble seam deliveries here from Dwayne Pretorius.
It's interesting to see Dwayne taking the new ball after Sisanda had a bit of a wayward start in Paul.
It was a wayward start at this one. Oh, full outside the off stump. And there he is, hitting his lengths a little bit better. A drive that was beaten by the ball, as goes to Quinton de Kock for no run. And that ends the over. 10 without loss, 278 to get here in 48 overs. And just nipping away from the left-hander there. A little bit of movement on offer there.
Just a bit. That's simple. Yeah, that angle in, he went around the wicket, angled in, just straightened enough to beat the outside edge. Yeah, I think towards the back end of the over, Dwayne Pretorius definitely found his line and his length as well, making Shikhar Dhawan drive. I think that's the length you want to be on here at Newlands, especially with a new ball. Where there is something in there, you need to go find it still as a bowler.
Not as much moisture as we saw in the first inning, so not too much movement, but there is something there to work with as Lungi Ngidi comes over the wicket to Kiara Rahul. This one, a good delivery on the pads, whipped off the pads to mid-wicket for a quick single. He had 2 slips in place. He had a third man at cover, mid-off, but the field is changing now for the left-hander, so making it difficult for us to give you the field. But with that said, do tweet us in at OneWorldSR. We'd be keen to hear your tweets. 1, the number world like the planet, and then SR for sports radio, because it's radio and we're talking about sports.
Chipper, you touched on you were a bit surprised that with no change, with only 1 change from South Africa. Just also to let you in that Wayne Parnell earlier today it was sent to us that Wayne Parnell wasn't considered for selection because of a tabby mug. So he wasn't considered, but the guy like Zubair Hamza sitting on the sidelines as well, Kyle Verreynne. It was interesting to see that not more than 1 change made.
And Ngidi around the wicket to Shikhar Dhawan. It's back of a length. It's attempted to slice here. A little cramped up for room. Didn't quite middle it as it went to the man at point for no run. Shikhar Dhawan has 2 slips, a man at backward points at deep, a man at third man. Wow, there's actually a massive gap here on the offside between point and mid-off where Themba Bavuma is standing. There's also a man at mid-on, a man sweeping on the leg side, a deep square leg, and also Sisanda Magala here at a short, fine leg. He's in the circle. 277 to get, 47 overs. Oh, a little bit of movement there. Good length delivery from Lungi Ngidi, angling into the left-hander. But shoulders, arms from Shikhar Dhawan. No run there, 11 without loss.
What will also be interesting, Seppo, is that how this innings develops. I mean, South Africa has one less spinner today. They played India in knots in Paul, Keshav Maharaj, Aiden Markram, even, and also Tabaresh Samji. He might have been a bit expensive, but he always picked up key wickets. Rishabh Pant in the last game as well. So it'll be interesting to see what South Africa going with the extra seamer today.
Back of a length delivery. Shikhar Dhawan was coming down the pitch, and Lungi Ngidi was wise to it, pulling his length back a little bit. Once again, just outside off stump, cramping him up for room. A solid back foot defensive shot here from Shikhar Dhawan for no runs, still 11 without loss.
And Ngidi just keeping it tight. It's the order of the day. You spoke about the field, Tepo. For Dhawan, he's very strong, square of the wicket on the offside. And they've got David Miller just square, and they have a point as well. They're leaving the drive open.
Indeed, and this one, a good length delivery, but straying towards the leg stump. All Dhawan has to do is just whip it around his pads. Sasana Magala does the fielding there. Just a single 12 without loss. After 2.5 overs, just one ball left in this over. And Lungi Ngidi has really tightened it up here. He looked very good in Paul as well. Had some great lines and great lengths, keeping the Indian batters under pressure. And it's good to see him hitting his straps here again.
He's had a brilliant summer.
Indeed.
He had a good test series, good start in Centurion. And I think that's key to Lungi. Once he starts well, he carries that momentum through. And it's definitely through the summer, carried that momentum.
Back of a length delivery on top of middle stump, blocked by KL Rahul. No run there to end the 12th over. Much better from Lungi Ngidi, only conceding 2 runs off it. And that is India, 12 without loss here at the 6-gun grill Newland Stadium. The guns and the grills make it a little bit difficult. Try say that quickly 6 times, 6-gun grill Newland.
Chipo, just on your point about looking for moisture with that new ball, I think of the under 32 degree heat all morning, it will be difficult to find any moisture in this afternoon. So I think just maybe the new ball, once it shine goes with the new ball, there's nothing there. And that's why the spinners will be key later.
No doubt about that. Dwayne Pretorius coming in here. Down the pitch comes Shikhar Dhawan. Tries to send this over the mid-off region, but it was in the air, played square of the wicket, landed safely as the man at backward point does the cleaning up there. 2 runs for the left arm, left hand batter. Another wobble seam delivery outside that off stump. We saw those deliveries being very difficult to get away. That's how David Miller was dismissed. A very good delivery from Krishna to dismiss him towards the end of the innings. Coming around the wicket, Dwayne Pretorius. This one full straight, a good line, a good length, and blocked out by Dhawan. No run there, 14 without loss.
I think that was the first show of intent in this innings from the India batsman. And Shikhar Dhawan, he's in the Quinton de Kock mold of batting.
Indeed.
You know, not just left-handed like de Kock, but also attacking and really goes for his shots and try to transfer the pressure onto the bowler.
He certainly does fulfill the same role. Dwayne Pretorius coming around the wicket to Dhawan, coming down the pitch, double stepping, driving this on the up to Temba Bavuma at mid-off for no run. He has a slip in place, does Dhawan. Also a man at short, third man, point, deep, point. Also a man at cover, mid-off, as you just heard, mid-on. A man deep on the square leg boundary and a man at short, fine leg.
Just interesting that KL Rahul is going to have a word with Shikhar Dhawan. Interesting battle going on here, Tepo, between bat and ball.
Dwayne Pretorius, this one pitching it up outside the off stump, driven with power, but straight to David Miller at cover. No run there, keeping it relatively tight here, Dwayne Pretorius. The shots are coming off the bat quite nicely, but hasn't been able to find the gap. So Dhawan will enjoy the sound of that, enjoy the look of that.
Most definitely, it's coming off the sweet spot. Just on the point of KL Rahul, I think you're just telling Dhawan, there's plenty of time. You don't need to, go at more than 6-7 over.
No doubt about that. This one, a back of a length delivery, still hitting that outside off stump line, Dwayne Pretorius. This one dotted down to backward point for no run. The run rate achieved now is just 3.6, so relatively tight, especially after that, considering the fact that Lungi Ngidi had a quite expensive over first up. Required rates are just under 6 at 5.9, 14 without loss are India.
They've pulled it back nicely, Chepo. I think Dwayne, after a shaky first over, is really hitting his straps.
Oh, this one is
Just
short
as we
and
said.
wide and spanked through the offside on one knee and just drives it through the covers as Najee was commending some good bowling. Shika Dhawan got the pitch, and that's an absolutely dispatched through the offside. My goodness.
Oh, that sounded so good
Sure.
from where we were sitting, Tepo. Definitely in the meat of the bat. But that shot came, or that ball came, because early in the over, Shika Dhawan came twice down the wicket, and Pretorius might have predicted that it was going to come again and pull his length back. But Dhawan stayed in his crease, got it short and wide, and he slapped it to the boundary. He even beat the fielder that was on the boundary there.
That field didn't stand a chance, man.
It was a brilliant shot.
That was a brilliant shot. And as you said, very smart batting here from Shika Dhawan to keep the bowler guessing. And much like you said about Quinton de Kock, that is how you put the pressure on the bowling team. Don't let them get comfortable. Don't just let them bowl at you. You change up the lines. You change up the lengths. And you can adjust the field. And now he's adjusting the bowling. So he's doing very well. As Lungingiri continues from the Weinberg end, coming over the wicket to KL Rahul. Gets the outside edge and right down the throat of first slip, Yanaman Malan. You love it when a plan comes together. Lungingiri strikes first.
What a ball. I think our Rahul just hanging his bat out way outside the off stump. They will be very, very disappointed with that shot, the Indian captain. And South Africa make the breakthrough, and they're 18 for 1.
Just having a look at that delivery, pitching just outside off stump, basically squared him up a little bit of movement away, and he just sort of fended at this. Just didn't quite throw his hands at this. It was quite a nothing shot. And yeah, just straightened up. It looked like it angled into him and then just straightened up as it went past him. Got a proper, genuine outside edge into Yanaman Malan's hands, and he is relieved. He's elated to take the catch there, as India now 18 for 1 after losing their captain. 9 runs off 10 balls with the 2 fours for KL Rahul.
And the new batter, for the last time on the tour, Tepo, it's the former India skipper Virat Kohli. If he wants to end the tour off with a bang, I think on a sunbaked day at Newlands under Table Mountain, this would be the day to make a statement as well. He's always been known as the king of the run chase around the world. So if he wants his team to get off the mark in this ODI series and not leave with their tails between the legs with a 3-0 defeat, then this is the day for Virat Kohli to stamp his authority on the South African side.
You definitely feel that Virat Kohli's had a lackluster one-day international series, scoring 5 in the first, 0 in the second. So he is due for some runs. Just look at the runs he scored in his 257 matches. 12,220. 2 more runs. And he's literally going to be on 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. This one off freebies for Virat Kohli. Over pitched on the leg side, and all he has to do is clip it through a vacant square leg region. Lungingiri not hitting his straps here. Make it easy for the batter that is under pressure. Gets off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, that was like you said, Tepo, kind of a freebie to start. New batter. I think every new batter dreams of a leg stump or volley to get himself underway. And Virat Kohli, the class batter that Virat Kohli is, was never going to miss out on a leg stump or volley.
Not at all, especially when there's no one in the square leg region. This one a better ball, back of a length on top of off stump. Shikhar Dhawan was keen to get down the pitch, but that was just a dot ball. He has Virat Kohli, the former captain, 2 slips, a man at the third man region. It's a man at points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. And we have an interesting stat here from Tim Dele saying India have only been set a score of over 250 once at Newlands. It was 275 in 2006, and India made 168. So we're falling well short of that score as Lungingiri comes in, a good length delivery, seemed to really throw that one into the pitch. Lots of power, lots of energy there. Got to the batter quickly, and just no run driven through the covers or blocked to the covers for no run.
I think that stat that you just read out, Tepo, it was, I'm quite sure it was a totally different wicket, firstly.
That.
Newlands has changed over the last few years. And also the wicket has become more two, so to say. With the average score only being 196, that was totally smashed today it shows how good the wicket actually is.
Lungingini into the attack here. Good length delivery outside off stump. Virat Kohli trying to drive this through the covers. Gets through his shot a little bit early. Gets the inside edge as it goes all the way to fine leg for a single. 23 for 1 are India. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Different. Oh, wow. That ball just nipping into the right hand a little bit. So he did get to it. If it stayed true, had it not nipped in a little bit, he would have struck that with the middle of the bat. Playing far away from his body is Virat Kohli. So that's an area of concern. Is using his feet, but still. Yes, different teams playing here, different wickets. And a chance for India to set some records as Lungingini to Shikhar Dhawan bowls this one full on the pads and just driven to the man at mid-on for a single to end the 5th over. 24 for 1 after 5.
That's it for you. You speak about the wicket. That could have been in 2006. Might be mistaken, but that could have been around the time Evan Flint became the groundsman at Newlands. And I remember having a chat to him over the years. We became quite good friends as we chatted, and I used to come to Newlands. He's now the groundsman at the Wanderers.
I was about to say, isn't that the guy from Wanderers?
Yeah, he spent 10 years at Newlands being the groundsman. And he came and I asked him like what do you want to change about Newlands, And he said just to make it a more true wicket, because the ball was dominating the bat before he.
Dwayne Pretorius around the wickets to Shikhar Dhawan. A peach of a delivery. Perfect line, perfect length outside that off stump, beating the outside edge of a hanging bat. Oh, he's looking good as Dwayne Pretorius. Oh, just nipping off the surface there, forcing Dhawan to play. And then just beating the outside edge. A little bit of nip off the surface, looking pretty good. Sorry about that, you were saying. We'll just continue. Coming around the wickets. Dwayne Pretorius again. Dhawan coming down the pitch. Get into the pitch of the ball and a double step block. As that just goes to mid-on for a single. 25 for 1. And we have another stat here from Tim saying scores of 250 and over have only been successfully chased twice. By South Africa against England in 2020 and by South Africa against New Zealand in 2000. So no one really proving to chase nicely here at Newlands. It's going to be a challenge, an uphill battle, and it will be a great way for India to wrap up the series as Dwayne Pretorius comes over the wickets to Virat Kohli. A full-length delivery outside off stump blocked to the man at cover for no run. 25 for 1. Don't forget to tweet us in at OneWorldSR.
The Chipo, Dwayne Pretorius has only bowled 2.5 overs, but there's already a good battle going on between him and Shikhar Dhawan, who is using his feet, he's staying back in his crease. So that's what you want to see. That's the small battles within the game that you want to see.
Literally changing up the length of... Dwayne Pretorius with a delivery that pitches outside off and jags into Virat Kohli, wrapping him on the pads. Looked like there could have been an LBW appeal there, but just a little bit too high. We've been seeing a lot of bounce here at Newlands. Oh, look at that.
It's a big nip back there.
So much nip, mate.
The ball pitched way outside off stump, and Virat Kohli wanted to play around his front pad. The ball nipped back prodigiously from the pitch.
Virat Kohli with an interesting trigger movement as this one whipped through the leg side. Sasana Magala at mid-on will do the fielding. And just speaking about that trigger movement, starting off on that leg stump, and he sort of takes 2 steps in and tries to play across his body because his pads are flush in front of middle and off. So if it does nip in a little bit and he does miss it, that LBW will be a very good appeal. Dwayne Pretorius with the slip and a man at short third man. Dhawan comes down the pitch, double step, driving this delivery outside off stump, driven straight to the man at cover. Good fielding from David Miller. And that is a dot ball, which ends the 6th over, 26 for 1. Hasn't conceded too many, has Dwayne Pretorius, just 9 off his 3 overs. So very economical here at the beginning for South Africa.
I think Proteas skipper Temba Bavuma will be very happy with Dwayne Pretorius' 3 overs so far. It would have been a bit of a gamble throwing the ball to Dwayne Pretorius. He has opened the bowling for his domestic side, the Lions in white ball cricket. But this is international cricket. His pace is not quite up there like KG Rabada and so, but he's doing a good job.
Lungengidi, a good length delivery outside off stump, driven off the back foot on the up to Rassie van der Dussen at cover for no run. Lungengidi on the onside has a fine leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on the offside, 2 slips, man at third man, point, cover, and mid off.
Lungengidi just wanting to continue from the one again. I think what Ngidi should concentrate on is that one bad baller over, the leg stump ball volley to Cody. I mean, you can get 6 balls in a good spot. That would be a good start.
And there is another ball in a good spot, a good length delivery, pitching in line with that off stump. Virat Kohli, all he can do, what he should do is block that. No run there, 262 to win off 262. So the required run rate's 6 now. The run rate achieved is 4.1 and the score 26 for 1.
Another key moment in the game, Chepo, is when it could be first change, but when Sisanda Magala comes in, how India, knowing that he was under pressure in the last game, how India will go about maybe going after him, to keep him under pressure.
Indeed.
So that would be a key moment in the game when he comes onto ball.
No doubt about that. He was a little bit wayward in that second ODI. Lots of fans calling for his head as we see a field change. The man at fine leg coming in and the man at mid-wicket going to the boundary. Virat Kohli coming down the pitch. A back of a length delivery from Lungengidi. So played off the back foot, square of the wicket. A square drive to David Miller for no run. So keeping it tight here are the South African new ball bowlers.
It's an interesting stroke from Virat Kohli down the pitch to the big fast bowler. Clearly showing some intent. Sometimes when you're not in the best of form, the best way is to hit yourself out of form. And maybe, like we said, Virat Kohli is due a score. We keep saying that all series through the test matches as well.
Literally did. Coming over the wickets, Lungengidi this time opens the face of the bat, does Virat Kohli, and just guides it down to third man for a single. 27 for 1 now, and this is the type of pressure that South Africa will be keen to build, especially here in the power play with the fielding restrictions. Not conceding too many boundaries is a very good look. It puts India under pressure, and that's why you see the Indian batters coming down the pitch. They're trying to manufacture runs here of some very tight bowling.
It just seems that Virat Kohli has more intent shown today. Even his defensive shots, it just looks like he's more busier at the crease.
No, that is true. Busy is the word. Around the wicket, Lungengidi and Shikhar Dhawan coming down the pitch once again. And he just pulls his length back, does Ngidi. Angling it into the left-hander. He guides it, but straight to the man at backward point for no run. 261 off 259 now.
I think Lungengidi just saw the batsman coming. I think Shikhar Dhawan went down the wicket just a fraction too early, and Ngidi did well to pull his length back. And there was just not any room to pierce the gap on the offside.
27 for 1 are India as Lungengidi comes around the wicket for his last ball. Good length delivery on top of middle stump. He dots this down to the leg side as the man coming from the deep, Rassie van der Dussen, does the fielding. So they take 2 quick runs. Very good running there from the Indians as they move to 29 for 1 after 7 overs. Not a prolific power play here. A very quiet one. Already just 29 in 7 overs.
Yeah, I think firstly that was a very good 2 runs. And again, I mean, they've been hitting some solid shots in the mid of the bat. But they've also found the fielders in the ring as well. And with not finding the boundaries, they also haven't got that many singles and twos. So that 2 runs there, I think that should be the template, basically, of how to start the innings here at Newlands.
That's very true. Dwayne Pretorius is continuing his spell. A beautiful ball that pitches outside off stump. A good length delivery had to be blocked by Virat Kohli. He has himself a slip, a man at a short third man, a man at point, a man on the boundary, on the point boundary. David Miller at cover, mid off, mid on. A man all the way on the boundary here, on the onside, sweeping there, literally at deep mid wickets, and also Sisanda Magala at short fine leg. This one, a full length delivery whipped off the pads of Virat Kohli to Rassie van der Dussen at the aforementioned deep square leg. And interesting stature, Kohli's last innings at Newlands in 2018, he scored 160 not outs, and that is the the one-day internationals, eh? So if there's anywhere
What
to,
are you saying, Tipo?
I'm saying if there's anywhere to score runs, eh, it has to be here, a place that he's familiar with. You'll have some very good memories as Dwayne Pretorius comes around the wickets. Darwan comes down the pitch and sends it over mid-on and would have been over long on as well, as it goes for a maximum. Very, very well done there from Shikhar Dhawan to get a boundary in what has been an economical spell here for the new ball bowlers.
I think Shikhar Dhawan just broke the shackles there. It was coming for a while, Triple.
Indeed.
He actually been looking for that, and because Pretorius doesn't have the pace of fast bowlers, you can use your feet to Dwayne Pretorius. And like I said, breaking the shackles, Pretorius was nice and tight into the body of Shikhar Dhawan, and he has been finding the fielders. And this time he decided, you know what, I'm just going to go over the top. And he also hit straight, which is very good.
Now also did well to get to the pitch of the ball. Wouldn't have been a half volley had he not double stepped. So did very well to Shikhar Dhawan to send that over the boundary. Dwayne Pretorius has to respond nicely here. And this one, a good length delivery outside off stump, just blocked behind square for no run there. 36 for 1 after that massive 6 from Shikhar Dhawan.
You spoke about Virat Kohli's stat the last time we played an ODI at Newlands, 2018. 160, Tipo. That's a lot of runs in a one-day international. Maybe big players stand up in big moments when the country needs them, and they certainly need him today.
Coming down the pitch now, Shikhar Dhawan. Oh, and he was wrong-footed, the man at backward point. Played that very late. It was a slower ball bouncer. And Aiden Markham preempted moving. And in the end, should have just stood still, as that literally wrong-footed him as it ran to the boundary. There was a cutter as well. I got the top edge of Shikhar Dhawan's bat. But he placed it very well, as Aiden Markham was a little bit premature in his movement. Yeah, wrong-footed, and he was going the wrong way. Would have been a brilliant goal if it was in soccer. This one dotted down to the man, Aiden Markham, once again. They take a quick single there, and a very good over for India here. 2 boundaries off it, 11 off it in the end, as they now sit on 41 for 1 after 8 overs.
It's a very good over for India. Like we said, that might break open the game from their point of view. Just get some momentum going, run singles, twos, get the odd boundary with the bad ball. And from a South African point of view, it could be time for a change as well. Lungi and Giri seems to continue from the Weinberg end, but it might throw Timber Boomer off a bit, the planning to give Dwayne Pretorius the new ball. That might change now. It might actually be a spin. Aiden Markham did very well in Paul, spinning.
Yeah, he did well to open the bowling, and he did also do well as first change with Keshav Maharaj to just drive the runs in the second power play. But maybe you'd expect Sasanda Magala to come in, or maybe Dwayne Pretorius has something up his sleeve in the next over. But as you said, doesn't really have the pace to really make it difficult. Lungingiri will be continuing from the Weinberg end. One of the slips are out now, as the man at third man will come into the circle. There's a man at backward points, Aiden Markham. There's a man at deep point, that's on the offside, also cover and mid-off. And then on the onside, a man at mid-on, a man at deep square leg, and Sasanda Magala at a short fine leg. A good length delivery, just played off the hips of Shikhar Dhawan all the way to the man at deep square leg, Rassie van der Dussen, for a single. 42 for 1 now.
Also, Tipo, Aiden Markham could be an interesting option to left-handed Dhawan. I'm seeing that he likes place on the ball, and we're obviously seeing he uses his feet to place bowlers. But the right arm off spinner turning it away from him, that would throw an interesting conundrum into how he goes about playing the spin of Aiden Markham.
He continues. Virat Kohli is already down the pitch, trying to get across and whip this off his pads through the onside. Misses that, all ends up as that is collected by the man at the man at cover for no run.
Virat Kohli, like we said, he's been looking busy at the crease since he's come to the wicket, trying to whip a relatively straight ball onto the onside. There's a massive gap between short fine leg and mid on, and there's an easy single to deep square leg.
Oh, that's where they've been trying to get their singles, and this delivery, oh my goodness, it was full. It was just outside off stump, and Virat Kohli missed that. All ends up. It looked like it was a slower ball Yorker. They just died before it got to the former Indian skipper. Just have a look at that one again. Yeah, it looked like it was a full toss that just died and bounced and looked like it was going to angle into the off stump. So a brilliant delivery there from Lungi and Gidi. Oh, wow.
And that's another ball outside off stump, Chepo, that they tried to whip into that big gap that's vacant, for a single or for two. I don't think the need is worth the risk.
No, not at all. Lungi Gidi again. This one, a back of a length delivery. Virat Kohli on the back foot guides this to backward point for a single. And that is where they want to get their singles. We saw Shikhar Dhawan, was it Shikhar Dhawan or was it Virat? It was Virat Kohli who dotted it down there for 2 runs in the previous delivery. Looked like it was a cutter, that previous delivery. A little bit of a scramble scene, but it didn't scramble as hard as you would have expected. So class bowling here from Lungi and Gidi. Very, very close to that off stump. It's looking very good here for the South African bowlers.
I think it's fair to say that Lungi and Gidi had the wood over Virat Kohli this summer, this home summer.
That's true. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's Centurion
and
Newlands here. Wanderers also catching him playing way outside that off stump. So Lungi and Gidi has had Virat Kohli in his pockets this entire summer, and that's a nice player to have in your pocket. As this one, a full length delivery outside off stump, driven straight to the man at mid off for a quick single. Timba Bavuma there doing the fielding. Potentially could have even gotten the former Indian skipper out the same way he got out, but it didn't get to him as quickly. So he made it through safely, did Virat Kohli. 43 for 1.
I think that's the template Virat should use. I mean, he's really searching for runs at Chepo. He's trying to make good balls into bad ones. We understand that. But Lungi and Gidi, as you shown, is a class bowler. I mean, there's certainly other bowlers in the team like Dwayne Pretorius, Santa Bagala, maybe that's new that you can target.
No doubt.
If you want big overs.
Around the wicket, Lungi and Gidi, he's on the money. A good line outside off stump, a good length as well. That one blocked to cover for no run. Dhawan just practicing his drive, trying to clear the inner ring on the offside. But we'll have to see in the next over. 9 overs down, 43 for 1. As Virat Kohli on 9 and Shikhar Dhawan on 24. Please, folks, we love to hear from you on the tweets, on the YouTube at OneWorldSR. As long as the family friendly, as long as the PC, we'll give them a read. And yes, folks, you don't want to miss out on tweeting here. Shout out your family, shout out your friends. Just shout out by using the number world, the planet, SR for the tweets. And Dwayne Pretorius will be continuing here to wrap up the power play. He has a man at deep point on the offside, a cover mid-off, backward points, and a short third man, and a slip. Comes over the wicket to Virat Kohli, comes down the pitch, whipping it off his pads to Sasana Magala at mid-on. No run there. So you heard mid-on, a short, fine leg, and also a man sweeping at the mid-wicket boundary.
Just interesting to note, Tepo, before that ball from Dwayne Pretorius, Lungi and Gidi left the field with the South African physio, Craig Govender, and Carl Verheyen came onto field with that short, fine leg. We hope it's not serious. I think Temba Bavuma would like his strike bowler. The attack would be very, very inexperienced without Lungi and Gidi.
Oh, without a doubt. Dwayne Pretorius, this one full on the pads of Virat Kohli, plays it around his pads as Carl Verheyen does the fielding there at short, fine leg. They get 2 runs off that and move on to 45 for 1.
That's like we said, Tepo, the outfield is not too bad. Whatever Lungi is carrying, he's had a tough summer. He's played all matches. After not playing much in last year, he's had a brilliant summer, like we said. And just to see him on the park doing well has been good.
This one pitching on the pads of Virat Kohli, whipped it to the man at fielding on the square leg boundary. Sorry, on the deep mid wicket boundary. They get a single, 46 for 1.
That's it. So the power play is almost done. South Africa, it's a fairly even power play so far. India 46 for 1. I wouldn't say any team is in the ascendancy. Maybe South Africa will hope for one more wicket.
They really would. And they won't get it from that delivery. It's overpitched outside off stump and driven through the covers. A beautiful drive from Shikhar Dhawan to bring up the 50 here for India. 50 now of 58 balls, 41 minutes. The 6 fours and the 1 6, and it was a big 6 from the man himself.
That was a long off volley from Dwayne Pretorius, Tepo. And cross batted like Shikhar Dhawan, who looks in the mood at Newlands today. He definitely was never going to miss out on that.
No, that was definitely a freebie. As we say goodbye to Nasri. Dwan early feed. So Dwayne Pretorius, a good length delivery outside off stump, blocked to the backward point region for no run. Say goodbye to Nasri. Say hello to Tim Dale Ace, and you've come just as the score strikes 50.
Afternoon, Tipple. Even poised game at the moment. India will feel as long as Kohli is there, they do have a chance of getting this target.
Around the wicket for the last ball, Dwayne Pretorius. That's a good length delivery outside off stump. And that ends the 10th over and ends my stint. India 50 for 1 after 10 overs. Shikhar Dhawan on 28, Virat Kohli on 12, and Tipple substituted for James King.
Just as a comparison, South Africa were 53 for 2 at the 10 over mark. So India will feel they are slightly better due to the fact that they have lost 1 less wicket. Dhawan and Kohli are looking very good together. They've got a nice partnership going after the early loss of captain, KL Rahul.
Yeah, indeed, Tim, the early loss of KL Rahul, South African bowlers, Pretorius and Ngidi pulling it back very well after a tough start for Ngidi, 8 off that first over, 2 boundaries. And South Africa will be also not unhappy with the fact that it is 50 for 1 after the first 10 overs, the lowest score that India have posted in the power plays so far. As it's Sasanda Magala towards us from the Weinberg end. He starts with a wide down the leg side. Virat Kohli upset with himself that he has not made South Africa pay for that wayward delivery from Magala. But it is a wide nonetheless, and South Africa concede another extra 51 for 1 in after 10 overs. This partnership 33 after the first wicket, that of the captain KL Rahul was lost with the score on 17. Magala towards us once again, past umpire Rasmus, much better delivery this time. Short of a length on the line of off stump, played on the up by Kohli to the man at mid-off. That's the captain, Bavuma. For Kohli, we have a slip, a third man, backward point. We have cover point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. It's a 6-3 offside field. Anything into the leg side is going to get you a run or 2. So this may be the trick or the plan here for South Africa. Magala is bowling to Kohli. That one spits up at him like a snake almost.
A cobra.
Yes, a cobra. Of course, we no longer here in the Cape have the Cape Cobras. Western Province choosing to go for the Western Province brand, which unsurprisingly they do, as it has had a huge following over the years. That was a very good delivery from Magala off just short of a length, utilizing the pitch, which still has some spite in it. It is Magala again to Kohli. This is tucked into the leg side. They'll want 2, but they won't get it. As some really quick fielding from, is that Maharaj? There, the man at mid-on, he comes around and does the fielding. They take the single, 52 for 1 after 10.3 overs. And at the end of this over, just we'll be reading a tribute to you, for you from One World Sports Radio for Jacques Henning, who passed away over the past couple of days. Just to let you know that he's coming up at the end of this over. It is now Sasanda Magala towards us and in to Dhawan. He plays this out into the offside. fielded by Aidan Markram at backward point. There is no run.
Just a little bit more information about Kohli's performance at Newlands so far. This is his third match at Newlands, and he's just managed to get 200 runs in those 3 matches, sitting at 201. Before today, he was averaging 188.
This delivery, I didn't see quite what happened there, Tim. Just into Dawan, the left-hander, and just
Jag back from Giddy, and it was a very good ball. Zeroed in on his pass, and the extra bounce again from Newlands. Newlands' bounce has been very consistent all the way throughout from the test match and this game. Hitting Darwin on the glove.
Yes, noticeable that the bounce has been significantly higher here at Newlands. That is another very good delivery from Magala. Goes past the outside edge of Dawan, and there is a no run. 52 for 1 after 11, and that is the end of the over. So just from everybody here at One World Sports Radio and from the online sports community, we'd like to offer our condolences to the Henning family on the loss of Jacques Henning. Jacques was inspirational, and he was Yellow Cap Sports, a legend in the freelance online sports community in South Africa. He massively missed by all of us. Twitter today, the profile pictures of those that knew Jacques are full of yellow caps in tribute to Jacques. R.I.P. Jacques Henning. Thank you very much. Very sad. Incredibly sad.
Sporting fraternity here in South Africa.
And hugely knowledgeable man on the rugby community, and his work in the rugby fraternity online will be sorely missed. And just would wish to offer our condolences. As Pretorius is in again from the Kelvin Grove end to Kohli, and is that Dawan? Sorry, and it's played out. Was to Kohli? Sorry. Played out into the offside, and they take the single to Rassie van der Dussen, who is sweeping on the offside leg side. There is a single. It is 53 for 1 in the 12th over.
Interesting ploy by South Africa, where Pretorius' first 3 overs went for 9, his last 2 have gone for 20, and have kept him on.
So, they have indeed, and some good fielding here coming in quickly. From the cover field is, just trying to see who that is. That David Miller? Miller coming in quickly from coming in from the mid-wicket region to that one, and but not able to prevent the single. It is 54 for 1 in the 12th over, as Dwayne Pretorius to continue here from the Kelvin Grove end, away from us now, past umpire Jele to Kohli, and a dive from Miller is unable to prevent the single as it goes to Bavuma, who is fielding at mid-off, and they take 1 run. It is 55 for 1 in the 12th over. Run rate achieved 4.8. Run rate required is 6. The Duckworth Lewis Stern par figure is 58. It is a really tight game at the moment. You just feel 1 or 2 wickets will expose the Indian lower middle order, which is not what they would want, as this is bunted into the offside by Dawan. There is no run as the fielding is done in the covers by Yanaman Malan. Malan, who has just been awarded the Emerging Player of the Year from the ICC. Press release coming out from Cricket South Africa during the match earlier on today. As it's Pretorius away from us, round the wicket to the left-handed Dawan, and he's not able to get this one past Malan yet again, who comes in from extra cover. There is no run. 55 for 1 in the 12th. Run rate achieved 4.6. There are 233 runs to win for India, 229 balls. That will tell you that the run rate is over 6 runs per over required. It is certainly going to be an interesting chase, a record-breaking chase, should India get this number of runs, as Dawan is back again into his stumps, plays this one into the offside, fielded by the man at backward point, who is David Miller, and there is, Aidan Markram, of course, in that position, and there is no run.
As typical format gives Torres his cap back, you would suggest that that's also a signal of well-balanced rain. We're going to have a change. Thank you for your 6 overs.
Yeah.
It was good for most of the 6 overs. There were a couple in between where Darwin took a liking to him, but I think overall you can feel he's done a decent enough job for South Africa, and maybe he can come back in the second spell like later on in the middle overs and restrict India. So I think there will be a time when that will be needed.
So it is going to be Sisanda Magala to continue from the Weinberg end towards us to Virat Kohli. It's outside the off stump. Kohli stands up to a ball short of length and plays it into the cover region. There is a man sweeping on the cover boundary, that is Rassie van der Dussen. They take the single, 56 for 1 in the 13th over, the partnership 38. So just to recap on what has happened, South Africa 287 all out, 1 ball shy of their 50 overs. Brilliant performances from Quinton de Kock and Rassie van der Dussen, 124 and 52 respectively, as Magala in, and that was straight, and it hits straight, and it's so straight that it hits the stumps at the far side, potentially stopping a boundary for Shikhar Dhawan as he came forward and played that straight back down the pitch. And a bit of work to do for umpire Maria Erasmus, rearranging the stumps at that end, but stays 56 for 1 after 12.2 overs. Run rate required is 6.2 runs an over. Trying to chase down South Africa's 287 all out. It's Magala again outside the off stump. It's played through the offside, but not a convincing shot from Dhawan. Bounced once as it went past the backward point. The man who is sweeping on the cover boundary, that is Andile Peswaya, comes around to his right and fields. They take 2, 58 for 1, 12.3 overs.
You might have heard a few shouts of catch in that delivery. That was because it was airborne, as James was saying, for a fair amount of time.
Yeah.
There's risk involved, but risk needs to be taken a total like this.
They do indeed, and we saw earlier on South Africa's pair of Van der Dussen and de Kock taking a couple of risks, manufacturing a couple of shots. He bowled him! He's bowled him, and he both played it on. It looks as if he has played that on. Is it? He is gone. No, it wasn't. Sorry, it was no ball. That one was actually a full. I didn't see it bounce. It was a full ball outside the off stump. He was trying to play it into the offside. It was a ball that did not bounce. So apologies for that excitement. Just one that slipped, and Dhawan trying to play that. That is actually a no ball. It's going to be a free hit. Just coming off the bottom edge onto the stumps as he was trying to play that over the boundary. Free hit for India now. It's Magala in to Kohli, and Kohli wafts at this one outside the off stump. Cannot make contact, and as such, the free hit goes a-begging. So South Africa, a reprieve there. Shikhar Dhawan, a reprieve on that particular delivery. Kohli just walking into that shot to try and hit it over the infield, and South Africa will be very relieved that did not go for any runs. It's going to be Magala in again to Kohli. He's away towards us now. It's on the pads of Kohli down to Pretorius, who is at long leg, and they take the single. It is up to 61 for 1 with the 1 ball left in the 13th over. So already a wide and a no ball from Magala in this spell. They have not been expensive yet, but South Africa will want to make sure that they limit any kind of damage these two can do.
Some would suggest that his start of the ball in the last game was down to nerves, which certainly may well have played a part, but it shouldn't be playing a part in this game.
They should not indeed, as it's played to the man at extra cover by Shikadawan, and that is David Miller. And there is no run. At the end of 13, it's 61 for 1. India batting at 4.7 runs to the over. Run rate required 6.1, 227 to win, 222 balls left. That equates to 37 overs that need to be bowled. And it is Shikadawan on 32, Virat Kohli on 17, Magala 2 overs 0 for 8, Pretoria 6 overs 0 for 31, and Ngidi 5 overs 1 for 21. There is going to be a change of bowling as predicted by Tim Dale-Ace. It's going to be Keshav Maharaj.
And just an update on terms of the overs bowled by South Africa. They are within the limit. They are even. They want to keep that in check throughout the innings. They would not want to be fined yet again.
Yes, South Africa.
They have taken into consideration. I apologise, James.
Yes.
They are a spinner down.
They
They have to keep that in check more than they did in ball out.
They are indeed a spinner down. Tabraiz Shamsi being replaced here by Dwayne Pretorius today, as it is Keshav Maharaj away from us at the Kelvin Grove end, down to the man here. That's played by Kohli down to the man at long off. That is David Miller. And there is a single 62 for 1 in the 14th. And the field for the left-hander now is Shikadawan. We have a man at 45, the third man on the edge of the circle, a man on the cover boundary, just walking around to point, in fact, from cover. We have an extra cover. We have a mid-off. We have Carl Verreynne on the field. We have a long on, mid-wickets, deep square leg, deep mid-wickets. And man, that's beautifully stroked through the offside by Dhawan, but I think Verreynne will get there. Will he get there? Yes, he's not, but he may have actually just he's paddled it onto the boundary. A valiant effort by the substitute Verreynne on the field, and he just parried that away, trying to get to it and stop it, but it has gone to the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot from Dhawan there.
He's looked good throughout the series. He looked as if he's has a point to prove, as India were without Rohit Sharma for the series, and you'd argue that he would have played instead of Dhawan. Dhawan is making it known that he's still around.
And a force to be reckoned with as he plays this into the leg side, takes a single to Bavuma, who comes around from mid-wicket, and there is a single, and that's 67 for 1. 13.3 overs bowled. It's once again Maharaj in to Kohli this time. Kohli plays it out to Sanda Magala on the cover boundary. They take another single, 60, that is 67, 68 for 1, and that is the 50 partnership between Dhawan and Kohli. 50 off 59 balls. It's taken 42 minutes, 4 fours and 1 6, and Maharaj continues from the Kelvin Grove end, once again tickled around the corner, this time by Dhawan to Magala, who is on the square leg boundary to the left-hander. They take another single, and it is 69 for 1 in the 14th over, just on or around 5 runs and over, still just over 6 runs and over needed to win the match. Ball that is on middle and off, just straightening on the right-hander by the slow left armour, played down to the man at long on, Carl Verreynne, and there is a single, 70 for 1 after 14. That's an easy mathematical calculation. 5 runs and over. The DLS pass score is 69, so it's all on track for a potentially exciting finish to the 3-match Betway ODI series, 218 to win of 216 balls.
You don't have to worry about the DLS. There's not going to be any rain for the rest of this fixture. It's still swelteringly hot in Cape Town, marginally cooler than that Portland, but only marginally.
Sisanda Magala in to Virat Kohli. Kohli is just playing that one, trying to hit it over the top, but he can't get hold of it. Fielded at mid on by Lungi and Giddy, and for Kohli there is a slip, third man, backward point, man on the cover point boundary, extra cover mid on, man at deep backward square, deep forward square leg, and a man at long leg. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. Magala towards us now, past umpire Rasmus, plays this one to Kohli, shortish outside the off stump. Kohli tries to manufacture a shot into the leg side, and he only manages to bunt it to Ngidi at mid-on. There is no run, 74.
I think Kohli has decided Magala is the weak link in this Proteas lineup, and he's going to put pressure on him and try to get as many runs as he can.
And this is exactly what they have in mind. Sander Magala in towards us, and he plays that beautifully, does Kohli, straight to the man at the extra cover position, and they are through for the single as it is knocked on by David Miller, who is in that position. If it had got through him, that was going all the way to the boundary. Sweetly struck, wasn't it? Beautiful shot on the up.
Beautiful, and just the sound of the bat, you could tell that it was timed to perfection from Virat Kohli.
It has been an absolute privilege for us to be bringing you the Test Series and the three-match ODI series, the three-match Betway ODI series, the three-match Betway Test Series. This is the last chance, one feels, to see Virat Kohli in South Africa for quite some time, if he does actually come back ever to South Africa on tour. India normally touring every 4 years, and that would put him into the range that may be debatable that he will be coming back to tour again. But it has been our privilege to be bringing you these matches as this delivery is played out into the offside by Shikhar Dhawan. Dhawan, another player who we don't expect to see again, perhaps on these shores. And these are two of the most classiest players you could probably hope to see, class players. This is played deliberately down to the third man region in front of us, past a diving slip. That's Malan. He will not get there, and neither will the third man. So another 4 to Dhawan. Very well played by him. 14.5 overs gone. 75 is the score with that 4. He meant that to happen. Was slightly looked like it might have been just off the outside half of the bat. Not fully in control, but they all count. 42. He has 21, has Virat 57, the partnership. Magala, last ball of his third over to Dhawan again. This is Markram round quickly from his position at backward point, and there is no time for a run. 75 for 1 after 15, 5 off the over, and that is actually not a bad return for the South African paceman, who India, as Tim has been saying, probably will be targeting 3 overs, 0 for 13. A good return from him so far.
Yeah, solid enough at the moment. Want to keep improving, keep finding a consistent line of length, and try to dismiss one of these two. South Africa do need a wicket. Keeping things tight at this time is not really what South Africa want. They want to try and dislodge this partnership, try and dismiss. Kohli particularly does like playing at Newlands.
In Maharaj in to Kohli, and the delivery here turns significantly from leg stump. Kohli just back and plays it into the offside, down to the man that's Yanuman Malan, who was at backward point. There is a single, 76 for 1. It's going to be the left-handed Dhawan on strike. For him, we have we'll go through the field shortly. It's Maharaj into him, comes down the wicket, and this is played to Miller, who is at long on in front of us. There is a single yet again, 77 for 1 in the 16th over. Run rate achieved 5. Run rate required 6.1. They're on or about the DLS par score, are India. This partnership growing dangerously for South Africa. Is 59. It's now 60 as that is played out by Kohli to the man on the cover boundary for a single. 78 for 1. in the middle of the 16th over. It's Maharaj's second over. He went for 9 in his first. What will Dhawan do with this delivery? It's flatter from Maharaj, noticeably flatter, Tim.
Yes, much flatter to Dhawan. Floated the ball up to Kohli, bowling outside the off stump. Dhawan is giving him absolutely no room to get underneath the delivery.
Does the same here, as down the wicket is Dhawan, trying to make something of that flatter delivery from Maharaj. And yet again, it's a dot ball. That's 2 dot balls from Maharaj, the 4th and 5th of his over, putting pressure on Dhawan to keep the score going. He likes to keep it going, doesn't he? He likes to keep scoring. The Shikhar Dhawan. Last ball of the over to the left-hander. He's back into his stumps and just paddling it out into the offside man on the deep cover boundary. That's Rassie van der Dussen does the fielding. 79 for 1 after 16, 4 off the over, and a good one from Maharaj. He's 2 overs 0 for 13. Magala, his bowling partner from the other side, 3 overs 0 for 13. And Giddy is the man who has got the breakthrough for South Africa early on when he got the wicket of KL Rahul, caught at the solitary slip. In fact, there were 2 slips, I think, at that stage, caught by Malan at a slip off Giddy, a ball that moved away slightly, followed it and got the edge and was taken behind. The score was 18 at that stage. The score now is 79 for the loss of 1 wicket after 16 overs. So South Africa will want to break this partnership. Can Sisanda Magala do that? He's into Dhawan. He whips it off his pads as work for the men in the deep. It is Verena from his position at a wideish fine leg that comes around and gets there before Van der Dussen, but not before they've got through for 2. And that Dhawan goes to 46 on the cusp of yet another half century in one-day international cricket. And this would be, if he gets it, his 35th one-day international 50. He scored 6,259 runs now in one-day international cricket. Magala in to the left-hander. He paddles this one that is a shortish delivery on the line of leg stump to the man sweeping in the deep on the leg side. Forward a square, that's Van der Dussen. They take the single, 82 for 1 in the 17th over. Partnership 64, Dhawan 47, Kohli 23.
Though the runs are not flowing the last couple of overs for India, they don't have any trouble whatsoever with these 2 bowlers. They look as if they are just mounting pressure onto South African bowlers, and they look in complete control.
This is really good running from Virat Kohli, good batting, good running, a ball from Magala into his ribs. He just plays it softly down into the leg side. And that field that we described to you in the previous over remained the same. The man at long leg, a man at forward square on the boundary. It's an easy 2 if you play it softly into the leg side. Exactly what Kohli did. He knows his game incredibly well. The former Indian captain and their premier batter. It is Magala into him again. This time outside the off stump. That's a victory for Magala as Kohli tries to play it through the offside, does not make contact through to the keeper, the cock, and there is a slip in place for Kohli. He just hung his bat out of that one. Oh, my word, it was close.
He would be livid if he got an edge. Absolutely livid. Feet planted into the ground and just wafting outside the off stump.
Magala to him again on the legs this time of Kohli, plays it down to Maharaj, who's in front of us here at long leg, and there is a single once again on offer, 85 for 1 in the 17th over, on or around, in fact, almost exactly on the 5 runs and over mark. They can maintain this until about the 40th over without losing wickets. Then one would think that India would be in with a chance of winning this game. It would be a record run chase. Just to remind you of that, 203 to win of 199 deliveries. This is onto the pads of Dhawan, the left-hand, right-hand combination, just perhaps mixing it up and making it difficult for the South African pace bowler, Magala, just straying slightly, but of not too much damage for that, just a single down to fine leg, and they take that 86 for 1. It's the drinks break here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. We've had 17 overs bowled in India's reply. They need 202 to win off 198 balls. The run rate achieved so far, 5.1 runs and over, 6.1 runs and over needed to win. The DLS par score at the moment, what was 79, that is probably going to be going up. So difficult to know whether that is the case. And so it is still 86 for 1. And the bowling figures so far for South Africa: and Gidi 5 overs 1 for 21, Pretorius 6 overs 0 for 31, Magala 4 overs 0 for 20, Araj 2 overs 0 for 13. Tim, the key is the wickets here.
Wickets is the only solution for South Africa to stop them, stop India rather, getting this total and having a clean sweep this Betway one-day series. There's still a long way to go. At similar fashion in the way that South Africa batted, in that South Africa rely at the moment too much on their top 5 or 6 batters. It's the same with India. They rely rather heavily on the KL Rahul's, Darwins, Kohlis, and Pants of this world. And if they all don't chip in, they tend to struggle. So South Africa will know if they get a couple of wickets, change the situation could be changed very quickly.
Can indeed. The situation here, as we saw in the South African innings, the loss of those 2 wickets of both de Kock and van der Dussen very soon, one after the other, after their 144-run partnership. They took the score from 70 for 3 for 214 for 4, but then both de Kock and van der Dussen both gone within the space of 4 runs, 214 for 4, 218 for 5, and from then on, it was very, very difficult for South Africa to get momentum. A valiant effort by David Miller with 39 of 38 balls, ably supported by Dwayne Pretorius, 20 of 25. But really, South Africa losing those 2 wickets, they lost their way a bit in the middle.
Not enough of a contribution by the lower middle order and tail. That was the issue. David Miller's innings was fine, but it needed a support role with him. And nobody was willing to support him. And that was the problem. That is why South Africa were not able to get to that 300 mark, where at 218 for 5, even at that stage, they should have got to the 300 mark. They fell quite a bit short in the end.
They should indeed have got there, with Paul Bukwane sending a tweet through earlier on today. Please do tweet us at OneWorldSR. We are 1WSR.com broadcasting. We are the official online broadcaster on digital radio for Cricket South Africa in this series and for the Women's One-Day International Series. Please join us for that as well. The first game happening at the Wanderers, Imperial Wanderers, from on Wednesday this week, first of a 4-match ODI series between the West Indies women and the South African women's team. And for now, though, it is Keshav Maharaj to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. He's bowling away from us here past umpire Jelle, just defended into the leg side by Shikhar Dhawan, the left-hand, right-hand combination here. Dhawan on 48. It is Maharaj into him. This also played into... It's definitely bowling a lot flatter to the left-hander, who's been trying to hit out, likes to get on top of the bowling, likes to dominate. And he is looking to get yet another 50, his 35th in one-day international cricket. Plays it out into the offside, and some quick fielding from Aidan Markram in the covers and extra cover, looking to expedite the run out. That was a very risky single taken. Markram steadied himself, aimed, had time to do that, but was not able to hit the stumps direct. Had he done so, one feels they would have gone upstairs and potentially it would have been a difficult situation for Dhawan, but he's still there on 49. It is Maharaj into Kohli. He dabs this one down on the offside to the man fielding short at third man at 45. That's Ngidi. There is no run. 87 for 1. 2 balls left in the 18th over. Maharaj into his third over, conceded 1 run so far. This is a little bit fuller to the Kohli. He plays it down the ground to the man at long off. That's David Miller. They take the single. 88 for 1. 1 ball left in the 18th over. Dhawan on strike on 49. The partnership is 70. India have lost their last wicket at 18. These two put on the 70 runs. This is tickled around then onto the leg side by Shikhar Dhawan. He does get the run. He gets his 50. And that is another 50 for Shikhar Dhawan. It is his, as we said, it is now his 35th in one-day international cricket, and a really good innings once again from the Indian opener, Tim.
Yeah, solid performance of Dhawan throughout the series, continuing with his good form, and he'll want to keep going though. He won't want to have just a 50. He'll want to make this particular innings count, not only on a personal point of view, but for the team.
Yeah.
The team would want to go home on a high. Lost the series, but they will want to win this game just to give them a bit of a confidence boost going to the next series.
50 of 58 deliveries with, that is 5 fours and 1 6 as Sasanda Magala continues from the Weinberg end in to Dhawan, and down the leg side. It's going to be called wide. Dhawan tries to play it on its way down to the fine leg. He doesn't make contact, but they get the run, and it is 90 for 1 after 18, exactly 5 runs and over. 6.2 runs and over needed to win. 198 to win off 192 deliveries. Magala looking for a wicket. Dhawan looking to dominate. It's into Dhawan again, and it's played out into the leg side, chased down from mid-on by Ngidi, not before they're back through for the 2 runs. 92 for 1 in the 19th over. It is Magala into probably what will be the last over of his spell. One thinks 4.1 overs so far, 0 for 23. They're going to want to keep him for the death bowling potentially. That is known to be his speciality. They're going to look to Golden Arm Petroya potentially to come in soon, South Africa. This is in the air. Is he going to get caught? No, I think Van der Dussen, whoever that is down there, Van der Dussen lost that completely in the sun. But that should have been a regulation catch for the man down on the mid-wicket boundary. Difficult to know what's happening here. Looked like it might also have been, he completely lost that. No, perhaps not a regulation catch, but he did lose it and then spread himself wide to prevent the boundary. Outstanding fielding in the end from the man in the deep. Having lost the flight of the ball, could go down potentially as a chance. They took a single, and they're going to take more than a single of this short delivery from Magala as he is dispatched to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Virat Kohli. 97 for 1 India of 18.3 overs. That is a glorious shot from Kohli, getting on top of the bounce and playing it through the vacant long area between mid-wicket and long on for 4. And there are only 3 fielders on the leg side for Magala. He's into Kohli again. It's outside the off stump, and it's over the diving slip field. A false shot from Kohli. And that is what Yanaman Malan is there for, but it was at least 2 feet over his outstretched right arm. Kohli gets away with it. India go to 100 with that shot. False stroke outside the off stump. Genuine edge in the air, but no chance for the slip. That went so fast and over his head to his right. No chance for the third man either. 101 for India now on the board. In the 19th over. They have just accelerated significantly in this particular over, looking to take on the bowlers as Kohli plays this out to extra cover where Miller does the fielding. There is a single, 102 for 1. Kohli is very upset with himself, having played that shot outside the off stump, knows that it could so easily have been a wicket for South Africa.
That's all it takes. They've been in complete control. All it takes is about batter taking a little bit of loss of concentration and being a little bit overconfident, and easily carried the slip nicely.
Magala in to Dhawan. This is played straight to the man at backward point, but somehow Aiden Markram does not get his hands to it, hits his body, ricochets to the man at deep cover, and there is a single. Andile Pehlayo is warming up as Virat Kohli lucky to survive that edge. That's what the man was kept in for there at slip. And India, though, moved to 103 for 1 after 19. Rate achieved 5.4, required 6 runs to the over, 185 to win of 186 deliveries. Duckworth Lewis Stern has them as the favourites to win this match at the moment. And the way these two are batting, it can certainly be a possibility. So, South Africa, can they arrest? Can they stop the run rate? 19 overs gone. We're going to have a change at the end of this. So that Tsepo Taela is going to be coming into the comments chair shortly for us here to join me. And he is just warming up at the moment. And it will be Tim who will be making way within the next couple of deliveries as Keshav Maharaj continues. And he has conceded 1 run off that first delivery of the over. He's going to be bowling now to Kohli. He's around the wicket, the left arm orthodox bowler. Just played straight back to him by Kohli off the back foot, and there is no run. It is 104 for 1 in the 20th. India on track. This is played down the ground straight by Kohli and fielded by Pretorius from long on.
That's what annoying Maharaj. He's been trying to get to position where he can bowl to Kohli on a consistent basis, 6 balls in a row, try and set him up like he did in Borat. But the rotation of the strike between these two batters has been outstanding.
This is played to the man in the deep, backward off square on the leg side. Looks like the substitute fielder there. It is Carl Verena, and he takes just a single good fielding from the man in the deep. So for Kohli, we have a man 45, third man at 45, deep cover, mid-wicket, a man at shortish mid-wicket as well. This is just on the pads of Kohli. That will be disappointing for Maharaj. He's given away the single down to the man at deep square leg, and they do take that run and down to Fanadissan is there. Who did some good work in the previous over, just running in with the sun in his eyes. Was not able to take the catch, but prevented any further boundary, any further loss. And it is 107 for 1 in the last ball of the 20th over. Dhawan defends into the offside, fielding done by Markram in the covers. And that is the end of the over. 20 gone, 107 for 1 India after 20. The last 5 overs have gone for 32 runs. South Africa conceding at just over 6 runs to the over. Sisanda Magala, one would presume, is going to be making way, and indeed he does. It's going to be Andile Pehlayo, who's coming into bowl from the Wynberg end and coming into bowl for South Africa. In the commentary box, we have Tsepo Taela.
Everybody, we have in front of us a stellar partnership between Virat Kohli and Shikhar Dhawan. Exactly what India need to salvage some pride in a series where they've been beaten already. It's good to see here a good fight back here from the Indian team. Former Indian skipper saying, I might be down, but I'm not out yet. And exactly the person you'd expect from a South African perspective to bring a breakthrough with his variation, Andile Pehlayo. He's got the quality, he's got the variation, and he's got what it takes.
Yes, indeed. And he has already shown in this 3-match Betway ODI series so far that he has the capability of breaking of breaking the partnerships that have been created by India. Some smart work in both of the innings before by him and Quinton de Kock. As down the wicket is Kohli to Bhattacharya for his first delivery, carves it into the offside, but it is fielded in the deep by Van der Dussen, and they can take no more than a single 108 for 1 in the 21st. The partnership is 90. These two are looking dangerous, Tepo.
Well, they have been looking dangerous, have been enjoying coming down the wickets for most of the innings here, just changing up the bowlers' lines and lengths, and making it difficult to establish that routine to get themselves stuck in the bowling team.
Still 180 runs to win at a rate of 6 runs per over for India. It is not going to be easy, as it's Bhattacharya in to Dhawan from around the wicket to the left-hander, and he plays that into the cover region, so point region, fielded by Markram. No run, 108 for 1 in the 21st.
It's the third man, backward point, as James said, Aiden Markram, cover mid-off, and there's also a man at the deep cover boundary. On the onside, a man at long on, a man at mid-wickets, a man sweeping on the square leg boundary, and finally a short fine leg.
Yeah, so not wanting to stray down the leg side to the left-hander and Bhattacharya, and this is exactly where he wants to bowl it, just outside the off stump, and it is played to the man at the mid-wicket region, that's Yanaman Malan, and there is no run, 108 for 1 in the 21st, only 1 run off his 3 balls so far for the Indian batters in this over. Dhawan, we desperately looking to get on top of Bhattacharya here, you think, and score some runs off him. Towards us now from the Weinberg end, it's short outside the off stump, that is cut away, but Maharaj is going to do some outstanding fielding on the boundary in front of us here, to the left of us here at the Kelvin Grove end, and he dives to his left, parries the ball, stops it, and manages to keep them down to 2. And it looked as if that was going to go to their boundary for 4, but it did not make it as far as that. So South Africa, great fielding, backing up their bowlers here. Bhattacharya, 3 conceded off 4 deliveries. He's in from around the wicket again to Dhawan. Down the wicket, he advances, drops it into the offside, able to go through for a quick single as Miller comes in from extra cover. And there is just that 1 added to the total. It is 1-1-1 for 1. So we've got 4 ones on the board. And at the end of this over, if they don't score another run, it'll be 21 overs. So then we'll have 5 ones on the board. So that's interesting numbers. Some interesting numbers there from mathematicians.
That's like a Super Saiyan of Nelson's. I mean, 1-1-1 for 1. It doesn't get any better than that. The energy in the South African field looks a little bit better.
It is in binary at the moment, as this is played down to the backward square leg boundary by Virat Kohli, and that takes the score to 1-1-3 for 1 after 21. So we won't have to say to the mathematicians, I'm sorry guys, we couldn't have the 1-1-1 for 1 after 21. 1-1-3 for 1 it is, but Virat is on 41 and Shikhar Dhawan is on 59. This partnership 95 it is, and shades of what happened in the first innings of this particular ODI with de Kock and Van der Dussen getting 144 on the board for South Africa. These two are putting it together for India.
It's vital that there's a big partnership in this innings to give India any chance of getting to that total. They saw how the South Africans did it with that mammoth 144-run partnership. So the Indians will need to put their hands up. Virat Kohli and Shikhar Dhawan are doing what they did in the first one-day international as well. Just building a strong partnership, building a strong foundation to make it difficult for the South African bowlers.
It is Maharaj in to Dhawan. He comes down the wicket to another ball that's darted in by the South African vice-captain. Plays it out into the leg side to the man sweeping out there on the boundary. That is Andile Bhattacharya, and they take the single 1-1-4 for 1 in the 22nd. It's a sweltering hot day again here in the Cape as Keshav Maharaj comes into bowl but decides not to let the ball go, and dead ball signal.
Getting runs off miss hits here. Tough for the South Africans.
It is that he's in again to Kohli. Kohli this time just plays it into the leg side. The man sweeping on the boundary there. That is Kyle Verreynne, I think it is, who's gone into the deep in place of Rassie van der Dussen. Van der Dussen patrolling there for a lot of the day so far. It's Maharaj now who bowling to the left-handed Dhawan. The rotation strike has been excellent. It's in the air. It's going, oh my word. That's an attempted catch there by the man who's short at that fine leg position just inside the circle. Janneman Malan, an attempted reverse sweep from Shikhar Dhawan, gets a top edge, goes in the air, just can't make it to take the catch. Oh my word, a big moment in the match potentially there. Dhawan now tickles it around the corner to that man, Malan, who picks it up and fires it in, not before they're through for a single. Half chances here, potentially virtually every over for South Africa. False shot from Dhawan, and that just doesn't get there, Malan, of that attempted reverse sweep. It's 1-1-6 for 1 in the 22nd over. It's all happening. Maharaj in to Kohli. Kohli just plays it out to the man at mid-wicket. There is no run. Aiden Markram on the square, patrolling, got a yellow towel to wipe off the ball, keep the sweat in check there. It's a really hot day this afternoon here in Cape Town. Maharaj again to Kohli. Kohli just dabs it out into the offside, wants the run. You're not going to get it there as the man from backward point is in very quickly. Prevents the single. 1-1-6 for 1 after 22. It is 5.3 runs and over, 6.1 runs and over required, 28 overs to go, 172 to win, 9 wickets in hand, all to play for.
All to play for indeed, and we just saw signs of that extra bounce in the pitch here at Newlands. We saw it even at the test match, that the bounce was a bit difficult to play. It just rears up off a length and just mistimed that delivery, or mistimed that shot, that reverse sweep. And I got the top edge, unfortunately for Janneman Malan, not able to affect the breakthrough here for South Africa. We have a tweet from Linux Layer saying using DLS pass score to judge the progress in a chase is interesting. I haven't seen it used for that before, even though it makes a lot of sense, and that it does. Takes into account the wickets fallen.
And this delivery now from Pathwayo, short and outside the off-stump, angling into the left-handed down, plays it down to Markram at backward point. Does some excellent fielding. So for the left-hander, we have a man at third man, backward point, deep cover point, extra cover, mid-off. We have a long on, mid-wicket, deep, a man deep on the forward square leg boundary, and a man short at 45 on the leg side, fine leg. That is Dwayne Pretorius. It is that's why again, it's top edge is up in the air. De Kock should take this, and that should be the end of Dhawan, and it is. And Petwayo gets the breakthrough yet again for South Africa. The golden arm has struck.
The golden arm indeed, James. It's the change of pace. Shikhar Dhawan getting to that one a little bit too early, and a little bit of extra bounce as well to get that top edge, and breaking the partnership. Petlu Kwayo doing exactly what he needed for the captain, Temba Bavuma. And that sees Shikhar Dhawan go to the stands. He was caught by Quinton de Kock, bowled Petlu Kwayo after getting 61 valuable runs of 73 balls, 5 fours, 1 6 at a strike rate of 83.6.
And 22.2 overs bowled. So Nelson coming to the fore there for South Africa. 2-2-2, 22.2, 116 for 2. A partnership of 98 between Dhawan and Kohli after the loss of the captain, Rahul. And that wicket, crucial for South Africa. 1 wicket can bring 2, and that can really slow the run rate. Seppo?
Yes, indeed. 1 wicket can bring 2, but that wicket brings to the crease Rishabh Pant, who has been a fantastic player throughout the series. If we're talking about players that have been enjoying the summer, Rishabh Pant definitely is one of those. A century in the Newlands Test, his highest score in the previous one-day international, and a batter that can really take the game to the bowling team. He'll be wanting to contribute here with his captain, and South Africa will be desperate to get another wicket. As you said, 1 can sometimes bring 2, and this is exactly where Tabraiz Shamsi would normally strike, would come in handy. And fortunately for the South Africans, he's not in the team, but Petluquayo doing the job, getting the breakthrough here for the South Africans to keep them in the game. 116 for 2 after 22.2 overs.
And South Africa will feel now they're perhaps opening up an end. They know that Rishabh Pant is going to want to attack. This is not necessarily the wicket, a wicket on which you should be able to attack from the word go. The period as he's just come in, critical for South Africa now. But Andile Petluquayo, won't be bowling to Rishabh Pant, will be bowling to Virat Kohli. Third ball of his over. It's a poor delivery down the leg side by Andile Petluquayo, and that will be called wide. Some exercise for the red-clad Maria Erasmus at the Weinberg end, and that certainly is a bright uniform that the umpires have had on for this one-day international series. Man, must be very hot out there for the 57-year-old South African umpire standing in his 102nd one-day international. Outside the off-stump to Kohli, a swipe at that one. A shortish delivery outside the off-stump. And once again, he cannot make contact through to de Kock. Whoa, close one.
A close one indeed from Andile Petluquayo. And that's what he brings here. It was a cutter delivery. It looked like it was in the slot to just smash, to just slice at, as it was outside the off-stump. But it just beat the top edge of Virat Kohli. So we're seeing that extra bounce here once again in this pitch.
It is Petluquayo into Kohli outside the off stump, driven beautifully, but only to the man at extra cover. That is Aiden Markram in there. It is, no, it's not, sorry, that's David Miller. Markram, in fact, not even David Miller.
Yalaman Malan.
So there we go.
I don't blame you. I made the same mistake. They do look very similar, do the three of them, very tall, broad figures.
And they all have this yellow, that's not their pockets, is it? They have these yellow flannels that they're carrying with them on the field. So it is Petluquayo into Kohli, into the pads of Kohli, just plays around the corner to Magala, who is on the square leg boundary. He comes in quickly, does Sisanda Magala, and prevents any thought of a second. 118 for 2 in the 23rd over. Virat on 43. Rishabh Pant, the exciting Rishabh Pant, off his career best 85 in the previous match, is on strike for the first time. Could not ask for two batters of high quality to be at the crease. And Dhawan now replaced by the left-handed Pant, another left-hand, right-hand combination. Virat Kohli, 12,263 runs now in one-day international cricket. A man for the ages, and a man who has stood in South Africa's way, taken the games away from South Africa so many times in the past. He's still there. Pant is there. He plays it in the air and straight to Magala at the cover, deep cover boundary of the first ball that he faces. And Rishabh Pant is gone.
He's got him. He's got him with a fantastic delivery. Andile Petluquayo, Pant going, living by the sword and dying by it. Much like his dismissal in the Wanderers, going too hard too soon. And James, you said it, this is not the wicket for you to be trying to go from ball one. Mistimed that delivery completely and went down the throat of the man on the boundary on the offside, piling the pressure now on India. We've seen so many dot balls now as well. And now they've lost a very important wicket, that of Rishabh Pant. He has done it. He's gone without scoring. It's a golden duck.
It is.
Just reminds me of the Wanderers. He is guilty of going too hard too soon. Rishabh Pant, a little bit too not confident. Would you say arrogant?
I don't think so. I think that's how he plays the game.
True.
But you have to pick the ball. You have to pick the time to do it. That was not the time to do it. His team just lost the wicket of Dhawan. They needed consolidation. We saw that in the South African innings. Once you've lost a wicket, you have to consolidate. South Africa was 70 for 3. They came in, Van der Dussen and de Kock consolidated. Quinton de Kock, during that period when Van der Dussen came in, batted very sensibly. He didn't take any chances. It was only later when South Africa looked like they were in a top position that he did actually take advantage of it and start to play some of those outlandish shots that we know he's capable of and can really do well. Rishabh Pant from ball one, doing what he did at the Wanderers in the Test match.
Literally.
And has he given away India's only chance, potentially, of managing to salvage something out of this Betway one day international series?
It's about picking your moments, James. It's truly about that, as you see Keshav Maharaj coming from around the wickets to the right-handed Virat Kohli.
And he plays this down to the man in front of us here at long on. That is Dwayne Pretorius, back from the ODI wilderness. Pretorius, after 4 years playing in his first one-day international. And it has been quite a lengthy period that he's not been playing for South Africa. He was quite impressive up front, Seppo, for South Africa in the field. He's opening the bowling for them, allowing Sisanda Magala to come on that first change. It is that man Magala who's taken the catch to get rid of Rishabh Pant. Beautiful delivery. First up to Shreyas Iyer by Keshav Maharaj. How that did not bowl him, only who knows.
I don't know, playing that on the back foot, and that's a sign of a lack of confidence here, especially, beaten all ends up, literally turning away from the right-hander.
To the right-hander once again, and it's down to the man at that short position at 45 on the offside. It's like Lungi Ngidi, is it, who throws the ball in quickly. In fact, it's Andile Peshwaya throws the ball in quickly, and there is no run. 119 for 3 in the 24th. It's Maharaj into Iyer again. He's off the mark with that particular delivery. Plays it into the offside. Temba Bavume pounces on it like a lion and picks it up. Throws it into the bowler's end, but there is no chance of a run out. There is a run, though. India go to 120 for 3 in the 24th. It's Kohli on strike. Plays it to the man at extra cover. That is Yanaman Malan. And he throws it in to de Kock. South Africa, the tails up. They want another wicket now. Kohli would be such a great scalp for them. It's Maharaj into Kohli. Plays it off the back foot. Guides it into the gap in front of the man running in from cover, but not actually getting to him. Malan comes around from extra cover, does the fielding, and he throws the ball back to the umpire, Bongani Jele, who's not able to do the fielding of his own bowling. He's not able to do the fielding, and it goes through to the man at long on, who retrieves the ball for the umpire and gives it back to him. Good catch in the end by Jele to hold on to that one.
That time round, yes, indeed. And Dile Pedloquayo will be continuing from the Weinberg end, and South Africa doing well to gain control of this game for a brief moment. 121 for 3. India losing 2 wickets in quick succession in the same over. And Andile Pedloquayo, commander-in-chief.
Pedloquayo in again to Virat Kohli. This gets the under edge of the bat. It bounces probably 2 meters in front of Quinton de Kock. And there is no run. 121 for the loss of 3. That could so easily have gone through to the wicketkeeper for a dismissal. Andile Pedloquayo is on fire here today.
Truly, probably bringing the heat that we're feeling here in Cape Town. And Andile Pedloquayo is the key with his variations on this pitch.
This is beautifully played by Kohli. A ball, shortish ball, sort of on a length outside the off stump, and is played to Yanaman Malan at extra cover. There is no run. The field is a third man, backward point, deep cover point, extra cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, man, the deep forward square leg boundary. That's Magala, who took that excellent catch there. And then man at 45 on the leg side. In fine leg, that's Maharaj outside the off stump from Pedloquayo, carved out into the offside by Virat Kohli. That is a beautiful shot out into the offside, past the man at the extra cover position, past the man at cover point on the boundary, goes there for 4. Another slow one, mixing it up from Pedloquayo. He's been exceptionally effective, but that takes Virat to 49, not out. He is on the verge of getting to his what would be his 64th one-day international 50. It's Pedloquayo into Kohli again. He plays this shortish delivery from outside the off stump to the man fielding at mid-wicket. That is David Miller. There is no run. Still waiting to get to that mark. His 64th one-day international 50. It will be 64 one-day international 50s. I don't know if South Africa got as many as that in the entire team.
64 is a big number. I'm
It
not
is a
even
big
64 years old, man. That is huge.
Well, we still love you, Virat, even if you will be 64. And it's going through to him. That is beautifully played into the offside and to the man sweeping on the boundary. And he gets the single. He gets the 50. That is his 64th one-day international 50 of 63 balls, 4 fours, no sixes. He is keeping the Indian team in the hunt here for what would be a record-breaking chase at Newlands. And Tsepo, it is such a privilege to watch this man bat.
Truly is, and we just saw a celebration there for his 50, rocking his bat like a baby. Maybe also to his relatively newborn, not quite a newborn, is like a year old, but not many have seen a picture of the child, but still, just maybe a young shout out there.
Aya to face Pitwayo. It is short into the body of Aya, and he plays it out to Magala at that deep square leg position. He will retain the strike at the end of 25. It's 127 for the loss of 3. Our India only 20 runs off the last 5 overs for the loss of 2 wickets. That is a big run reduction for India. And it is very interesting to see at the moment how they are going to progress. And so we're getting some information here from Tim Dale-Lace. Thank you, Tim. Only 68 50s for the entire South African team in ODIs.
Oh, no, not a very experienced side. I mean, even Temba Bavuma, the captain, hasn't even cracked 20 games yet.
That's right.
So experience versus inexperience here, but quality from both teams nonetheless in this game. Both teams still very much in the hunt.
They are. It's Maharaj, and he's in to Shreyas Iyer. And keeping going with Maharaj here. No Aiden Markram today as yet. Probably unlikely that we're going to see him bowl. It's going to be 5 bowlers used by the South African captain Temba Bavuma, 4 pacemen and the 1 spinner into his 7th over now. Maharaj to Shreyas Iyer. He's forward again and he's played to Bavuma at extra cover. What have we got here? We've got a slip man at 45 at third man. Extra cover on the deep cover point on the boundary, extra cover long off on the offside. Trying to play this one to the man on that deep cover boundary, but he misses it as it goes away from him outside the off stump. He cannot get the ball off the square at the moment, the new batter.
Beaten.
Yeah.
Beaten all ends up with a beautiful spin here from Keshav Maharaj.
Maharaj full again to Aya. He wants to take a quick swing, but he's not going to get one there either. The captain, Temba Bavuma, keeping the pressure on. India's run rate continuing to fall. It's under 5 and over now. They need 6.6 and over to win. The Duckworth Lewis Stern pass score has gone beyond their total, 138. They are on 127 for 3. Aya facing again to Maharaj. He pitches this one up, and Aya does manage to get that through to Magala on the deep cover point boundary, but there is only the single. He has eaten up a number of deliveries in this over, and only 1 run so far. 5 balls bowled, 128 for 3. Pressure on now on Virat Kohli.
In the words of a gold member from Austin Powers, the South Africans are tight like a tiger.
As Kohli plays this beautifully down to the man at a long on. If there can be beauty in a shot for a single, that was it. Using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, just effortlessly playing it down to Dwayne Pretorius in front of us. I cannot emphasize enough what a privilege it has to watch this man bat here on the hallowed turf of Newlands over these last, and in Paarl over this last week or so for me. And Tsepo, you've been watching him the entire series.
It has been a privilege. And if you're a South African fan, you'd want to send him home without any victories. You'd want to send him home crying. But as a cricket spectator, you cannot agree more, James. Has been a privilege to see him bat. Not quite at his best. Hasn't scored a century of yet, but has a job to do for his team here.
And that job is still a long way away. That winning run for him. South Africa have put the squeeze on India in these overs between 20 and 30 So far, off the 6.1 overs, they have only scored another 23 runs, losing 2 wickets in the process. Shikhar Dhawan and Rishabh Pant both in the same over from the pace of Andile Peshwaya, the varied pace, it must be said, of Andile Peshwaya. Shreyas Iyer gets on top of this one out into the offside, but marker is round from backward point. Fields quickly, 158 to win. Field is in tight on the offside there. And there's a man at backward point, there's a man at extra cover, man at mid-off. The slip still in place for Shreyas Iyer. There's a man deep on the cover boundary, sweeping. It does look like South Africa making this breakthrough are going to make it very difficult for India. Run rate required up to 6.7. But right in again, this is a short outside the off stump, played into the leg side. Magala looks like he won't make it. No, he doesn't make it to that ball at the mid-wicket boundary. He tried really hard to get there, but unfortunately for South Africa and for the bowler Peshwaya, not able to effect the stop. 134 for 3. Iyer gets his first boundary of his innings. He moves to 7, and India 134 for 3. As I said, the partnership now is 16. Virat on 52, Iyer on 7. And if India are going to make this, you sense that Virat has to bat all the way through.
True that. Shreyas Iyer didn't quite time that ball, but was able to place it and get the boundary.
It is Peshwaya again to Iyer. He plays this out into the offside. It's a foolish delivery outside the line of off stump, and fielded by Verena in the deep. They take the single. Verena's been on the field the entire time virtually. Rassie van der Dussen, who is off the field for South Africa, may have just injured himself slightly when he tried that attempted catch. Spread himself wide like a football goalkeeper once he realized he wasn't going to get there. Almost Casper Schmeichel-like as he tries to stop those balls going into the net. And it's Peshwaya again, this time to Iyer, and there is no run as he plays it to the man at mid-wicket. That's Yanaman Malan. And so very interesting to see 135 for 3 in the 27th over. 27 overs, if it remains like this at the end of the over, will be exactly 5 runs and over that India are batting at. They need 6.6 and over with 7 wickets in hand of the last 23 overs and 1 ball. It's Peshwaya in towards us again from the Weinberg end, and it's played out into the deep to Verena by Virat Kohli, and they take the single. 136 for 3 after 27. Virat 53, Iyer on 8, partnership is 18, and it's been a good performance from Andile Peshwaya for South Africa, Tepo.
A vital breakthrough here by Andile Peshwaya when he got his 2 wickets, taking the scalp of Shikhar Dhawan, and then that followed by Rishabh Pant getting 2 left-hand batters out. Makes the strike rotation a little less dangerous. Also making it easy, well, not easy, but putting the pressure on India here with a few dot balls. There was that one boundary that he gave away, trying to bounce Iyer, but not getting enough pace to rush the new batter.
The over from Maharaj, his 8th over starts now to Virat Kohli, and is played to the man at 45 on the leg side. There is no run. We'll give you the field after this delivery as it's played off the off stump, going back and across is Kohli. Brilliant fielding by Peshwaya is there, and there is no run. There is that man at 45 just on the offside as it's Maharaj in to Kohli yet again. He goes onto the back foot, plays it to Pretorius in front of us at long on. There is a single. It's total 137 for 3 in the 28th over. South Africa looking to keep India down to 5 runs and over or less, and they are doing that successfully at the moment. 151 to win, 135 balls left. It's Maharaj in to Shreyas Iyer. They're going to take the single as he just dabs it out into the offside. And Petwayo does the fielding. There is a single, as I said, 138 for 3. The man at 45, Tepo, man on the deep cover boundary, extra cover. Man's come out of slip now. That's the Andaman Milan to mid-off position to try and prevent the easy single for Virat. But it is an easy single anyway as he comes forward, wristily plays it down to Pretorius in front of us. At long on, they take one more to Kohli, 55. Iyer on 9. And change the field a bit.
Yes, so Janman Milan back to slip, but you can just see scenes of Aiden Markram just warming up. Maybe telling Timbo Bavuma, hey, Cap, give me a ball here. Pass it to me, I can do a job.
Marit into Iyer. It's a little bit on the pads this time of the right-handed Iyer, and he plays it out to Verena in the deep on the leg side. They take the single. 140 for 3 after 28. That's exactly 5 runs and over. India need 6.7 runs and over to win. 148 to win of 132 balls. The Duckworth Lewis Stern pass score 148, and it is a change of bowling. It is Aiden Markram who is going to be replacing Andile Petwayo from the Weinberg end as the shadows are lengthening here in the late afternoon in Cape Town. If you are listening to us from elsewhere around the world on 1WSR.com or on YouTube, our channel 1WSR.com, then you may not know that it is 5 p.m. as Africa 17:02 on the scoreboard. It's a beautiful summer's afternoon here, warm. There is a breeze blowing now from the southeast, and it is making the Indian and South African flags resplendent on the members' grandstand across the way from us at the Weinberg end. There are few more beautiful places to watch cricket.
Cannot agree more, James. Hard to dispute that with Wonder of the World in your backdrop. Right in the background is Aiden Markram coming over the wickets to Shreyas Iyer.
And Iyer plays this one to Bavuma at mid-wicket. There is no run for Markram. The right-hander has a man at third man at 45 degrees to the wicket. He has a cover man at extra cover, and he's on the leg sides, played out to the man sweeping at long on, and they take the single easily. That was shortish of a length, but Iyer could do no more than play it down to that man on the long on boundary. David Miller, who often patrols that region, saw him in that area attempt what would have been an incredible catch on Friday at Paul. Such a good fielder, great man to have in your team on the field. A bit of a change for Kohli. The man goes out from cover to the extra cover to the cover point boundary. Man comes in from the boundary on the leg side, square leg down to a shortish square leg, and they'd still take the single down to long on. South Africa trying to maybe steal a couple of overs here from Aiden Markram just to take the pressure off the pace bowlers, maybe just slow it down a little bit. South Africa have been good in restricting the run rate. Well, 3 overs, gone for 2. He's into Iyer now. Iyer has a full go at it. He's only able to get it 2 bounces down to the David Miller once again at long on, doing a lot of fielding in this over. They take the single, 143 for 3.
You'd expect that the Indian batters would want to take on Aiden Markram, not a frontline spinner here.
And Kohli goes back. He plays this into the leg side. He has taken him on. He has succeeded, and he's hit that for 4. Past to Sanda Magala at a backward square leg, down to the square leg boundary, into the Oaks, which are off to our left. And it is 147 for 3. That boundary takes Virat Kohli to 60, to his career total of 12,280 runs in international cricket. The next delivery to Kohli, defended back to the bowler Markram. It is the end of the over. It's gone for 7, and South Africa perhaps will be not too disappointed, but not exactly what they were looking for in that over. Run rate now 5.1, 6.7 runs per over needed to win. The 4 runs was a gimme ball for the Indian former Indian captain and their premier batter, and South Africa currently are still ahead of the the over rate required, which is very good for them. So South Africa wanting another wicket maybe here, just want to get more into that lower middle order of India. Kohli the key.
Definitely the South Africans will want to keep chipping away at those wickets to keep India under pressure. Only 3 wickets down now. Shreyas Iyer still in, a prolific batter, definitely does well in the T20 circuit, also in the tests.
It's Maharaj into Iyer. He just comes forward and plays this very neatly down to the man at long off in front of David Miller, who's run all the way from long on the other side down to long off on this side. So he's getting a bit of exercise today. Seems like it's Maharaj into Kohli. Kohli is back and he plays this down to Magala, who is sweeping on the boundary. He wants 2. He's going to get 2. Indeed, he runs and he might have hurt himself there. Looks as if he might have just got a bit of cramp or pulled something as he was going back for the second. He ran directly across the pitch, which in fact doesn't really help the Indian cause at all either. But he looks like he might have pulled up with something there, Kohli. He is just struggling to walk back to the crease, but he's not going to let anybody know that he's hurt, most definitely. It's Maharaj into Kohli yet again. He wants, that is a beautiful delivery from the South African vice captain. He brings Kohli forward, pitches, turns away from him, and he can't get anything on it. Just plays forward to that delivery, and just lucky not to get the edge. It's 150 up for India. We'll go through those numbers if we can shortly. Just this time, defends it into the offside. South Africa are keeping the pressure on Virat Kohli. He's got something to say. I'm not quite sure what it is. He is talking to the umpire. He's not happy about something. I'm not quite sure, as I say, what is going on there. Tepo has got the glasses on, and we will be making a change at the end of this over. Nathan will be coming in as it's played into the covers by Kohli. Seems to be running fine with that particular shot, and goes through for yet another 2. As it's played to the right of the man at cover point on the boundary. It is 152 for 3. 1 ball left in the 30th over. There will then be a commentary change, and Tepo will be taking on ball by ball. He'll be staying with you, and I will be making way for Nathan Gogela. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure to be working with you on the test matches and the one-day international. Tepo, this is the last chance we will have for this time to be commentating together. Until next time, great to have you with us, and thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. It will be Nathan coming into the seat here, and Tepo to continue.
Always a pleasure, James, commentating with you as India here after 30 overs, 150 for 2. The total to win now, 136 runs away, and they have 120 balls to do it. The required rates has steadily been rising here as the South Africans have been adding pressure to the Indian batting lineup with those dot balls. Nathan Gogela has just joined me here in the color seat. And Nathan, it's been an interesting match, a bit slow in the middle overs, but definitely a match worth watching till the end.
Definitely so. I think South Africans came out better in the middle overs. They had a rocky start, but it's going to be an interesting battle in the last 20 overs.
No doubt about that. An interesting battle indeed, as Aiden Markham is coming into the attack a little bit later than usual. You normally see him at the beginning during the power play as a pinch bowler, maybe to sneak in some overs, but looks like he's actually being used here as the third bowler with the absence of Tabraiz Shamsi. He has himself a cover, an extra cover, and a man at short third man coming over the wicket to Shreyas Iyer. The man at cover beaten by a cover drive here, and the man at long off will do the fielding. I believe there should also be a third man in play. Oh no, there's a man at short third man, but no one covering on the boundary. Lungi Ngiri's here at a short fine leg. Mid wickets is in place. 2 men fielding in the deep on the onside as Aiden Markham comes over the wickets, whipped off the pads by Virat Kohli straight to mid wickets for no run. And as I said, a backward square, a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long off and a long on.
Got good fielding there by Timber Bavuma standing at mid wicket.
Aiden Markham in again. Virat Kohli playing this off the pads very late. It's a shy at the striker's end as Shreyas Iyer was already all the way down the pitch. Very swift fielding here from Lungi Ngidi to prevent the single. But if he was a little bit more woke, he would have thrown to the non-striker's end. Aiden Markham in again, whipped off the back foot by Virat Kohli to deep square leg for a single, 154 for 3.
Yeah, I think the Indians will be desperate for runs now. We saw in the previous ball, that looked to take a quick single, but Lungi was woke, as you mentioned. But good bowling by Markram, keeping nice and tight.
Nice and tight indeed. Trying to play this off the back foot. Virat Kohli down the wickets very quickly to get a quick single there, as that's a drop down to the offside. And that run rate slowly creeping up. It's 6.9 now, as the run rate achieved is only 5.0. 133 off 115 needed.
Yeah, Markram coming over the wicket against Wam again.
And this one flighted and pitching in front of that off stump. Whipped off the front foot by Virat Kohli to mid-wicket for no run, ending the 31st over 155 for 3. After 31, Virat Kohli sitting pretty on 65. He'll want to stay in as long as possible. And Shreyas Iyer will also want to be accompanying him there. He's on 15 off 20.
Yeah, you're speaking on the partnership. I think these two on 37 for 48 runs. It looks like Keshi's back on the bowling on the Calvin Grove end.
He's going to complete his last over here in his 9 overs, only conceding 37 runs. So once again, doing the job for the South Africans, keeping it very, very tight here at the Calvin Grove end. He has a slip, a man at short third man, short fine leg, mid wickets and cover in the inner circle. Flight to delivery outside the off stump, driven but straight to the man at cover for no run. And the fielders in the deep. There's a man at deep point, long off, long on, a deep cover, a deep square leg, mid wicket. As this one played late by Shreyas Iyer to the man at short third man. Yet another dot ball. The run rate achieved already 7.1. So each dot ball very heavy here.
Yeah, Keshi is sitting on a lovely, healthy economy of 3.96 coming in the 10th over.
And that's gold in the one-day internationals as this one flighted outside the off stump, driven down the ground to David Miller at long off for a single, and the man at slip vacating that region and coming to a mid-off region for Virat Kohli. Coming from around the wicket, the left arm, slow bowler. It's in the air for a long time. Timber Bavuma running back, and he catches it at mid-wicket. And Virat Kohli should be furious with himself, as he was the man to take India home, and he swings at the ground in absolute frustration as Keshav Maharaj strikes in his final over. He does the job, takes out the former captain, and with that, probably taking out India's best hopes at winning this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Virat Kohli there, just obviously pitching a bit short, and Timber Bavuma doing a good job there for the Proteas. Virat Kohli was on 65, facing 84 balls with 5 fours. That ends it for Virat Kohli, and it looks a bit dire straight from here for the Indians.
Indeed, you could see the pressure taking its toll here on Virat Kohli, trying to work this through the leg side, playing across his body, but just got a leading top edge that lulled or looped, not quite over the inner ring. And Timber Bavuma doing the fielding once again. I believe that's the 3rd time that Timber Bavuma has taken out Virat Kohli, and it's Keshav Maharaj 2 and Kohli 0. At Boland and Newlands, yes, Keshav Maharaj striking. I do actually want to check. Tabraiz Shamsi also got Virat Kohli out, but I do know on all 3 occasions it was Timber Bavuma that did the fielding that took the catch.
Well, Timber Bavuma is a very brilliant fielder for the Proteas. He's always lively. I mean, he's leading by example here for the Proteas. A wonderful job indeed by Timba Bavuma. As you mentioned, Keshav Maharaj 2 and Virat Kohli 0.
Surya Kumar Yadav comes to the middle here. It's his third match here and only 124 runs, so already averages 62 with a best of 53. And what India would do for those 62 runs here as Keshav Maharaj continues. He has a slip in place now. The man at mid-off moving into slip, and Timba Bavuma moving to a little bit more cover region, a little bit more forward of square now.
Yeah, Keshi is still coming around the wicket to the right-hand batsman. Left arm over the wicket, around the wicket. And the Calvin Grove end.
This one pitching full and on the pads and driven an off drive all the way to mid-off for a single. 131 now, off 109 is the equation.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you lose a wicket, you'll expect the run rate will drop a bit. Let's hope these two can hold up a nice, solid partnership.
A little bit of turn here from Keshav Maharaj. This one full, pitching on middle stump. He tried to dot this down and take a single, did Shreyas Iyer, but not being able to do that, which ends Keshav Maharaj's spell. The crowd are applauding, getting the big wicket of Virat Kohli in his final over. And that means in his 10 overs, he has gotten 1 wicket, a very valuable wicket, at an economy of 3.9. So keeping it very, very tight and getting valuable wickets once again for South Africa.
I think these will come in handy. This good, healthy economy for the Proteas will come in handy in later overs, because obviously the Indians will have a lot of too much pressure on their side. But tidy indeed by Keshav Maharaj.
Tidy indeed. And Aiden Markham will be continuing here. His third over. He's going at just 5 and over, 2 overs at 10 conceded. Ilumazai has commented on YouTube. We'll get to that after this delivery. Flighted outside the off stump, a sweep attempt here from Yadav, but missing the ball. All ends up. Aiden Markham there, a very smug grin as he thinks he has his man. Oof.
Markham coming from a Weinberg again.
Over the wickets, indeed, from the Weinberg end. This time, the sweep connecting and going behind square, where Sisanda Magala will do the fielding from a deep square leg region, doing the sweeping there, where the ball would go to the fine leg. They get 2 runs there, and Alumazai says another 100 missed for King Kohli. Feel for him, as he was playing very solidly, and that's how pressure takes its toll. You look a little bit comfortable, and then you try work one to the onside, when there's just a little bit more bounce, get a leading edge, and you have to go to the hut now. India, 159 for 4 now. Markham continues. This one, a good length delivery on off stump, whipped off the pads by Yadav to the man at short, fine leg for a single. Don't forget, do tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear from you.
Well, I think the Indians will be looking to get a few boundaries here. They haven't had a boundary in quite some time.
Indeed, and that's the pressure. And going hard at this, did Shreyas Iyer, coming to the pitch of the ball, double stepping and playing it down the ground to long on for a single. So didn't quite get hold of it. 161 for 4.
You can see he was looking to hit that 4 boundary with a bit of power coming from his bat.
Aiden Markham just moving his man. That was at a short fine leg, a little bit finer. So he was at 45, and now just a little finer, coming over the wickets. It's flighted, and it's in the air. It's probably going to go for 6 at the Carl corner boundary. What a booming sweep here from Yadav for a huge 6.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying 2 balls ago. That will be looking to get a few boundaries, and the boundary they got with the maximum.
Surya Kumar Yadav getting hold of that delivery, getting to the pitch of the ball. He'd been attempting to sweep, hadn't been connecting it early in the over, but this time finding the middle of the bat and finding the cow corner boundary, getting himself 6 runs to just give India a sniff of hope here. 121 off 103 required.
Yeah, 167 for 4 after 32.5 overs.
This one, the length pulled back from Aiden Markham, just tickled around the pads of Iyer for a single. 168 for 4.
That brings the partnership now with these Yadav and Aya to 12 runs, 8 balls. So who do you think the South Africans will bring on now? Since Keshi finished the spell, it looks like it's Magala coming in. See Temba speaking to Magala.
I was about to say, it looks like Sisanda Magala, he can do some damage here. He can be a strike bowler. A little bit expensive in the second one-day international. Doing a bit better here with his 5 for 34. Yet to take a wicket. Oh, sorry, in his 5 overs, conceding 34 runs. So an economy of 6.8. So still a little bit over the rate required, but we'll be looking to take a wicket here. It's good that he's coming to the crease with new batters because he can definitely bowl at the death and do some damage.
Yeah, we saw in the second ODI when his second spell. I mean, he did a very good job. I got a few wickets there in the second ODI down at the Eurolux Poland Park, where the South Africans won that game as well. Magala obviously been looking to replicate his second spell from that second ODI against the Indian side.
He will be. He has himself a mid-on, a mid-off, mid-wickets, a cover, a man at point, a man fielding on the boundary at third man, fine leg, deep square leg, and a deep point. Coming over the wickets to the right-handed Yadav, Surya Kumar Yadav, and this one a back of a length delivery in line with leg stump, and on drive off the back foot to mid-on for no run, still 168 for 4.
I think the approach to take these dot balls. That required run rate is slowly getting away from them at the moment. Keshi doing a very good job with an economy of 3.9. Magala coming over the wicket from the Carlton Grove end.
Giving the pace bowlers something to work with here, something to bowl towards, as this one, a good length delivery, played off the back foot, an inside edge that almost was chopped onto the stumps, but will run to the boundary for 4. And 4 runs or 4 runs, they'll take the runs however they come, will India, but very, very close, just nipping in a little bit off a good length.
So that moves Surya Kumar Yadav to 15 runs off 8 balls.
Yes, just playing that off the back foot. There's still a little bit of nip in this pitch as that angled into the right-hander just a little bit. Got him to play the shot a little bit too late, getting the inside edge. Once again, getting an inside edge, but a little bit closer to the middle of the bat as the man at mid-wicket, Yanaman Malan, does the fielding. 172 for 4.
Yeah, 5.2 overs for Magala, 7.12 economy. Let's hope that he can get another wicket. You know, it's funny, I always say these things and it normally happens. So maybe Magala might get us a wicket here, well, get a wicket for the Proteas.
You'd love that as a South African fan. You would indeed. A whitewash here, 3-0 victory if they do emerge victorious, the Proteas. Sanda Magala over the wickets. It's full and outside off stump, driven on the up by Surya Kumar Yadav. Straight to the man at cover for no run, David Miller, and giving Sisanda Magala the ball, just giving him a pat on the back. Good, he's enjoying that. And as a South African fan, you will also enjoy that very neat bowling here from Sisanda Magala.
Yeah, great line and length from Sisanda Magala. It's something that they would be looking to be consistent with that line and length, pitching just outside off and full as well.
Don't need to be looking for any wicket balls here, just dot balls, building enough pressure, and a fantastic ball once again. Played a little bit too early as it was airborne, a back foot punch. It was airborne, but it went to Temba Bavuma at mid-off. No run there, another dot ball. The run rate now required 7.2.
Yeah, another no run. Magnus Labuschagne, Labuskachny, as they would say in Australia. No run.
No run. I saw that Sam Billings has also picked up the habit.
Even KL Rahul as well.
Trying to turn the tables on the Australians. How rude. That's my trick, Magnus Labuschagne would say. This one, a back of a length delivery, attempted to be sliced with a square drive, but unfortunately playing it straight into the turf. Another dot ball, a little bit more pressure here on India as they still on 172 for 4 after 34 overs. And that brings a drinks break now.
Yeah, I think, speaking of that delivery, I think he was trying to punch it onto the offside, but unfortunately that ball was just way too straight. Maybe he could have played across the line as there was a vacant position there on the deep square leg side.
Sorry.
But as you mentioned, it's 172 for 4 of the 34 overs. It's a jinx breaks for these two sides. I think they will probably need it. I mean, we are dehydrated somehow as well. I mean, this heat in Cape Town is taking its toll.
Sure, yeah, cheers, indeed. Feeling like an oven, a little bit cooler than Paul, but let's quickly run you through the scorecard where Kel Rahul, after scoring 9, was the first wicket to fall. He was bowled an absolute jaffer from Lungi Ngidi that caught the outside edge, and Yanaman Malan at first slip took the catch. It was a decent partnership from Shikhar Dhawan and Virat Kohli to take India to 116 before he fell, trying to go too hard at the golden arm. Petlu Kwayo, a very thick top edge that was airborne for quite some time, caught by Quinton de Kock, 61 of 73. Virat Kohli was holding the show. Actually, very next delivery, or very shortly afterwards, Rishabh Pant fell to Petlu Kwayo, trying to go off the first ball, sending it to the man at the cover point boundary where Sasanda Magala picked him up. He was out for a golden duck. And the next wicket to fall was Virat Kohli for 65 of 84. He was looking like India's key to taking them home here today. But unfortunately, he fell off some great bowling from Keshav Maharaj, trying to work it to the onside, getting a leading edge in Temba Bavuma, affecting his third catch of Virat Kohli in the series. The bowlers, Lungi Ngidi, 1 for 21 in his 5 overs. Dwayne Pretorius, 0 for 31 in his 6. Magala, 0 for 38 in his 6. And Keshav Maharaj, after getting Virat Kohli in his last over, in his 10 overs, 1 for 39 at an economy of just 3.9. Andile Petro Kwayo, the pick of the bowlers at the moment, he has 2 for 21 or 4. And Aiden Markham going at a little bit more expensive than he would enjoy, going at 0 for 21 in his 3 overs. And once again, India 172 for 4. They still have to chase down 116 runs in 16 overs. So it's very, very tight here. The game hanging on a knife edge. Required run rates all the way up to 7.25.
Yeah, I mean, even now, I mean, I see a comment. Maharaj is criminally underrated. I remember him dismissing Baba Azam for three times in that 2 test match series last year. Likewise in the series, the only real threat I thought was Maharaj. So even though Kohli played well, he really did miss out on 200s. I mean, do you agree with this comment?
I do agree with Keshav Maharaj being severely underrated. He's not underrated by any South Africans, quickly getting himself a T20 spot for the World Cup last year. And yeah, he's been doing the job here. He's a very smart cricketer, is Keshav Maharaj. There's a reason why he's vice captain, and you can just see from his domestic performances how he carries himself. But we're going to see Andile Petlu Kwayo coming in from the Wynberg end, replacing Aiden Markham, a back of a length delivery that Shreyas Iyer tries to clear over the infield. It was airborne for quite some time. Didn't look like it was going to the boundary. And Sasanda Magala does the fielding from that deep mid-wicket region.
Yeah, that ball falling short from Sasanda Magala. But if you had to look at the field at the moment, I've got a short, fine leg, a backward point, got a cover, got a mid-on, longer off, got deep square leg, got a third man as well.
Petlu Kwayo coming in again. This one is full outside the off stump and driven on the up through the covers. Carl Verena is going to be sweeping from the offside from the cover point boundary, and India will take 2 runs as that was thrown to Quinton de Kock. 175 now for 4 after that. A little bit of a half volley outside off stump.
Yeah, we've got a substitute fielder there, and Carl Verena doing an excellent job. We know he's a wicket keeper, doing an excellent job there on the offside sweeper region.
2 valuable runs here for India, keeping that run rate in check. It's almost getting out of hand at 7.2, but you'd feel they would be able to manage that. A back of a length delivery here from Petlu Kwayo, played on the up off the back foot. It's a back foot punch, and David Miller does the fielding at mid-wicket. No run.
No run indeed. David Miller, very good fielder. Very good fielder. But Petlu Kwayo has 2 wickets already. He's not looking too bad in terms of economy. Obviously, the South Africans are looking to get another wicket here.
South Africans will be keen to get a wicket. India be keen not to give one away. This one, a good length delivery outside the off stump, driven off the back foot by Suryakuma Yadav. Gets a single to Carl Verena at the cover point boundary, 176 for 4.
Oh, that takes a partnership of Yadav and Aya to 20 runs off 18 balls. They're going along very nicely, but they'll obviously be looking to increase the run rate here a bit.
Indeed, partnerships are the key here. Work for South Africa. Overpitch delivery on the leg stump. An on drive from Shreyas Iyer to mid wickets for no run, 176 for 4.
Yeah, both these gentlemen are on 18 runs. Shreyas Iyer, 18 runs, 26 balls. Suryakuma Yadav, with 18 runs facing 15 balls with half the strike rate of 120.
Has done well here, hasn't conceded a boundary as of yet. And as I say it, short, wide, and sliced through the offside. 4 runs for Suryakuma Yadav. It was for Shreyas Iyer, in fact. That takes the score to 180 for 4. A very valuable boundary, just keeping that run rate in check. They need 108 off 90 deliveries. Still in this game are India.
Yeah, very good shot. I mean, they beat a man standing backward point in a deep cover region. I mean, that's a very small, narrow gap, and obviously beat both those men, win for 4. Very good shot.
A good shot indeed off the back foot, just spanking it through the offside, giving a bad ball the treatments, and he was looking economical, was Andile Pehlukwayo, but just that back of a length delivery, offering enough width for him to just slice it through the offside. Shreyas Iyer. Suryakuma Yadav on striker. Sisanda Magala comes from the Calvin Grove end. A good delivery in line with off stump. Good length as well. Driven on the onside for no run. There's a man at mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket cover point. A man sweeping on the point boundary. Also at third man. A long leg and also a deep backward square leg.
It's Sisanda Magala's 7th over. It's 180 for 4. This is a 36th over for the Proteas.
They'll be keen to stay economical, to just keep the pressure on. This one short and played hooked by Suryakuma Yadav all the way to the man at long leg for a single.
A lovely variety by Sisanda Magala there. Short. Obviously playing to his field as well, because he's got 2 guys backward of square on the outer ring. So there's a brilliant fielding by Sisanda Magala.
He is burning to his field and keeping the pressure on India, not giving away any boundaries, wants to stay nice and tight, coming in over the wicket. A good length delivery outside the off stump, dotted down by by Shreyas Iyer, looking for the single, but deciding against it. And important that South Africa keep drying up those singles as the run rate now required goes to 7.4. And that's the power of dot balls, especially late in the innings. Every single dot ball just shoots that required rate higher and higher, at a higher magnitude as well, towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, Magala is bowling over the wicket on the Calvin Grove end.
That is true. It's full. It's on off stump. It's driven to mid off. A shy at the stumps by Dwayne Pretorius, but he misses. And that would have been very, very close. Desperate runs here now from India. Will try to take a single from everything. And that is how you can see the pressure taking its toll here. 182 for 4.
As I mentioned, those dot balls do come into play later on in this innings. As you can see, the Indians were looking to rush that run, and it nearly cost them a wicket.
Indeed, very, very risky here. Good pressure from the South Africans. Please do tweet us in at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear from you if you have anything to say about this matchup here. The game that could go all the way down to the wire. Full length delivery. Stand and deliver with a front foot drive down the ground. Over pitched and driven for 4.
Yeah, full face of the bat. Sending Sisanda Magala back to his mark for 4 runs. Brilliant delivery, but even better shot for 4 runs.
Suryakuma Yadav, stand and deliver, driven down the ground with absolute class. Tim can't contain his excitement here behind us. You've got to love a beautiful straight drive when you see one, and it doesn't get any better than that.
Definitely doesn't get any better than that. Susana Magala again coming over the wicket and Calvin Grove in.
A similar field. Last ball of the over. An on driver. Big no call here from Surya Kumar Yadav to end Sasanda Magala's over. 186 for 4 after 36 overs. The required run rate here, 7.3.
Yeah, Magala's 7 overs. Bowled, consider 44 runs with the economy of 6.43. Let's not go any further. But I mean, he's done fairly well in the last few overs for the South Africans.
Now that last over only going for 6, so he is going at a runner ball at the moment, but it is under the required rate. So you'll take that for now as India. As I mentioned, the required rate is 7.3, 102 to win off 84 deliveries, 186 for 4. Surya Kumar Yadav on 23, and so is Shreyas Iyer of 19 and 30 respectively. Andile Petlokwaya with the slower ball, a good length slower ball in line with middle stump. Whipped off the pads to David Miller at mid-wicket for no run. For a single, 187 now for 4.
Yeah, just a nudge towards the leg side, but full by Petlokwaya. Petlokwaya bowling his 6th over, going at 5.8 runs per over. And only getting 2 wickets, which is obviously good for him as well. I mean, he got that crucial wicket of, I think, it was
Shikhar Dhawan.
Yes, he was going
indeed.
along nicely. They had a nice partnership with Virat Kohli.
A vital wicket there. Andile Petlokwaya, slower ball outside the off stump. And Surya Kumar Yadav, yes, gets in line with it and plays it across the line, backward of square to a vacant fine leg region for 4.
So that looked a bit slow. You can see the batsman had so much time to place that ball. I mean, he just stood still and just a quick nudge off his pads for 4 and a vacant region of just outside, squarish, wideish, or let me say wideish fine leg. Although they do have a short fine leg there, but obviously beating the man as well, who's standing there is Sasana Magala.
And on the scoreboard, the sign says great placement, and that's exactly what it was. Just lofting it over the infield, already 5 off the over. India looking good. This one, a back of a length delivery, fished at by Yadav, gets a thick outside edge that would have gone to third slip if there had been one, but instead lands safely and rolls to Dwayne Pretorius at third man. 96 now off 81 after that single. 192 for 4 for India.
Guarded nicely by Surya Kumar Yadav, down to third man region for single. Good fielding there by Dwayne Pretorius. Pretorius is a very good all-rounder, batsman, bowler, and a fielder as well. I mean, that's some asset to have in your team.
The camera just zooming in on Tabraiz Shamsi, who's omitted from this game. This one wide, short, but stayed very low and sliced in front of square to Carl Verena, sweeping at the cover point boundary. They get a single, 193 for 4.
Yeah, full delivery, but very wide. Made it easy for the batsman just to guard that ball down to Carl Verena's region for a single.
And doing well in this over, already getting 6 off it. 7 off it, in fact. So just falling under that required run rate. This one, a back of a length delivery, punched off the back foot down the ground. Long on will do the fielding. Another single here. Very good over for India. And they still have 1 ball left. 8 off it. So just over the required rate. And that required rate going down to 7.1. So fluctuating on the reg here.
Yeah, they need 94 runs off 79 balls. Looks like slowly the game is creeping away from them. They need a few boundaries. I mean, I've mentioned these things and it normally happens. Call myself Mystic Gogs.
Okay, take it easy, Nathan. This one, a slower ball outside off stump. They dot this down and take a very quick single. And that's also what they need to do. They need to make sure that they keep rotating the strike. Dot balls are the enemy here for India. And we haven't seen a dot ball in this over. Very good over for India. The 1 boundary and singles off it completely. So 9 off it. 195 for 4. 93 of 78 required.
Yeah, that's the end of Petloquaya's 6th over. with an economy of 6.34. That's a solo 2 wickets with Yadav and Aya with a 39 and facing 32 balls partnership. And we have Magala again coming from the Calvin Grove end.
I was just thinking to myself, when we'd see the likes of Dwayne Pretorius probably going to be used in the death. He has 6 overs to his name, so does Petro Kwayo, and Lungengidi has 5. A back of a length delivery, straight down the throat of long leg, and Sisanda Magala strikes. What a plan!
Oh, what a plan indeed. Straight down the fielder's throat, and the man is caught. I mean, great fielding, great bowling. I mean,
great crickets all around.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just stunned about that catch. I mean, it came screaming down to the fine leg region. A brilliant catch indeed by the South African.
Yes, the South Africans bowling into the body of Shreyas Iyer, and he was looking comfortable behind square, and a little bit of a tip of the hat from Andile Petro Kwayo, a little bit of a top of the morning to you. So Shreyas Iyer has to go after scoring 26 off 34 balls, and Sisanda Magala strikes the bowler, and Andile Petro Kwayo picking up the catch at long leg. India now 195 for 5, and as they were looking like they were starting to pick up the run rate, a wicket falls that just takes the wind out of their sails just a little bit, as we will probably see Chaha coming to the middle. Deepak Chaha.
Yeah, Chaha, obviously, it's his 4th innings with the best high score of 69 with an average of 87. I mean, you'll need all those 87 runs here at the moment, or let me say that healthy strike rate of just over 80. I mean, he actually needs more than the strike rate of 80 at the moment for the Indians.
Coming in ahead of Jayant Yadav. So maybe the strike rates is exactly what they're looking for here. There's one-day internationals.
But again, good catch by Petro Kwayo, standing there by the fine leg region. The tip of the hat. I think they're going to be speaking about that after the game as on the change room. Definitely so. I saw Kundikop give him a look there as well. So probably, I'm pretty sure that everyone in the team obviously is happy for Petro Kwayo with that catch.
And talking about strike rates here, I know this isn't a T20, but he has a strike rate in T20s of 244 in 17 T20Is. Obviously, a best of 21. Only has 22 runs, so he's only played in 5 innings, but seems to strike the ball quite nicely as the Sisanda Magala comes over the wicket. A back of a length delivery on the hips of Chaha. He just guides this off his hips, glances this off his hips for a single 196 for 5. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Chaha obviously has that healthy strike rate, as I mentioned. I mean, he's a T20 player. They've got 12.4 overs left in this game. So obviously, you'll be key with that healthy strike rate that's just over 200 if we are taking into consideration that T20 stat.
No doubt about that. And Vuyani Flakula says, has a young shout out for us on YouTube. We love hearing from you. Please do comment in on YouTube if you're watching on the YouTube channel. Also on Twitter at OneWorldSR as Sisanda Magala continues from over the wickets. A back of a length delivery that is just ramped over Quinton de Kock, going straight down the ground behind the keeper. A classy shot to bring up the 200 for India. India now 200 for 5 after that very, very smart shot.
A wonderful shot indeed. Ramped just over Quinton de Kock's head for 4 runs. Third man, or even a fine leg, were just a bit too far away from that ball. Wonderful ball placement by
Surya Kumar Yadav. And that brings up the 200, which comes in 229 balls, 18 fours and 1 6. And that is exactly what India are going to need. Some pinch hitting here, especially with those back of length deliveries. This one is full. It's a half volley outside, off stump, driven with immense power, but straight to David Miller at cover for no run. So still 205 now, 204-5 now, as Surya Kumar Yadav on 33 not outs. Chaha on the non-strikers end at on 1.
Surya Kumar Yadav played that shot with great intent, but obviously that didn't work out well for them. David Miller's that's standing there at cover.
Indeed, last ball of this over. It's an over pitch delivery outside off stump. That's a drive just in front of square here by Surya Kumar Yadav. And the man sweeping at cover point does the fielding. I have to correct myself. That was the penultimate ball, not the last ball. That got 2 runs. Surya Kumar Yadav still on strike on 35.
Well, the man fielding there was a Keshav Maharaj. Keshav Maharaj is a deceivingly quick fielder. Eh? I mean, we've caught a few. He's saved a few boundaries here on the fine leg third man region.
Very lively in the field, Keshav Maharaj. Also quick to pick up and throw. That's good to see. Good length delivery. It's lofted into the air on the onside. Mid-wicket looked in the money for 2 seconds, but it was just wide of Yanaman Malan diving to his left. As it goes down to long on for a single ending Magala's over. He struck, he got a wicket, and that over takes India to 203 for 5.
Yeah, valiant effort by Yanaman Malan. That moves Surya Kumar Yadav to 35 runs of 25 balls. He's there with Deepak Chahar, who has 1 run, facing 1 ball.
We have a comment here from Leah Schneider on YouTube saying, well, in that case, I guess I'll strike up fan conversation with Linux Leia Gal. That Linux Leia Gal on Twitter. She sounds lovely and filthy, or lovely filthy, rather. For those of you who don't know, that's the same person. Well, on to you, Linux Leia. We know exactly what's cooking over here. And Lawson on Twitter says, loved every minute of the series, especially the Proteas winning. Congrats on some fair-minded commentary, no matter how excited you got. And we got very excited here in the box, not going to lie. Some proper cricket for some proper fans. And couldn't agree more. As we see Lungi Ngiri coming into the attack here. He was relatively tight in his 5 overs, conceding just 21 runs and getting 1 wicket. Coming over the wicket. And this one, it's full outside off stump. And just cut at this. Put bat on ball and just guided this to Aiden Markwood at backward point for a single. 204 for 5.
That's Lungi's 6th over now. As you mentioned, he was very economical with a 4.25, getting that 1 wicket for Lungingidi, coming over the wicket from that Wamb again.
Lungingidi has himself a man at backward point. I'll continue the field after this delivery. A back of a length delivery. Just blocked square of the wickets. Straight to the man at the aforementioned backward point. There's a man at cover who he just high-fived. A man at mid-off. A man at the cover point boundary. Third man also outside the circle. Sasana Magala is standing here at fine leg. A man sweeping at deep mid-wicket. A normal mid-wicket. And a man at mid-on and mid-off.
Yeah, we see Pretorius is warming up as well. We assume that he might be coming on from the Calvin Grove end.
No doubt about it. Coming here at the back end. This one, a full-length delivery on the pads. That's just tickled around the leg side by Chaha for a single. Good rotation of strike there. The Indians will like that. It was a leg by, in fact. Stand corrected. 205 now for 5.
It was a leg by indeed, but it was a vacant area because we know that Magala is standing at the deep fine leg position. There's no one in that inner circle ring in that short fine leg area. So that's a free point for them to maybe take on with Ngidi.
Ngidi coming over the wicket here to Surya Kumar. It's a back of a length delivery outside the off stump, guided down to third man for a casual single. 206 for 5.
That takes the partnership now to 10 runs, 8 balls with Surya Kumar Yadav and Deepak Chahar.
It's vital that Deepak Chahar, who's on strike now, just keeps that strike rotating. Get the set batsman facing to give yourself the best chance of getting to that total. 82 of 68 needed. A back of a length delivery, played off the hips into the air, but to a vacant third man region. They take 2 runs as Sisanda Magala was coming in relatively casually, or to be fair, it did get to him quite slowly. He does apologize for that. as they took the 2 runs very quickly there. Well done.
Yeah, well done by the Indians indeed. Taking two quick runs there. Magala standing at that fine leg position, ball coming very slow towards him.
He also didn't race to it necessarily. The first run wasn't even run that hard. It was relatively casually, but either way, at least it wasn't a boundary. He does the John Cena, you can't see me. So probably was looking straight into the sun. Lungingidi over the wicket. Last ball. It's a bouncer. It's just beats Deepak Chahar. He's looking at the umpire like, surely that's a wide ump. But unfortunately not for the Indian batter.
Still staring at him. Hey, Quinn is having a chat with him there. Quinn is having a chirp. Quinn is always there for the chirp, eh? Quinn is always keen for a chirp.
No, definitely wasn't a wide. Went over that leg stump. He was just beaten, was Chahar, but was hoping for a wide ball. Will want to get every single run they can. Now every single run does count. As of the 39 overs, 208 for 5, 80 to win off 66. So it is quite tight here. The game's far from over. So stick around because this game might just go down to the wire.
It might, definitely will. It's 80 runs for 11 overs. That's going to be very tight indeed. Very tight.
Very tight indeed. Otto Simon says on Twitter, can we all support Protea Fire now? Next step will be to do what we do at home on tour. Go, go, go. Next up, the Kiwis. Love the enthusiasm.
Hashtag Protea Fire.
Hashtag Protea Fire, baby. That's one of my favorite hashtags, not going to lie. It survived. Dwayne Pretorius, as you said, Nate, coming into the attack over the wicket here. That's lofted into the air off the back of a length delivery. An on drive that goes to long on for a single to get Surya Kumar Yadav on strike. There's a long on, a mid-off, mid-wicket. That was Yanaman Malan potentially on the money there. A cover, a point, a man at third man, also a man deep cover. And the man that was at fine leg has come in the circle now. It's a man sweeping on the leg side at deep square leg. Oh, and the mid-wicket actually coming a little bit closer to the strip here for a potential catch. Dwayne Pretorius, it's a good length delivery outside off stump, a square drive to the man in the deep on the point boundary. They run the first one hard, but it got to Sasanda Magala quite quickly. No, that's Andile Petrokwayo quite quickly. And unfortunately for India, not able to take the second run.
Yeah, that was punched off the back foot there. Pitching this outside off in that vacant region. But brilliant fielding there by Petrokwayo.
210 for 5 as Pretorius continues his over. That's short outside the off stump. It's in the air for some time and bounces just short of cover where David Miller just smothers the ball. Oh, a potential catch there.
Surya Kumar Yadav survives another day, lives
to die another day.
Thank you.
James Bond, is he getting to the shots a little bit too early there? And luckily for him, just bouncing short of David Miller at cover, but going straight to him. So it's a dot ball. It's a win-win situation here for South Africa as Pretorius continues coming over the wickets. It's full, it's on off stump. They tried to take the first one, but decide against it immediately as it gets to Themba Bavuma at mid-off quite quickly. India still 210 for 5, and we are definitely going to see a commentary change in the next 2 balls. Myself and Nate will make way for James and Tim that will be guiding you to the end of the game here. It's going to be a cracker-jacker, so do tweet us at OneWorldSR. Don't change that channel as Dwayne Pretorius comes in. Penultimate delivery of his over. It's a slower ball, Yorker. It's in the air for a long time. Themba Bavuma gets under it and takes it at mid-off, and he strikes, does Dwayne Pretorius, and puts even more pressure on India now. He gets the set batsman out. Surya Kumar Yadav is out for 39 after some great bowling from Dwayne Pretorius. Just looking at that delivery again, it was a slower ball off a good length. And as we saw earlier, getting to the shot a little bit too early, trying to play it to the onside across the line, but getting a little bit of a leading edge and into the throat, right down the throat of Themba Bavuma at mid-off. And you've got to love it when a plan comes together as South Africa strike once again. Surya Kumayarav, 39. He got before he was caught by Temba Bavuma off the bowling of Dwayne Pretorius. He got that off 32 balls, just the 4-4s and the 1-6, striking at a strike rate of 121. So he was India's best chance, as now Jayant Yadav comes to the middle. One Yadav for another, and one Nathan for a Tim.
Japo, yeah, that was a timely wicket for South Africa. A bit of a partnership was building there between those two batters. Just what South Africa ordered, just to make sure that they are always in front of the situation and in control of this fixture as they strive to get a 3-0 sweep of this Betway one-day series.
It's looking ever more likely now with that wicket. Dwayne Pretorius coming in after striking a good length delivery outside off stump, played off the back foot by Yadav for no run. That ends the 40th over. India now 210 for 6, and that is me saying goodbye, as Sabir Khan says easy win 3-0 on YouTube. Just quickly wanted to get that in. Don't forget to comment and tweet us. We'd love to hear from you as James takes over now.
Yeah, that's a hammer blow from India. If Chahar was still there with his strike rate, the way he was striking the ball, they had a chance of finishing this tour on a positive, but that wicket does change the situation, and it now becomes all the more difficult for India, whereas South Africa want to clean this up as quickly as possible.
They will indeed, Tim, and it was looking a little bit dangerous for South Africa for a while there, as Surya Kumar Yadav was striking the ball exceptionally well. He's 39, coming off only 32 deliveries. It's Lungi Ngidi towards us, and that is an edge from the new batter. Well, that's from Chahar. I apologize. Chahar getting the edge of that past the wicketkeeper. Quinton de Kock was actually going to his left, had to try and change to go to his right, could not make the adjustment. Genuine edge down past the wicketkeeper for 4. Pretorius could do nothing about that from his position at a wideish third man. 214 for 6 in the 41st.
Of course, it was Yadav that was dismissed, not Chahar. So that was an error on my part. Apologies.
It's the ball into Yadav. Has played very well by Chahar. Has played very well into the leg side. Dangerous batter is Chahar, Deepak Chahar, getting that one down to between the men at backward square and long leg for 4. And that takes India to 218 for the loss of 6 wickets, 70 to win. Of 58 deliveries, they have got 9 overs and 4 balls. And if Deepak Chahar stays there, India still will feel that they're in with a chance. It is Chahar facing Ngidi again, has a waft at a slower delivery from Ngidi. It's a slower ball bouncer, and that is no run, 218 for 6. Midway through the 41st over. Partnership. This is 8 to 2 boundaries off the over so far. The first delivery, which was most certainly was a false stroke. Second delivery, well played. Third one, another delivery that was a false stroke, not able to make any kind of contact. So it is going to be Ngidi again from the Weinberg end at a beautiful late afternoon 6-gun grill Newlands. This is the 3rd Betway ODI, the 3rd in the 3-match series, coming after the 3 Betway test matches. Ngidi towards us to Chahar, and he has a swing and a miss at yet another delivery that is well aimed by Ngidi, and there is no run, 218 for 6 in the 41st. It can only be a matter of time before this one either gets hit into Claremont or goes straight up in the air, Tim.
I think you're spot on there, James. Something has to give the situation. India desperately need runs So they hope that the former happens.
And once again is Giddy in, and that's good fielding by South Africa. The captain, Temba Bavuma, realizing that Giant Yadav is on his heels, not coming through for the run when called by Chaha, and had that hit, he was gone down at the keeper's end. It was mightily close from the South African captain fielding at mid-off, and he came in quickly. Yadav not expecting to be called for the run, had to hit, and I think actually was safe. But good fielding from the South African captain. Now, number 22 on his back, Giant Yadav yet to get off the mark, and he will be facing Ngidi. One ball left in the 41st over. Ngidi to him, that is a bouncer, but it is a legal bouncer. And number 22 to number 22, and there is no run. 219 for 6 after 41. India have been batting consistently at 6 and over for the last 10 overs. They went from 150 for 3 to 210 for loss of 6 in the gap in the 10 overs between overs 30 and 40. They will need more than that if they're going to win the game from here, Tim.
Yes, they certainly are going to need a couple of really big overs in the sort of 12 to 13 region just to get themselves ahead of the situation, ahead of the run chase. They don't want to be behind the 8 ball, having to get 13, 14, 15 of the last over might be a bit much. They want to get ahead of the situation so that the required runs of that final over is in the single digits.
They
One thing
will.
that is in their favour, South Africa do not have Rabada or Shamsi in their attack. They're two most experienced individuals in the white ball format. So it's a inexperience from that point of view, from a South African point of view.
Pretorius is away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end. He has bowled exceptionally well in this innings so far. 7 overs, 1 for 33. He will be looking, Captain Bavuma will be looking to him to finish off this spell with some good bowling, coming back into the team after a break of a number of years, back after his outstanding form in the 20-over game. 3 years since he's played for South Africa. This is into the pad, is it 2 years? So 2019, the last time he played for South Africa in one day cricket. So that's at nearly 3 years. Well, it depends, just over 2 years, Tim, you're right. And it is played into the deep by Chaha. They're through for the single. Slower ball by Pretorius. Chaha trying to get through for 2, but he couldn't do so. Means that Yadav is on strike, as it is Pretorius away from us now. 220 for 6 is the score. He bowls to Yadav, plays it back to the bowler on the bounce into the ground, and the crowd behind the wicket on the other side making a mistake that I make quite often, thinking that was perhaps a catch played into the ground. So for the new man at Yadav, there is a man at third man. There's a backward point, man on the deep cover boundary, mid wicket, long off. No, sorry, mid off, long on, extra mid wicket, a man on the boundary at square leg, and a man on the boundary at long leg. They comes through to the man at long on, that's Sisanda Magala, and they take the single. 221 for 6 with 2 balls left in the 42nd over. This has been a better over for South Africa. Just the 3 off it so far after the previous over went for 8 from Ngidi. It is South Africa in the box seats here, it must be said, as Joyce in again to Chaha, plays this to the man sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary, that is Yanaman Malan. They take the single. It is 222 for 6. India on double Nelson for 6. They need 66 to win. So clickety-click, 66, 222 Nelson. It's all happening here. If you like cliches, then this is the ideal numbers for it to be. So bingo numbers: Nelson, 49 balls left, 66 to win. It's Pretorius into Chaha. He's going to want 2 here, but he's not going to get them. He's sent back by his fielder. That's actually Yadav looking for the 2. He's not going to get it. Good fielding by Yaneman Milan running in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. They have to settle for the single. That means that Yadav will keep the strike at the end of the over, which is probably what South Africa would have wanted. There was 5 of that over from Pretorius, 223 for the loss of 6 are India. They need 65 of 8 overs, just over 8 runs per over with only 4 wickets in hand. It's going to potentially be tight, Tim.
It's all about keeping wickets in hand for India. If they keep the wickets in hand, take it as deep in the overs as they possibly can, they do have a chance. My money would still be on South Africa. It just needs a wicket. South Africa another wicket, and I think it's pretty much curtains with the tail to come for India, not having a lot of runs behind them. But India do have a chance.
Yadav of strike, and they're not going to have a chance after this delivery. One feels exactly as Tim has described. It's a very good delivery from Lungi Ngidi to Yadav, Giant Yadav. It is outside the off stump, ball short of a length. He tries to force it over the top of mid-off, but he cannot do so. It goes straight to the South African captain, Themba Bavuma, who is at that position. That is the end of Giant Yadav. He's out for 2 of 6 deliveries. He's caught by Bavuma. Bavuma's 3rd catch of the innings, and bowled by Ngidi, South Africa's premier bowler in this particular match. He is the #1 bowler for South Africa in this match, takes his 2nd wicket, and with it, one would think, go India's chances of getting a victory in this match and pulling 1 back in the series, which is already lost.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. What's been very impressive from Lungi in the last couple of overs is his changes of pace.
Yeah.
Changes of pace, and that includes with the slow ball bounces that we saw in the previous over. That one again was a bit fuller. It was asking the batsman to drive, but he held it back just a little bit, slowed it up. The pace wasn't there. Batsman comes in, plays the drive, but wasn't able to generate the pace of the delivery. It's the bottom of the bat, easy catch for Themba Bavuma on mid-off. Outstanding bowling from Lungi Ngidi. As you say, leading from the front, leading by example, taking the responsibility of closing this game out for South Africa.
Ngidi into the new man is Bumrah, and they just dabs it down into the leg side, goes through for a quick single to get Chaha on strike, as Chaha, one feels, is the only opportunity, the only man that can take India anywhere near this target now. 64 to win, 3 wickets in hand. They are 20 runs behind what Duckworth Lewis Stern is telling us is the past score for this number of wickets left in their innings. They need 8.3 runs per over. They are batting only at 5.3. It is going to be Chaha on strike. He tries to hit this one. He does indeed hit it well. It's in the air. It's almost like a pitching wedge out to over the extra cover fielder's head. Bavuma's round from mid-off. He beats the man who was sweeping on the cover boundary to get to the delivery. And they get through for 226 for 7 in the 43rd over. South Africa will want to wrap this up now. They have in the last couple of matches, in fact, not perhaps in the last match, but in certainly the first ODI in Paul, did not actually wrap the match up. And that was something they wouldn't have wanted to do. This is into the body of Chaha. They can only bunt it out into the leg side and in quickly off the boundary at square leg is Andile Petwayo. They take a single, 227 for 7 to the new man, Jasprit Bumrah. There's a 3rd man, backward point, cover on the boundary, man at extra cover, long off, long on. deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a man at 45, fine leg, 45 in the circle. Just brought the man up into the circle on the offside and dropped the man from mid-off to long off, and Giddy to Kumar, and he's played it to where the man was at third man. That is a very, very clever shot there played by Chahar. Seeing the fielder has come up, he uses the pace of the delivery, just angles the bat and sends it over that Bumrah. Very clever shot from Jasprit Bumrah. Sorry, said that was Chahar. Bumrah it is. And he knew exactly what he was trying to do there, and he executed it perfectly. 231 for 7, India. One ball left in the 43rd.
Bumrah is the individual who had that 50-run partnership with Shardul Thakur in the first ODI. Right. If you can do something similar here with Chahar, anything's possible.
It is indeed. It is then Giddy in to Bumrah. That is a slower delivery, Yorker length in to Bumrah. He just defends it back to the bowler. It is the end of the over, 231 for 7 after 43. 8 off that over from Ngidi, and that is what India needs to stay in touch to get over the line here. One feels that it should not be possible for the Indian team, but we know in cricket, when you say it should not be possible, it may in fact happen.
That is certainly the case. Run rate is not a problem. Modern cricket, 8 over in this format is not the issue for India. They should be able to get the 8 over in the time. The problem for India is the wickets in hand. They need to have a sizable partnership. It's still 57 runs. 57 runs is a lot of runs to get for this Indian tail.
So 231 for 7, 7 overs left. We have Bumrah and Chahar at the crease. They require just over 8 runs and over to win. There are 42 balls left to win 57. 7 overs, 57 runs. 8 would be 56. So it is going to be Pretorius away from it at the Kelvin Grove end. That's a swipe, but that one is in the air, but it's going to bounce just short of the man advancing from third man. They get through for 2 as Chahar has a full go at that. And I think we're going to see a lot of this happening if he stays there for any length of time. We've already seen that. That goes through for 2. The batters go through for 2, just falling short of Andile Petwayo, who was advancing as rapidly as he could from that wideish third man position. South Africa have actually got a man at third man on the edge of the circle. So that's a wide position. And this is a wide ball from Dwayne Pretorius. He probably doesn't need to do that at this point in the game, as we see a change in the field. Kyle Verreynne coming down in front of us to mid to long off. Every delivery from Dwayne Pretorius presumably going to be outside the off stump. He's only got I think he still has got 4 fielders on the leg side. He's in and bowled outside the off, and now he's taken that man out of there, and this is over the head of Yana Malan into the scoreboard on the leg side. That has gone massively into the stand for 6 from Chahar. He is making a go of this for India. That is a 2 and a 6. That was in the slot. Slower ball from Dwayne Pretorius, and he has dispatched it, as the scoreboard says, 4-6. That is a massive blow. India 240 for 7 in the 44th over, 48 to win of 40 balls. Few more balls of Deepak Chahar, and the game is back on for India. It is not over yet. Pretorius away from us at the Kelvin Grove end, slices this one into the cover region. That's gone for 4. It's gone for another 6. My word, that's straight into the boundary there. A low /6 from outside the off stump by Deepak Chahar. What a shot. The scoreboard signaling 4, the umpire signaling 6. It is a 6. 246 for 7. India 42 of 39. The run rate required 6.5 from over 8 just in this over. This is Huge hitting. And Pretorius away from us now to that man Chahai, just nudges it into the offside and goes through for the single. And it is another single to Chahai. He goes to 33 with that single. He has got a top score in one-day international cricket of 69 not out in only playing in only his, I think it's his sixth game today. 69 not out he does have and he does have a low strike rate, but it does mean that he can bat, as it's going to be Bumrah on strike to Pretorius. Field has come in a little bit for Bumrah. It's Pretorius to Bumrah now, and it's played straight back to the bowler on the bounce, and there is no run. 247 for 7 are India in the 44th over. Had some excitement here towards the end. Deepak Chahar not giving up, Tim.
No, not giving up. I think South Africa need to realise the bowling width to him is not the answer.
No.
He clearly showed back of a length, slower balls, and then back of a length faster is the way to go. Tucking him up.
Pretorius to Bumrah, and he plays this one, trying to edge it or glance it down to third man to get a boundary, just plays it into the ground to de Kock. End of the over, 44 gone. It's 247 for 7. I think that is going to be the end of Dwayne Pretorius. Potentially he has one more that he's going to have to bowl. Lungi and Giri has only got 2 left. Andile Petwayo has got 4 left. Magala has got 2 left, and there are 6 overs to be bowled. India need 41 to win, 6.8 to the over they need to win, and they are just behind the Duckworth first Stern pass score. This can be an interesting finish. Deepak Chahar?
I think it's going to be the solution for South Africa is Lungi and Giri and Andile Petwayo. As I say that, they bring on Magala. That is awful risk at the situation. Yeah. I know he's a good death ball bowler, but if he gets it wrong against Chahar, who's striking the ball exceedingly well, it could go out the park.
It could indeed. It could be certainly out of the park. It could be. This man has shown already he can hit the ball long. He can hit the ball hard. Can he do that to Sitanda Magala? It is the man Chahar who is just trying to angle that down to the man at third man. Misses through to de Kock, and there is no run. 247 for 7 in the 45th over. And a good delivery from Magala outside the off stump, just fishing for it, is Chahar. We have a man at third man, backward point, man on the deep cover boundary, extra cover, mid off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, deep back, deep long on, and a man at mid wicket, and that is going to the boundary once again. That is going to be another boundary. That's 4 to Chahar. That is an unusual shot. I mean, he played it on one leg from outside the off stump, working it into the leg side. That is the 250 for India, coming up in the 45th over, and they are on fire. In fact, Deepak Chahar is on fire here. He has gone like nothing to 37, 250 off 271 balls, 22 fours, 4 sixes for India. They are still in this game. South Africa just letting it slide a bit there when Jayant Yadav was in, when Chahar came in and gave him the opportunity to get his eye in. His eye is certainly in. Magala into him. This is on the line. A good Yorker from Magala. That's what he's known for. Leg stump Yorker, just dabbed out onto the offside. And there is no run. Applause from the crowd behind the bowler in the members' stand, the members' pavilion at the southern end of the ground. That's the Weinberg end. It is casting a deep shadow now over the ground as we're coming to the end of this match and the end of the Betway ODI series, the end of the Indian tour. Magala in to Chahar, and that is played out into the covers. Man, an extra cover does the fielding for South Africa. That's Clive Verena, the local man, and they give him a round of applause. Every piece of fielding, every dot ball being applauded by the South African fans at the moment.
Well, you can see how much it matters to the South African team. Heads have not dropped. The intensity is still there. 2 very good deliveries from Magala. He's got to back it up now. He's bowled the odd 4 ball in this particular game. He cannot afford to do that in this situation. Let's see what he does.
37 to win. It is in to Chaha. He bunts it down to the man in front of us here, Lungi and Giddy at long leg. They can only take the single. It's a good over so far for South Africa. Only the 5 runs off it as we're going into the end of the 45th over. 7 down India, 252. They need 36 to win of 31 balls. That in itself should actually not present a problem to a team chasing, but they've only got 3 wickets left. They've only got the 3 wickets left. Most of this for India rests with this man, with Deepak Chahar, as it in fact is Jasprit Bumrah facing. This ball is a leg side Yorker, and it's just slightly leg side, but that means it is an extra ball. It's a wide collected by de Kock behind. 253 for 7, 35 needed, 31 balls left. This is going to be potentially going to be very, very tight.
The fact that the extras are with single figures is a good thing for South Africa, but they can't afford that to increase in the next couple of overs.
Magala towards us now from the Weinberg end to Bumrah outside the off stump. And that is a very good delivery from the South African paceman as Bumrah cannot get bat on ball, and another dot ball, which is absolutely priceless at this particular stage for South Africa. The last 5 overs, though, have brought 43 runs for India with only the loss of 1 wicket. It's been the Deepak Chahar show. South Africa were 257 for 6 at the same stage, looking to get that 287, but again, the 287 that they did. So in other words, they were only 4 runs ahead. Deepak Chahar, on him rests the hopes of the Indian team, of the Indian supporters, to get them over the line and not suffer perhaps what would be for them a humiliating 3-0 loss in the Betway ODI series.
Yes, I do. I just see Tipper Performer having a conversation with the bowler, and Miller is obviously a plan as to which way to bowl to Deepak Chahar, because at the moment it's not quite working.
No, it isn't working.
They've got Lungi and Giddy, and he's bowled exceptionally well throughout this game. He is the guy they need to go to break this partnership.
And they have indeed gone to Lungi and Giddy. It's the first time we'll be seeing, I think, Giddy from the Kelvin Grove end with 5 overs to go. He is going to be running away from us here to Deepak Chahar, the Indian batter, 38 not out. And those runs have come off 25 deliveries in to Chahar now. It is a wide outside the off stump. That is not what his captain would have asked him to bowl. He gives India 1 more run. They still have 5 overs to go. They only need to win 34. They only have 3 wickets in hand. South Africa have potentially let this slip from a match-winning position of 210 for 6. India were after 40 overs. They are in with a chance here. Good delivery from Ngidi outside the off stump, fullish length, and Chahar cannot get underneath that. Goes through to the keeper, de Kock. There is no run. 254 for 7, a 45.1.
Still a little bit surprised that they're giving him that much width to Deepak Chahar. In a moment of time, he's going to come across, he'll step across, and he's going to have a lot of room to hit that ball on the offside. I think he should be bowling a lot straighter.
It's Ngidi to him outside the off stump. That, I think, is a wide call, probably harsh from umpire Jele, as the batter was advancing down the wicket on the offside. and he has a bit to say, does Ngidi, asking the umpire why he called that a wide. I think that is, maybe a little bit too wide, but having seen where Chaha was actually advancing, I think he could regard himself a little bit unlucky to concede that as a wide. It's 45.1 overs, 33 to win, 29 balls left. It's all to play for. Ngidi to Chaha. That is on the line of the fifth stump, off stump line. They get the single to Bavuma, who is patrolling the covers. The only fielder close in the covers, prevents them getting through for 2. And that is a single to get Chaha off strike, and which will be something they will be very happy about. South Africa, it is Bumrah on strike. We also know that he can hit the long ball. 32 balls left, 28 left. 32 to win, 28 balls, 6.9 runs per over for those of you who like the classic way of describing it.
I'm calling a slower ball now. Slower ball on the stumps from Ngidi.
And let's see if Tim is correct. It's Ngidi to Bumrah outside the off stump. Plays that deftly down to the man at the third man. Was the slower ball, I think, but far too wide. And Bumrah easily able to do something with that and get it down to third man for yet another single. Singles, in fact, at the moment are enough for India. They only need to get themselves into a position with 2 or 3 overs to go where the runs required are in the 20s. That looks highly possible. And it could turn out to be an expensive period of play. That South Africa conceded too many runs between overs 40 and 45. Chaha plays this softly out into the offside, turning for 2. That's easy running, and that is poor cricket, one has to say, from South Africa. They are giving the runs away. They're given 2 away here. 4 balls gone in the over. They have not got a conventional field. They have not got men inside the ring on the offside. With the line that is being bowled, they're consistently persisting with having 4 men on the leg side, when in fact Ngidi is bowling his deliveries at least 2 feet outside the off stump. It does not make sense to me. Tim?
It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, this entire over. I don't get what South Africa are trying to do.
It's Ngidi to Chaha. This is played to the man. It's a full toss outside the off stump, and he's carved that away past the man short at third man, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. Chaha moves to 45. The partnership between Bumrah and Chaha is now 40. 223 for 6 it was in the 42nd over. Within the space of 4 overs, he has scored 10 runs on over of the South African attack. He has put them to the sword, and South Africa seem to be clueless.
It's a repeat of what happened in the first ODI.
It is.
The only difference is, at the moment, India are guiding themselves to a victory.
Is Ngidi again to that same man. He does exactly the same. It's another full ball outside the off stump. It's another shot down past the man who's fine at third man inside the circle. It's another boundary, and South Africa are hemorrhaging runs. They are going to lose this match at this rate unless they can get a wicket. Deepak Chahar has gone to 49. The partnership is now 44, and they have scored these runs in this partnership of only 4 overs. South Africa, what are you doing? It must be said, this is poor work from South Africa, poor work from the captain, poor work from the leadership out on the field. Tim?
I don't understand why you have the man inside the circle when you're bowling full and wide.
Yeah.
All he had to do was get the faintest edge through that gap, and it was 4. It was done. It was finished.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I didn't understand the field. I didn't understand the idea of bowling width to both batsmen. I didn't understand not bowling to Bumrah's stumps. This is just with Bumrah. Very strange over from Luke Ngidi, and very strange tactics from Temple Bavuma. Not something I understand at this point.
Is going to be Magala to continue to Bumrah, and this one is out. He's caught behind. He's reviewing the decision. Bumrah feels that he hit the ground. He certainly did hit the ground. He is given out by umpire Maria Erasmus. The fielding team are absolutely convinced that he is out. Bumrah is convinced he hit the ground. The only way that this is going to be determined, as umpire Maria Erasmus is also convinced that he is out, is to see what the Snicko tells us in this instance. Bumrah on strike, having been kept on strike by the fact that his batting partner, actually was hit for 2 fours off the last 2 deliveries. Looks as if he could not have hit the ground, but difficult to know here. So we're going to see that again. It's going to require Snicko to tell us what happened here, as Bumrah appealed or wait for the review straight away of this. He is looking behind him immediately, which does sort of tell you that maybe he did hit the ball. Why not take the review? You have the reviews to take. But he did hit the ground after the ball went past. That could have been the noise. South Africa, we're only going to tell now with the Snicko, Tim. And it looks like he hasn't hit the ball. He has not hit the ball. It has gone past the bat without hitting the ball. He has then hit the ground, and that is not out. Will be overturned, the decision. And Jasprit Bumrah quite rightly stood his ground, believing that he had not hit the ball. He did not. It is one ball gone in the 47th over from Magala, and Bumrah survives. India need 21. There are 23 balls left. There are 3 wickets for South Africa to get. They are depending on their young fast bowler, Sisanda Magala, to get that wicket. India are depending on Jasprit Bumrah, the vice-captain, and Deepak Chahar to get them over the line. It is Magala again. This is played down on the offside by Bumrah. A good Yorker from Magala, and there is a single. South Africa are looking for 3 wickets. India looking for 20 runs. Advantage India, and it's a no ball. So this is disastrous for South Africa. Sisanda Magala has bowled a front foot no ball in the 47th over of the innings, stretching to bowl the Yorker, and he now has to bowl to Deepak Chahar with a free hit.
I think the last 2.5 overs, we have had 3 wides and 1 free hit.
Yeah,
that's 13 balls, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah,
that is not good enough from South Africa. They've won the series.
Yeah,
proud of that, but the way they let this game slip is not very impressive.
Not at all. Not at all. And if South Africa loses from here, they from the position they were in, with India 210 for 6 after 40, there really should be a lot of questions as to what has happened, as Chahar does play this out into the leg side. Remember, a free hit does not mean that you cannot be run out. But in this instance, Bumrah gets back for 2 as it's played to the man deep at the mid-wicket area. Comes in, does Maharaj Fields, but they do get through for 2. Deepak Chahar, take a bow, young man. He is 51 not out of 31 deliveries, a strike rate of over 160, or in the 160 region. And this is an outstanding innings from the young man. He has taken India to within 17 runs of the win. 22 balls left. They just need to play normal cricket now.
Yeah, it's in their hands to win it now, India. Very impressive innings, even with South Africa giving him an awful lot of width throughout his innings, making it a lot easier than they should have.
Magala again to him, just bunts it out into the leg side, and once again they're going to turn for 2. South Africa really poor cricket here, it must be said, as Bumrah gets back easily for the 2. South African fielder coming in, David Miller, from that leg side. Temba Bavuma must be, what is he and his senior team thinking on the field? They don't need to score more than a run a ball. So let him, don't give him singles, don't give him 2. They're just giving away runs needlessly. You have to say congratulations to Deepak Chahar for the way that he's handled this run chase. Outstanding stuff from the Indian all-rounder, and he deserves the Man of the Match award if he in fact gets them over the line, which looks a distinct possibility with only 15 needed to win now, and 3 overs and 3 balls left. plays this through the offside to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. That's Yaneman Milan, and they come through for the single. That's what he wants. There are 2 balls left in the over. It is going to require something special now from South Africa to actually get South Africa over the line in this match. And one has to stop wondering, where did it go wrong?
Yeah, it somehow just sort of turned without even needing to turn, without anything drastic or controversial happening. South Africa just took the foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they did.
They
completely.
just said, we're in charge, okay.
We
can
won.
relax.
Yeah, they thought they'd won.
And
you can never think that.
It's very disappointing from a South African perspective to see the game slip like this. But fair play to India. They're playing well.
Absolutely fair play.
And up to this point, they're certainly in charge of the game.
Magala in to Bumrah. He plays it back to the bowler on the bounce. He sticks out a left hand and fields. There is no run. Lungi Ngidi is in picture on the big screen at the moment. He is down in front of us here at the Kelvin Grove end. His last over went for 14 runs, which has largely led to this situation. Poor tactics, poor bowling. After he'd done so well, just bowling in the channel. That's all South Africa needed to do. And it's Magala again. This time, he gets the edge, does Bumrah, but he gets the edge and it goes over the head of Quinton de Kock down to the boundary for 4. India now need 10 to win. They have 3 overs to score it in. They are going to win the 3rd one-day international unless something absolutely bizarre happens. We've already seen the bizarre happening over the last 7 overs. We now are going to see something more bizarre if India do get to win this particular match. And to take you through to the end of this match and through to the end of the series, I'm going to hand over to Tepo Taylor. He's been with you on 1WSR for every single match of the series so far. Only fitting that he takes you and potentially India or South Africa through to this final win of the tour. Goodbye from me for the moment. Please don't forget to keep tuning in to 1WSR.com for the women's series coming up. But from me, it's a goodbye and thank you for listening.
Yeah, and a steep situation for South Africa to try and get a quick wicket, try and get themselves back into this fixture, try to get Chahar out in some way, shape, or form.
Tim.
What do you think, Chippo?
Tim, don't you wanna support the underdogs, the comeback kings, India, coming back from despair? As Lungi Ngidi comes in, it's a wide ball outside off stump. It's up in the air for quite some time, and Dwayne Pretorius gets under it, and the power man Deepak Chahar goes out. Oh, there's a twist in the tail. Oh, it's sent upstairs. Did they review it? They reviewed it. For YOLO's sake, check if it's a no ball. South Africa's still in this game. What are we witnessing, Tim? What is going on?
Okay, so Deepak Chahar is dismissed for 54 of 34, but India needed 10 runs of 18 deliveries against a ball out of the off stump, and he has a Hail Mary at it. He has a wild swipe. When you're needing 10 of 18 deliveries, hits the ball straight up in the air, a magnificent dive and catch from Dwayne Pretorius. And what did I say? South Africa are back in. Chahar is gone, and it's game on.
This should have been a decider, Tim. This should have been a decider. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Lungi Ngidi coming in over the wicket. It's a full delivery just outside off stump. It's guided to 3rd man. That's exactly what they need to do. Nothing silly. Just rotate the strike. Just get the singles. There are gaps all over the field. And Deepak Chahar will be furious with himself, trying to go for a cutter and just getting a top edge. Dwayne Pretorius did well to get under it and get the catch. But South Africa will be very disappointed. We have a comment here from Rian Slubbert saying, Timber is asleep at the wheel. And you definitely feel that with the South Africans. Where did they lose it? I felt like I left commentary for a second. All of a sudden, they lost it. Ooh.
beaten on the inside edge. Lungi Ngidi, a beautiful delivery just outside off stump.
Why did Ngidi do this in the previous over? 3 outstanding deliveries. One got a wicket, one's got a single, and that has got a dot ball. The previous over, he was all over the show.
Yeah, it's those wide Yorkers that they've been trying. I remember seeing them in the Pakistan series as well. As we know, some bowlers don't like being smashed and they don't want to go for Yorkers or the length deliveries. Outside the off stump, this one, outside the leg stump, great fielding here at mid-wicket by Yanaman Malan. Wasn't able to stop the single. It's 8 or 14 now. It is squeaky bum time for India and South Africa. Literally anything can happen. That ball was airborne. If mid-wicket was just to the right a little bit more, that could have been a catch. And 2 down in the over. It's tight. It's very tight.
I think South Africa should bring in an extra fielder in the inner ring in this situation.
Sure.
But we'll be seeing if they do that.
I'm glad I'm not Temba Bavuma, as this delivery outside the off stump. Beaten as tried, was that Bumrah? Yes, trying to guide this down to third man, but he was beaten. A dot ball, a valuable dot ball. India 280 for 8. 8 to win. 13 balls left. It's down to the wire, boys.
It's quite something. I want to get another slow ball for Blugie. It's been very effective when he has bowled those slow balls. I think you'd be wishing that his previous over just went for single figures rather than 14 it did.
Ngidi, back of a length delivery on top of off stump. Beautiful bowling here from Lungi Ngidi to get another dot ball. The equation is 8 of 12. The camera is on Deepak Chahar. There are those tears in the eyes, the ones that are about to fall, because he knows that if India lose this game, it is all his fault.
Yeah. The game was lost when he came to the crease. He turned it around, got India in charge, in front of the situation. They were hot favourites to win the situation. If they lose, my word, it's going to feel bad.
Look, Tim, they're still in this game. 8 runs.
Yes.
I mean, even I can get 8 runs. I mean, I could even do it. So if India don't do it, it'll have to come from brilliant bowling from the South Africans. And Andile Lucky Petlukwayo comes into the attack from the Weinberg end. Lungi Ngidi at third man at fine leg for the right-hander. There's a backward point in Aiden Markham. The field is constantly moving, so you're going to have to forgive me. There's also a man at deep square leg, mid-wickets, mid-on, mid-off, cover. As I said, backward points, and there's a man at deep points as well. There's also a man at third man. Gaps behind square here for Andile Lucky Petlukwayo coming in over the wicket to a right-hander. Oh my gosh, it is a full toss, but it's outside off stump, and Chahal plays at that. A slower ball, full toss, and now the equation 8 of 11.
A horrible delivery. It was a slower ball, just came out the hand incorrectly for Petlukwayo. He'd be very lucky that he got away with that one. Very, very wide.
It was even a wide.
It was a wide. If Chahar had left it, it would have been a wide.
You see, this is that pressure, eh? That pressure at the end. You're not thinking straight. Another wide, slower ball. It's a full toss. A quick single from Chahal. He literally ran right into the stumps, getting over there like the hurdles just in time. The zing bells come off, but he's safe. He's done the job. It's now 7 of 10. 280 for 8. Guys, tweet us in at One World SR. You want to be part of this action? Going down to the wire here.
Back at the hand, slow ball there from Petlukwayo. Again, not quite getting it right. Not quite getting it to pitch on the pitch.
Just trying some variation. Coming in now to Bumrah. He loves it, but it's straight to Temba Bavuma. And it's another wicket here for South Africa. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my word, anything is happening. Everything is happening.
Oh my word, that is unbelievable. Unbelievable. A foolish ball out of the off stump. Bumrah goes for the big extensive drive. Times it pretty well. That great catch from Temba Bavuma. Having to make 2 or 3 steps to his right. Pressure situation. The series is over, but the game was still very much on the line. That Bumrah is gone for 12 or 15 deliveries. And is that India's last chance? Is the game gone for India?
It's not India's last chance, Tim. They still have 1 wicket left. The game still goes on. Oh my gosh, down to the wire. This is why we love cricket. Oh, it is super tense here at the 6-gun Grill Newland Stadium. India after 7 runs away from the win. 9 balls left. Oh, and it's Krishna who's come into the middle now. Oodles of pressure on him here. He needs to take his country over the line. And Dile Lucky Petlukwayo still has 3 balls left in his over. Don't change that dial. This is some entertaining cricket. And Dile Petlukwayo over the wickets to Krishna. It's a beautiful delivery. And it's a dot ball that is absolute gold. The crowd are on their feet for this. They're feeling it here. They want to get their boys over the line. That's 7 off 8 now, bringing it back, the South Africans.
You can feel the tension in this commentary box, never mind this field. It's all on the line, yeah. It is all on the line that you're showing Virat Kohli very, very distraught after that last dismissal wicket.
A slow ball outside the off stump, played wide of the man at cover. They'll take an easy single. You would have expected them to run a little bit harder, but actually Krishna just wants to get himself off strike. 6 off 7 now, and all India have to do is make sure they don't lose wickets here. They only have 1 wicket to lose, only have 6 runs to get, and only have 7 balls to get them in. Oh, it's tense here. Tweet us at OneWorldSR. Be part of the action. Diana Patson saying, this is what we want. Exciting. Let's cross our fingers for South Africa. If you're a South African fan, if you're an Indian fan, cross your fingers for India. But definitely tweet in. Sabir Khan on YouTube says, yes. And he also says, thriller, but not the Michael Jackson thriller. This game is a thriller.
It certainly is a cliffhanger. Woo!
Oh, the stands are in full force here as Andile comes in for his last ball of the spell. It's a slower ball. Full delivery is played straight to Aiden Markram for a dot ball. And that means in the last over, India needs 6 runs and South Africa need 1 wicket. 228 for 9 with Chahal and Krishna at the crease. This is poised to be a photo finish.
You'd be a brave man having a bench either way in this situation.
Truly.
You really would. Could go either way still. Absolutely. Tenterhooks, yeah. Me and Tipper are on the edge of our seats. Literally on the edge of our seats.
Neo Ludite says Chahal shouldn't forget to run like Alan Donald did. Probably a South African fan. That's hey, that is still too soon. That's salt in a wound, man. But Dwayne Pretorius is going to come in for the last over here. Temba Bavuma at mid-on. There's a man at mid-wickets. Cover, point, fine leg, third man. Man at deep backward square leg. Andile Petlukwayo. There seems to be some conversations with the people on the bench. There should also be, yes, there is a long on here.
12th man is running onto the field, Adam.
Oh.
Big speed. He's bringing on
a helmet for Quinton de Kock. Okay.
A helmet for Quinton de Kock. Kock's going to start after the stamps, obviously, to stop that quick single.
Crowd are loving it. I'm certainly loving it, especially after what we saw him do at Paul. Dwayne Pretorius coming in. That's a ball outside the off stump, dotted down. They take a quick single to the man behind square, and they get through safely. 5 off 5 now. Chahal on strike. Oh, it's tense here.
Still could go either way. Anybody's game. All it takes is one big hit for India over the inner ring, and it's done. Or for South Africa, a quick wicket. And it's done for South Africa.
Dwayne Pretorius is back of a length. At the top edge, it's in the air for some time. David Miller's under it, and he takes the catch to give South Africa a whitewash victory here against India. What a photo finish. Oh my gosh. I have to get a tweet in from Linux Lair. She says, what a finish. I don't even care who wins at this point. speaking as a German India fan. But South Africa have pulled through the victory. It was tighter than it should have been, but they came through in the end. Wow.
My goodness. My goodness. Absolutely speechless. That could have gone anywhere. It was unbelievable. But it came from the Indian perspective. 5 of 5. Chahal is facing. Surely you drop and run. You drop and run. But no, Chahal wants to do the hero. He wants to go big. And he's straight up in the air. Middle is the cover. Is calling for it. He puts his hands out to his side, says, "It's mine," calls it, takes it, and South Africa take the game. They win by 4 runs. They take the series 3-0. Oh my goodness. What an amazing cricket game.
There was someone that just jumped over the side screen here. Not quite a fan, probably someone working here trying to get onto the field. He literally tumbled. We have some tweets here. Some comments on YouTube. Sabir Khan says, "Let's go!" And Rian Slabat says, "What a game. I cannot agree with you more." One more from Nero Ludite says, "Top bowling without Nokia, Rabada or Shamsi." And South Africa in the end win, and they win by 4 runs. They also win with a whitewash victory here against India. These are no scrubs, eh? These are no pushovers. So it's a very, very valuable victory here for South Africa.
Yeah, and it's been an absolute privilege to call every single minute of this series, both of the Test series and the ODIs. For all of us, we really appreciate it. Tipple, will you take us through the scorecard?
Of course I will. Not before I say it's been an absolute privilege to be here. A dream come true for me. But yes, let's take you through the scorecard where Quinton de Kock, he did big things here. 120 off 130 before he was dismissed by Jasprit Bumrah. The next best was Rassie van der Dussen, and they had a fabulous partnership of 144 before Quinton de Kock went out. Rassie van der Dussen got 52 or 59. David Miller at the end, the finisher for South Africa, getting 39 of 38 deliveries. Prashid Krishna in his 9.5 overs got 3 for 59 at an economy of 6. Jasprit Bumrah 2 for 52 and Deepak Chahar 2 for 53. And that took South Africa to a total of 287 all out. India 288 to get the highest run chase here at the one was if they got it through. Early wickets falling with KL Rahul, a big partnership between Shikhar Dhawan and Virat Kohli just to not necessarily one up, but to match the South Africans there. Shikhar Dhawan got 61 before, and Dile Petlukwayo got him top edging to Quinton de Kock. He was out for 61 of 73. Virat Kohli, former captain, did his best to get India as far as he could, but could only get as far as getting 65 runs on the board off 84 balls. The next best, Deepak Chahar. Oh my gosh, he must be kicking himself in the dressing room. He did very well to get 54 runs. Yes, there's actually scenes of him, a few tears there. He did well to get 54 of 34. Definitely took India within winning distance before he sent it straight up into the air of Lungi Ngiri's bowling and yes, the bowling, yes, Lungi Ngiri, the pick of the bowlers, or one of the pick of the bowlers, getting 3 for 58 in his 10 overs. And Dile Petlukwayo 3 for 40 in his 7 overs. And Dwayne Pretorius 2 for 54, cleaning up the innings in his 9.2 overs and getting India all out for 283. Wow. A nail biter here in the final game. Don't you wish it was the decider, Tim? That doesn't matter. At the end, it's 3-0 to South Africa, and it's goodbye. Oh, not before we hit some comments here. Alumazai says Bavuma did an unbelievable job. And Rian Slabat says, thank you for the commentary. Thank you for listening. Before we go here, don't forget to check us out for the New Zealand series that's happening on the 17th of February on One World Sports Radio. We look forward to hearing from you. Cheers, everybody. And please do enjoy the rest of your weekend. And if you're South African, catch your breath, eh?
is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the others making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And